Hello everybody, my name is Pravus, and welcome back to more Frostpunk. I know we just finished a campaign not too long ago, but I've been having a lot of fun with Frostpunk, and I got the bit between my teeth, and I just want to keep going. So hopefully you guys want to keep watching it. Now, since some new features were added into Endless Mode, and that was the final expansion of the game, so presumably Endless Mode's not going to be changing anytime soon, if ever again, I think this would be a very good opportunity to go ahead and introduce Endless Mode into the channel. Now, there are three different types of Endless Mode that you can play with. One is Serenity, which is kind of like SimCity, but in Frostpunk. It's nice and mild, and you can just build to your heart's content. Kind of nice. The Builders makes you build a generator and then survive, pretty difficult. And then finally, Endurance, where every couple of weeks there is going to be a massive storm, kind of like there is at the end of the vanilla-based scenario. So this is a very, very challenging way to play the game. And that's exactly what we are going to be doing today, Endurance. Now, we have several different maps we could choose from, including some that are very familiar, such as the Crater. Flats is like a really big crater, good for building a huge city, but the resources are kind of spread out. We have a canyon, kind of like what we just played in the last campaign. The Crags, which has a lot of giant rocky outcrops that break up your buildings. Kind of fun. Frozen Grove, the Snow Drifts, the Hanging Rock, which is also fairly vanilla. And then there's the Rifts. Now, this was introduced, I would say, a few months ago as kind of its own standalone DLC, and I think, to date, it is the most difficult of all of the Endless Mode maps. Initially, we will start off on a small little platform like so, and in order to continue expanding and gathering more resources, we will need to build very expensive bridges between platforms. Yeah, a little bit tricky to work with, and that's why we are once again going to be playing with the most difficult map I can think of. And for our difficulty, medium difficulty, probably pretty challenging, but I'm not going to do that. Hard difficulty? Nah, let's go straight to extreme. Extreme people's needs, extreme economic issues, extreme attitude issues. And of course, we're going to have random hazards on because I need this on in order to use settlements. Now, this is a new feature that was just added in to Endless Mode, where we can trade with other settlements just like we did in the last campaign. So I have to have random hazards on in order to use settlements. Should be kind of fun. So, extreme difficulty, Rifts in Endurance Mode. Yep, this is going to be brutal. Let's give it a go. And here we go. Now, I think a lot of the maps end up being somewhat randomly generated, but in this case, I think, could be wrong, but I think that the Rifts map is the same every time. Now, as far as a name, I've been thinking about this a little bit. Since we are surrounded by a bunch of creepy-looking ravines, I think it would be kind of cool to call this the Scar. That is going to be the name of my settlement in the ravine, in the Scar. All right. Now, let's take a quick look here. So, I'm pretty sure in the couple of times I have loaded up this map in order to find out what it's going to be like, that the map is the same every time, at least as far as I can tell it is. Maybe there are a couple of minor differences here and there, I don't know, but it seems like we always start with the same base resources, the same platform already connected, and things like the iron ore deposits or the frozen forests are always going to be located in the same place as well. For example, right over here is an iron ore deposit, which we would need to access if I wanted to place down a steelworks, and that kind of a thing. Also, I think we have like a frozen forest over here. There's some coal mines off in the corner, etc., etc. Yeah, this is going to end up being a little bit rough. Now, the first thing I'm going to do, if you don't mind, is just save my game real quick. There we go, because I am not above save scumming a little bit in Endless Mode if I have to in order to learn a lesson if I think it's not recoverable. But I don't want to do that as a general rule. Like, if I make a tiny little mistake, it's just not fun to reload and save scum too often here, because the part of the game is just kind of making mistakes and learning how to recover from them, right? At least that's what I am trying to do. All right, so let's see. Right now we are starting off at only -4 degrees Fahrenheit. That is relatively warm, all things considered. It is going to be getting colder in a couple of days, and then a lot colder shortly after that, so we do have to be prepared for some heating necessary down over here. In the meantime, though, what we can do is go ahead and start gathering up some of the wooden crates that I am going to need in order to place down a handful of resource depots, and we will use them to start gathering up as much as we can while keeping people plenty insulated. Now, I do have 15 engineers to start us off and 50 workers, 15 children. We will likely be putting them to work at some point. I do want to get a workshop up and running ASAP, though. Now, let's actually plan this out a little bit. I think we're going to place the Let's see, workshop probably right along the edge right here. And I know this means getting rid of some trees, but I think that there is going to end up being enough wood to not really be much of an issue. Now let's go ahead and get rid of this. It's not really going to cost me anything. And then run right there should be okay. All right, so that's how I want to place my workshops. Just trying to make sure that I spread these out accordingly. The reason I'm placing these out here is these guys have better insulation than tents, and I'm probably not going to have the resources to build many bunkhouses in the early game. So anything with pretty decent insulation I may want to keep a little bit further away. Now, I do want to send, let's say, a few engineers to go and gather up. What do I want? Just only wood, I think? Let's see. What does it take to get a resource depot again? Or a gathering post, sorry. That takes a little bit of steel and some wood. Okay. Well, we can afford to get, let's say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 workers over here, and then maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 engineers over here. Gather up some more, but I want all 10 to work on getting this workshop up and running as fast as possible. Hey, we've secured our first bridge. There it is. We built the first bridge. Great. I don't remember doing that, but I'm glad to hear it. Thanks to this construction, we'll be able to reach distant resources. Now, I kind of want to gather resources that are further away a little bit faster if possible, just because while the temperature is this high and it's only chilly on the map, then it would be nice to clear out some of the stuff that's far away so I can possibly control anything close by with heating zones. That said, to be honest, I'm not sure how much it's going to end up mattering. We will certainly see. We do need to go to our laws pretty much first thing, and we will grab the emergency shift. Now, I don't plan on making use of this because I don't want anyone to plop over dead. That said, if I find myself desperate for resources, it could certainly be quite nice. Let's go ahead and get some engineers assigned to the workshop. Now, as far as our technology is concerned, we could go for the faster gathering first, and I do think I like the idea of doing that, so we can clear out some of these resources faster, get more of the gathering posts, clear everything out as quickly as possible, and then move on to other platforms. That said, I am going to need to get the beacon very soon as well and start scouting, because I know in 14 days a storm is going to be approaching, and it's going to wipe out everything on the map outside and reset the entire map. I want to explore as much as we can between those storms, which means we are going to need to get the beacon sooner rather than later. So that's why I am going for that. Let's see, a gathering post. If I were to set one up over here real quick, for example, we can actually gather from all of these sites pretty darn quickly, and I'll end up tearing this down soon. But let's go ahead and place one of these down right now. I want to get some more resources together, and we do want to get ourselves another one of those workshops. I'd like to have 2 sets of engineers working, if at all possible, because yeah, we want to get as much research going as possible, get those beacons going, and having 2 sets of engineers working is going to be so much faster than only one. So that's one of the reasons I'm doing that. We're going to go ahead and pull these guys off over here so we can build up the gathering post a lot faster, like so. And then I'm going to assign 10 workers over here. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pull you guys off over here and assign you like that. Okay. The engineers should already be working over here, but we're going to get a quick road. I think a road right along here is probably the better way to go, so we'll do that. Okay. Now, I know we haven't built any houses, and that's because I'm waiting for a pop-up, which I think I see right here. We could place down houses, and we know everyone is going to need that. Yes, that's very, very important. However, if we wait until they request houses, then once I do what I was already going to do, I'm going to get some hope as well, which is perfect. So I'm going to say that in the next 2 days, I'm going to be building shelter for everyone. That is already the plan. Let's also turn on the generator because people will start congregating here overnight, and I want to prevent as many people from getting sick as I can. Let's actually go to our health and probably place down a medical post, or do we want to go for the housing right away? Probably don't need to go for the housing immediately. That said, I do think, let's see, these guys are already coming back from their work shift. We don't want to do the emergency shifts because I can't afford to risk anybody getting sick out in the cold right now. That's just not an option. So once they're done with this, I need all of them to basically be coming home. We will assign some more engineers here. That's going to be fine. And yeah, let's go ahead and place down a medical post. I think one right around over here should be fine. We want one of those, and people can build that tonight. And then we're going to need to get another gathering post, probably one right down over here, and maybe one up over here, actually, so we can gather things a little faster, too. Though, honestly, with the temperature as high as it is, maybe that's not as high of a priority. That said, I don't think we need houses quite this second. It's tempting, but not strictly important. My question is, where maybe placing down some of these roads, as I want to be somewhat efficient with this. Let's think for a second. I'm going to temporarily cancel this, just temporarily. And let's think about where I want to place down, let's say, some tents. One goes here, 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 and here. If I place like this, and then I were to place a gathering post right along over here is pretty efficient overall. Do something kind of like this. This kind of works, actually. Yeah, I'll place one down right there, and I can have a road that extends. It's not quite right, though. Hang on. Getting this right is going to be important. It sounds stupid, I know, but every little bit of wood you're able to preserve is going to be that much more crucial. So let's see. What about this? It's still a bit off. All right, tell you what. How about something a little bit better? Let's just go ahead and build off of the street like this. There we go. Okay. And then can I place down a gathering post in the place that's going to get everything I want? The answer is yes. Okay. There we go. That's what we are looking to do. We can cancel this house and save some of the lumber. I don't plan on using it right now. I think it's okay for people to build a little bit overnight. That's not too big of a deal. Let's use the overdrive and really ramp up the temperature over here so that anyone who is in this area is going to be extremely warm, and their chances of getting sick are going to be very, very low. Medical post is done. I'm pretty sure some people will get sick no matter what my best efforts are, so having some engineers ready to go in the medical post will be nice, but if no one gets sick, hey, that would also be great. Is anyone willing to do things like that? No, probably not. Okay. Was worth a shot, wasn't it? I think so. All right, so we're going to have this gathering post up and running. Let's see. We can pull some people off of the steel. That's not going to be absolutely crucial. Let's send them over here instead. We'll start gathering from this area. There will be some nice insulation, so people will be staying fairly warm during their workday. Not too much issue here. And yeah, we did get our first couple of sick people. It's pretty much inevitable. Some people will get sick, and there's not a whole lot we can do. The generator is currently shutting down. We kind of figured that might happen, given that I literally haven't been gathering up any coal. But I'm not too worried about it, given that, you know, it's still chilly. We were able to get people a little bit further along without too much issue. That said, what we can do is start pulling some people off and send them to go and gather coal over here when the time comes, and that will be fine. Okay, and in adaptation, I think we're going to go for the extended shifts, so we can turn on the longer work hours in the workshop. Now, nobody should plop over dead like they would if I use the emergency shift. It's usually at least one person will die, and I can't afford to lose any of my engineers, so I want the people in the workshops working longer hours, and this lets me get a little bit more out of them without too much issue. They work 14 hours a day, then they get a little sleep, and then they get right back to the grind. That's how it's going to work from here on out, ladies and gentlemen. Get used to it. Okay. So everyone should be gathering over here. No issue, no issue. We want to set these to extended work hours as well, so everyone is gathering what we can. Okay. We'll need to clear out some of these crates, but people are already working in these areas. We can do the same thing in all of the steel wreckage. Anything that I'm currently missing? Yes, the coal pile. We can go ahead and turn that on for longer hours as well. And the generator's off, but that's fine. Everyone's going off into the cold territory anyway. It really shouldn't matter all that much. We do want to place down probably another gathering post, and I'll do it temporarily right here, with the expectation that I will be getting rid of that. Let's turn off the workers of the steel wreckage, and they'll immediately come over here and start working on building up the gathering post, at which point I can pull these guys off and go work on something else. Only 8 people sick to start. Now, I've done this, I've done a couple of test runs on here to try and figure out the best strategy to make this all work. Usually I have a lot more people sick than this by now. So this definitely has already made a bit of a difference. Just trying to be more conservative and not having people use emergency shifts going off in the middle of nowhere. Okay, next things we have to get is absolutely the beacon. We have the faster gathering, so these gathering posts and everything should be working a lot faster than they were before, but we very, very badly need to get our beacon up and running. This wooden pile is not actually covered by any of my gathering posts, so I'm going to send some people over there. We're gathering up enough coal that I think we'll be able to run this generator tonight, but the temperature is going to be dropping a fair bit in the near future, and that's certainly going to make my life a lot harder. Tonight, we need to build some tents. There's no way around that. We have a promise that we need to fulfill. We have 1 day and 4 hours left to fulfill it. We have to do it tonight. That's going to require how much? About 80 wood. 80 wood? Okay, 80 wood before everyone gives up. Well, work time is almost over. Almost. And people are starting to get a little on the hungry side, so I'm going to need to get a cookhouse going pretty soon as well. I think that costs, what, 20 wood? Yeah, so we need to get to 100 tonight, if at all possible. We've now hit free time, but people are working longer shifts, so we're okay. That's 100. Perfect. Now, let's start by building up the tents before people get mad at me. We'll place 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like this. Okay, that's going to be all the houses that they're going to be building tonight, so fulfill our promise and get some hope up. And then after that, we need to get that cookhouse up and running. Now, where do I place this? It's a good question. Where do we place this? I could place it down, like, over here. If we leave some room for... but I'm not sure I want to do that. What about over here? We could potentially place a cookhouse, like, right here, and that's not a bad spot. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and place the cookhouse right there. I think that's fine. That said, I don't have enough lumber to do so, but we also won't be able to cook anything tonight anyway, because nobody's working right now. So we'll have a chance to get some roads placed down and get some people making rations. People are hungry, I know that. However, that's okay with me, because if people are hungry, they get discontented, but they won't starve to death. If, however, they ever reach starving, what they will do is start pillaging your raw food stores, at which point you are now losing out on potential rations. And that's very, very, very bad. So I can't let them go to starving, but I'm okay with them being hungry. That's not too big of a deal. Yes, let's turn on the generator. I know you guys want it on and stuff, blah, blah, blah. People are getting somewhat sick. Should be fine. We'll go ahead and turn this thing on for you. And we'll probably turn on the overdrive as well. We can introduce a new law. Now, the question is what to go for here. We could go for soup, and that would allow me to extend my food rations rather substantially, but it also causes a lot of discontent. And on extreme difficulty, that may not work out very well for me. However, if I were to have children start working some safe jobs, well, all of a sudden we can gather up a lot more resources. So I'm going to go ahead and pass that and send some more kids to go work over there. We still have 10 more capable of working. Where do I want to send them? Probably send at least 5 over to the steel wreckage, so we can start clearing this out. And I'm going to send 5 to the cookhouse tomorrow when that time comes. We can go ahead and do the extended hours over there as well. Yes, I see a lot of people are homeless, but we should be able to build up a lot of homes pretty quickly, right? Should be able to. Come on, guys, work with me here. Build up your homes. That way I don't get in trouble. We only have 16 hours left, plenty of time. There we go. Mission has been accomplished. Hope is going to rise. See, if we had actually done that preemptively, we wouldn't have gotten the free hope. And that doesn't work very well for me. Now, we do have a lot more people getting sick, unfortunately, but there's not a lot I can do about that right now, shy of building another post, which I can't do, given that we don't have, I can't build another medical post since I don't have enough engineers to run it anyway. People should be getting to work in things like the workshops. Okay, we just need to get a little lumber. I want to place down a road right here. There we go. Okay, so we'll have a street, and the temperature is now dropping. Okay. I still think we can afford to turn this off for now. It is cold, yes, but we have some housing. They're chilly, but no one's staying there. The beacon, however, is now done, and the beacon's very important to build, and I don't have quite enough lumber to do any more research right now. So what can we do as far as getting some more lumber? Well, first off, this wooden crate should be working at all times. That's pretty important. And then beyond that, let's see. The gathering posts, chilly, but otherwise not quite as cold as it will be for other people. The beacon's going to cost me what? Will cost me 20 wood and 35 steel. Well, steel has not been the issue up to this point, but we definitely need to get our wood so that I can build the beacon next. Then we're going to need, I think it's 40. I do think it is 40. I think it's 40 lumber in order to get a scouting team together. Do I want to place the beacon way out here? I don't think I can really afford to do that. I would like to. However, it's going to result in a long road. If I could place it somewhere else that's still efficient, like maybe right here, this could kind of work, maybe, sort of. We need to place some sawmills over here as well, so let's think around that a little bit. This might be okay. Let's see. Place kind of like this and just follow this grid right along here. Probably this will be okay. All right, we're going to try for this. Let's go ahead and build out. I don't have enough lumber yet. Okay. Yeah, lumber is going to be a problem. But I'm trying, dang it. So we're going to do this. We're going to build this out. I still need these gathering posts to be working. We're getting 2.3 wood per hour over there, another 4.6 over here, 1.7 over here, and another... Nobody is working these wooden crates. Okay. Well, we'll need to free up 5 workers in just a little bit, and that's going to be a bit of a challenge. Having the kids working is certainly helping. Yes, no doubt about it. We can get up to 40 by the time that this is done. Now that we have 40, I think we actually need to pull the workers off here. just so they'll get to work quickly setting up the roads and building the beacon right away, which is what they are actually doing right now. We have a new law available, and we need this. So what we're going to do now is go down to radical treatment and then to overcrowding. And the reason I want overcrowding is we can double up the capacity inside of my medical posts, which is very efficient in a map where you have only a few engineers. We could do sustain life, but that means that we're just going to have people get gravely ill during the storms and then be useless to us for the rest of the campaign. If we do radical treatment, yes, they'll become amputees, but maybe, just maybe, we will be able to eventually heal them up. Okay, so let's see. We want to create a scout team right away. And where am I going to go? Supply depot doesn't look too bad. Snow-covered supplies might have some food eventually, and then we have the abandoned sawmill over here. That will have a lot of lumber, which is highly tempting. Or we could go for whatever's closest, which in this case is a supply depot. And what I want to do is find some more people. I'm going to go to the supply depot. I'm hoping to find some survivors out here before the storm hits, because that's kind of my only way of increasing my population. Without more workers, we are definitely going to be in a bit of a rough patch. Let's take the children off the steel and send them over to the gathering post as well. Unfortunately, quite a few people are sick at the moment. And actually, something I should have done, I didn't think about it, but this might come back to bite me. Before I sent out the scouts, I should have recycled some of the sick people who currently aren't working, and then we could have assigned them to become scouts. Sick people can become scouts, if you did not know that. It's a little ridiculous, I know. Let's pull the kids off of the cookhouse. We're okay-ish on coal. Let's send probably a few more to gather up from the wood piles. I know we are going to need all of that. We don't quite have enough steel to get another bridge, but that's going to be a priority. Let's see. As far as resources, I could really use a sawmill. And we're going to go ahead and do that with the intention of gathering up as much wood as quickly as we can. But we're going to have some temperature issues soon, and we'll need to get some more heating. Fortunately, with 2 workshops, I think we'll be able to go a little on the faster side, so that might be okay. Yes, yes, I know the heating is off. Everyone gets real upset. They're all concerned because the heating is off. I get it. Lordy. You guys are so picky. Let's turn on that overdrive. Let's go ahead and make it a bit warmer for everybody involved. Have fun. If we had people working shorter shifts, there'd be less people getting sick. There's no doubt about that. The good news is everyone's getting some rations, so they should be okay. How are we doing in terms of patients? In a few hours, a few people will be getting back on their feet, and we can accept the next round of patients. The goal is to treat people before they are able to become gravely ill, because, you know, at that point, they become distinctly less useful to me. Distinctly less useful. Okay, plenty of resources still to go around in a lot of places. Now, the question we need to consider is, where are we going to expand? Now, I know right here is where we can place down a steelworks, and that's one of the few places I can get some more steel. Once we run out of steel piles to gather from, that's kind of it, and you need 150 steel in order to build a bridge. So that will end up being very, very important for me. Question is, do we need to do it right away? If we go over, let's say, here, there's another, let's see, it's unavailable, but I'm sure it's another pile of 60. So there's 180 steel over here. We can build a bridge right here safely, and we will have enough steel to then gather up, build up another bridge eventually. We also access some more wooden crates and some much-needed space. That's not bad, especially since I'm probably not going to have the steelworks researched right away. I am, however, very concerned by the fact that we still have this many people who are currently sick. Could really use some more engineers, huh? Yeah, wouldn't that be great? That would be very, very, very nice, but we don't have that option. We don't have that luxury. Still, we're treating people fairly quickly, all things considered. These guys are doing a very, very good job. I'm proud of them. You're all being a bunch of troopers, and hope is actually surprisingly high, all things considered. This is only going to get better once we can actually use overcrowding laws, and we'll be able to actually get people doubled up in the medical post. This gathering post is done. Let's go ahead and strip that down. We don't need anything from them. We are going to need to get some more supplies soon in terms of food. We don't have a lot of raw food left. Still, let's see, 15 workers available. We're stripping that down, no problem. We're okay-ish on coal, I think. And we're okay over here in terms of these wooden crates. These guys are doing a good job. So what we can do, probably, is start getting out these wooden crates a little faster, with the expectation that I am going to be trying to set up some sawmills over here. Now let's go to adaptation and go for the overcrowding. So we're going to double up our medical capacity, which is very, very nice for us. So now we can have 10 people treated for 5 engineers, which, you know, I mean, that I don't need to tell you, that doubles what we were capable of before. So that's just great. Okay, we are still working on the sawmill tech, which is going to be a great source of lumber for me very soon. We do need to get some heaters going, I think, pretty quick. Let's see, child injured at work. We're going to scold the child for being careless, since, you know, it is the child's fault and they're not, you know, life-threateningly injured or anything. Sawmill is done. With the temperature about to drop, I think we need to go for the heaters. I hate to do it, because it's going to use up a lot of precious coal, but I think we haven't got much of a choice. We kind of need to do things like that. We also need to go ahead and get ourselves a hunter's hut, and I might set one up over here. This seems like a good spot. It doesn't take a lot of insulation to hunt, and we need to start getting some more food rations, or we will have a problem. These guys just finished up their job somewhere else. We can go ahead and clear out this steel wreckage pretty quickly. Need to get some sawmills set up pretty soon. Scouts have already arrived at the supply depot. Okay, there is some raw food and some wood, both things we very badly need. There's a buried hamlet over this direction. There might be survivors. It's a small settlement, half buried in the snow. Yeah, we're going to go there, and it's not even too far away from the Scar. We'll be able to send people back and hopefully get some more much-needed workers. So I like doing that. I like doing that a lot. And by the way, having this generator off, I know it can get a lot of discontent and make some people sick, but we're stockpiling a lot of coal at a time when I'm going to need a lot to heaters in just a little bit. May also have no choice but to use the emergency shifts pretty soon if we are not quick. We'll see. Let's just go ahead and build this up quickly. People are going to go out and build something. What's going on over here? Yes, yes, the heating's off, blah, blah, blah. Everyone's upset. Let's turn it on. There we go. Heating's on. Thank you. You're all happy now. See, they're all pretty comfortable. I mean, nice livable conditions. And we're going to have to leave that generator on for the foreseeable future. All right, let's see. We need to pull some workers off to go and get some rations. We can pull adult workers off of this wood pile and a few off of the steel. And then we will send all 15 over to the hunter's hut. And they will gather up some much-needed food. Okay, so every day we'll get some extra rations, which is good. We're not quite hungry yet, but we will be soon. We will be very, very soon. All right. Are we doing okay right now? I think we're doing sort of okay. Could we be doing better? Absolutely we could be doing better, but I think this is all right. This is sort of okay. A sawmill is something I'm going to do as soon as this stuff is cleared out. What we could do is start building out some... we could start building out some bridges right about now. I'm questioning whether we want this. We're not going to get to deal with, like, street lamps and stuff at all. This stuff is just not useful on endurance mode. We could build some more workshops. If I'm going to get some more engineers at the next site, we could do that, but we're not going to do that right now. I'm very tempted to say what we should do is get another medical post going, because this would allow me to pull off some workers from research. As much as I do want this, it might be more important to start treating the other 10, so we can have more people out working right now, especially since we're starting to go gravely over our capacity. So yeah, I think that might be the way to go. All right, we're going to get 11 more food rations per day. If we were to research, let's say, some extra hunting tools, we'd be able to speed that up. Let's go ahead and assign some more engineers to the medical post. That's another 10 people that we will be able to treat. Okay, and we should be able to start getting on top of our healthcare a little bit more. Temperature is about to drop pretty substantially. A protective mother. Sorry, we can't make any exceptions. No, you are not allowed to prevent your daughter from going to work. Everybody needs to pull their fair weight. I know that children don't have a lot of weight, but that's why I don't ask much of them. They all get to work the very nice and safe jobs. It is extremely cold in these environments, and we probably cannot afford to have anybody working over here anymore. So we're going to have to pull all of those guys back. The coal piles over here still aren't looking great. If I were to quickly set up another gathering post, let's say right here, we can get 10 more people to be gathering from both of these, and they'll still be fairly insulated. I need to get the heaters up and running, but I'm doing the best I can there. Let's see. There's nothing else for me to do over here right now. Let's see. With 15 more, well, we got children and we got adults. It looks like a couple people did indeed become gravely ill because I don't have the heat that I need. If I turn on the overdrive real quick, that fixes that, so we can start treating them again. No, it doesn't say that. No, 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 no. No one is in palliative care right now. Everyone's sort of okay. We're getting it. We're getting it. It's gonna be okay. Yeah, the researchers need to hurry up and get the heaters done. Basically, I don't see any other way around that. Okay, I could actually build another gathering post right here. We could double up on this area, and we could double up on this area. And this will let me start gathering from everywhere a little bit faster, which I think is gonna be necessary if I want to get enough materials. Come on, everybody, get to it, get to it. You're all doing great. Heaters are researched. Okay, we're gonna have to use up a lot of coal, but this does prevent some people from getting sick in the gathering posts. And I'm going to leave the overdrive on the generator for a bit, because I don't need to turn that down. Let's assign some children here, turn on the heat. Okay. Everyone should be in more or less good-ish conditions. They're not completely frozen, which is something. We do want to start researching probably the steam hub next, so we'll be able to get some heat in a few key areas. We have a little bit of raw food. I mean a little bit. It's not a lot, is it? We can temporarily turn on the cookhouse. Nobody's starving, are they? That's not a lot of raw food. I would have thought we would get more from the hunter's hut, but apparently not. And actually, even with the heater on, we can't use the cookhouse. Oh, that's what we call unfortunate. Okay, the steel wreckage over here is done. That's good. What we can do now is start placing down sawmills, like right here. And this will let me start gathering up a lot more lumber. We have enough steel. We're going to build a bridge over here soon. I just need some more lumber to make this one work. And what's wrong now? Long hours. Nope. I don't care if you got long hours. I know that sucks, but you're just going to have to grin and bear it, aren't you? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. It's going to have to happen. We could actually place another sawmill right over here, and I think that doubling up is not a bad idea, and we'll do that right here. Just start getting as much wood going as possible. Temperature is going to be rising in a few hours. The overdrive can last for a bit longer, no problem. And in the buried hamlet, we did find some survivors. There are mostly just children. Well, the good news is we can use children, so that's okay. We're going to escort these guys to the city. That's 11 more engineers, which means I can operate 2 medical posts and 3 workshops pretty safely without any issue. Yeah, let's escort these guys. This should speed things up. We're going to get them over as fast as we can. Then we will send them back out. And I think this is going to have to be where we end our first video. So, I wouldn't say we're in the absolute best situation. There's a few things that we're struggling with. Partly food. We'll need to get ourselves another hunter lodge kind of quickly. We may want to do that, like, now, actually. Can I fit this anywhere convenient? Not really. I may want to temporarily place one out over, like, let's say here. Yeah, let's build a hunter's lodge over here. I'm going to send 15 workers to go and gather some more food rations since we're currently struggling on that. And then as long as we can continue gathering safely over here, I think we're fine. I'm actually going to cancel this gathering post. I don't think we need it since all that's left is a bit of lumber from right here. And once these sawmills are up and running, that should easily be enough lumber to keep me going. We'll set up over here, gather all these resources, and then we'll go for another bridge off in this direction. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If so, then I would ask you to hit that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe, and I will see you guys next time. Hello everybody, my name is Pravus, and welcome back to more Frostpunk at the Scar in our extreme difficulty endless campaign on the Rifts map. A couple things I'm going to change real quick after thinking about it a little bit more. I'm going to cancel both of these sawmills in this current location. Don't think that's actually optimal. What would be better, probably, is to go ahead and build the sawmills down over in this general vicinity. And we can gather up these trees, because I'm already planning on clearing a lot of this out in favor of more workshops, infirmaries, etc. But why waste several hundred lumber on a very scarce map, right? So if we place down a couple of quick little sawmills, I think like one here and one here would probably do the job just fine. That should be enough to get us going. We'll get our wood production, we'll clear this area out, and yeah, we waste like a teensy bit of wood when we have to dismantle these later, but nothing compared to the amount we would waste on the map if we don't gather from these trees. Okay, now, we're getting into the second day here. What do we need? Well, first off, we desperately need food. Right now I'm working on some steam hubs. We have not got hunter's gear, and as much as I do think this could help with our immediate situation, rushing down to hothouses would do this as well. I actually think it was a mistake to go for the steam hubs as aggressively as we did. I was kind of thinking we're not going to be needing the steam hubs, or sorry, the hothouses until we have steam hubs. That may not very well be true. May be that we need a bit more than that. So, yeah, shouldn't have done that. Should have instead gone to the drawing boards and started going for the hothouses right away. hoping that's not going to end up coming back to bite me at all. But it might. It might. Let's see. We're currently trying to build out this hunter's hut just so I can send some more people out to get some of our raw food. We know we are going to certainly need it. Some steel wreckage has been depleted. Good news is it's plenty to get another one of these bridges. We'll then go over in this direction later. And I think it was a mistake to build this gathering post right here. We don't actually have any use for it. I'll temporarily go ahead and assign some people to go and work here, but it doesn't really matter too much. We'll just gather a teeny bit faster, and then we'll end up dismantling this thing. Really don't need it too much. We still have overdrive on, and I probably shouldn't, but this will get us through a cold period, and the temperature is about to rise, so that will certainly be nice. A lot of people currently hungry, understandably so. We are about to pass a law that should assist with that at least a little bit. Let's go ahead and send everybody out to go and gather up some more food today. There we go. A law that's going to help assist with this. Now, usually at this point, what I would do is go for the soup, right? And soup is nice because instead of 4 rations for every 2 raw food, you get 5, right? The downside of soup is that every time people eat it, you gain some discontent. And on extreme difficulty, discontent is rather crippling. I'm kind of wondering if for the first time ever I should use food additives instead. This does not cause discontent, but it does maybe make some people ill, and that's not great. However, you also do get more food for every raw food. You get 6 rations per 2 raw food instead of 5 or 4. So it's the best as far as longevity of food. It's the best in that it doesn't cause more discontent. It's the worst in that it kind of overwhelms our medical services. And I think it's somewhat RNG just how many people are going to be getting sick. I don't know if there's like a range though. It could be like 2%, could be 10%, could be more or less. I don't know. Soup is definitely good. Once we get moonshine, that does help quite a bit as well. Do we go for the soup? I do think people getting sick is going to continually be an issue. Maybe it is better to go for the soup. We're going to try to manage the discontent the best we can and pray that it actually works. All right, 5 raw food rations for every 2 raw food. It's going to have to be good enough. All right, so the sawmills are getting built up, which is good. I will be able to start using some of that. Now, I really want to rush hothouses very quickly. Because these hunting lodges are good, but they also are extremely labor-intensive, and as a result, we're not going to be gaining as much food as I really want, and we're also going to be losing up a lot of workers. Whereas, if I were to build 2 hothouses, we will produce far more food than these 2 hunters' lodges, but only take 20 workers instead of 30. And that can make all of the difference. So hothouses are very important. Beyond that, I also want to rush the infirmary rather quickly. That will be important. Let's go ahead and rush some more tech with some emergency shifts. I'm just going to accept the discontent and kind of make some more progress here. We might have an engineer die, but we do have some engineers on the way to replace, so we might be okay. Yes, I know the generator stress levels are critical. We are going to have to turn it off in just a moment. And this is that moment. Temperature is now about to drop. Okay. And yes, I see that everyone's really upset because they got cold, but they were only cold for a brief second. There we go. Now the medical posts are up and are running again, and the temperature rises. Thank God for that. If we can get up to 2 more levels, I will happily turn off the generator and try to salvage a bit more coal. Okay. Now, beyond this, what else do we need to be doing as far as food? Well, beyond going for the hothouses, we need to be getting a coal thumper early on. Coal thumper will absolutely be crucial if we want to get a new source of coal, because these piles aren't going to last forever, are they? No, they will not. And that would obviously be a bit of an issue. So, yeah, we need to get that going ASAP as well. Okay, so we are about to finish the steam hub. Again, should not have done that. Let's go for the drawing boards next and start rushing out those hothouses as quick as we can. I also really want to build a bridge and start accessing these, because it's not going to be that much longer, I think, before some of these gathering posts cease to be useful to me. This one only has a little bit more, etc., etc., you know what I mean? So it's not going to be that much longer before we're going to have some problems. I'm going to let the children work over here. Let's go ahead and send some regular workers to the sawmill. We'll do some extended hours, as we often do. Now that we are a little bit warmer, I'm okay working a little bit further outside of our typical working range. What's going on over here? This is double rations for kids. Hilarious. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Hey, I'm going to pull off 5 kids here real quick, and let's just make a handful of rations, because some people are starving, and if they eat my raw food, well, then that's a problem. So we'll go ahead and do this. We've made a few rations, and I think that's all we can get at the moment, so get back to work elsewhere. And this is why I don't like having to rely so heavily on these hunters' lodges. They're not exactly the most effective now, are they? Let's see. What else are we able to work on right now? More steam hubs. Yeah, great. Okay, I don't think we should have done that. I think we made a horrible mistake. We got some more raw food. Okay, wait. Before people stop eating the raw food. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I'm gonna make some meals. I'm gonna make some soup. Okay. We're gonna get a few rations, and there you go. That's all I got. I don't have anything else for a moment, but that at least will tide some of you over, so you stop starving and eating raw food. Okay. Now, scouts, where to go? If we go to snow-covered supplies, that could be pretty good. We could get out to a barren hollow, a snow dune. I think we're going to go to the abandoned sawmill. We do need some lumber in order to build some more bridges, and that could be helpful. Speaking of bridges, we could actually build that right about now, and that'll be fine. I probably will do that tonight if we can. Now that we have some extra workers, I think that's definitely worth doing. Let's pull off the regular workers and send children here. Let's send some engineers here. We can send probably a few more kids in this way, but we don't need to. We don't have any raw food. 6 more engineers and 25 regular workers. Let's get some more lumber going over here. And, kind of wondering if we need to get another medical post. I'm hoping not. We have enough workers that I could get another hunter's lodge. But I'm not sure that's what's going to be best. I think what we do is we actually just go ahead and place another workshop, and I know that destroys some trees that we were just now trying to harvest, but we still have another 225 wood to gather right here before I'll dismantle and relocate up over here as was originally intended. Getting some more engineers working on research a little faster will help make up the difference as far as where I think I screwed up with our technology and our steam hubs. So the bridge needs 200 wood, huh? 200 wood, huh? Well, let's go ahead and assign a few more workers here. We have another law we can use. So adaptation, wait, moonshine's not an option? Are you serious? Where's my moonshine? Okay, no moonshine. Well, crap, that changes things. Corpse disposal. We're gonna go ahead and sign this because I want to start working toward those organ transplants. That's gonna make my life a little bit easier by using someone else's unfortunate demise and healing other people a little faster, and we know we need that, so that's absolutely crucial. Okay, let's see. We still have a few extra workers sitting around and doing nothing at the moment. We will gather up some more wood a little faster at this gathering post. We can probably turn this down even though it's a little bit cold. We can send some more people over here and some engineers as well. Just trying to gather what's left a little bit faster. I think we'll get just enough rations that we can kind of keep tiding ourselves over briefly. We do need to get some houses, and that's one real trick. So what am I going to do with that? Well, if I were to... it's not a really efficient placement. If I were to build some houses over here and place a steam hub right here, that would work. We need 4 houses, so I think we need to do this tonight. We'll build some of this up. Yeah. We'll do that, get that going. I didn't want to spend more wood, but I think we're going to have to. How many workers here are sick? Only one's currently sick. We have an extra engineer available. Let's dismiss the guy who's currently in treatment and send the extra engineer just so we can get a teeny bit more efficiency going. You guys don't have extended hours? Yes, you do. Okay, so you're all fine. We'll get a few more rations later. Temperature is about to rise. We can go ahead and turn off some heaters. I know there's a risk of some people getting sick, but I think that's okay. Let's use a little bit more overdrive just to help tide us through the night and kind of reduce how many people are going to be getting sick. Snow pit has been established. Okay, so we have a place to dump our corpses. I would like to think that no one's going to die, but that's realistically just not going to happen. We all know you're all going to die. Let's see, where are those engineers? We had 5 sent down over here that we don't need. Let's send them to the workshop and do extended hours on that as well. Make sure that we've got that everywhere. Okay, so we'll be able to try to research a little bit faster once day hits. Doing okay on steel, just needs some serious lumber. Get the lumber together, and we can build a bridge and start accessing some new resources right when these gathering posts are about to finish up, right? Pretty sure that's exactly how it's going to work. All right, houses are done. That's good. Temperature's going to rise. That's good. I'll probably be able to turn off the generator. Stress levels are critical, you say. Yeah, let's turn that off. Okay. We'll give it a chance to kind of rejuvenate itself, especially since we know that the temperature is going to be dropping a couple of levels in about 2 days or so. Okay. So you guys still aren't done with the drafting boards. I'm going to go ahead and do one more emergency shift. Hoping not to have to do this too often, but we want to get some more progress during the during the night hours. If you don't know how workshops work, every additional workshop doesn't like double or triple how much research speed you've got. It only increases it by like 30 or so %, and then it goes down for each consecutive one you build. So it's something on the order of like 30%, then 20%, then 10%, or something. Maybe it's 40, I don't know. The point, though, is you only get a little bit of extra during the day, but during night, that's like 8 or so hours where there's no research, where you could be getting 100% just by using an emergency shift. It's a very good strategy, I find, to try and eke out a little bit of extra research. Just always have these guys running at all times. Okay. Hot houses we need right now. I wanted to get the scouting teams, but we need hot houses or else we are all going to starve to death. Okay? Okay, temperature rises, thank God. So, let's go ahead and turn off any of these heaters. These are not needed. And we can even turn off the generator. I think I will go ahead and do that. Let's shut her down for a bit. And yeah, some people will be upset by that a little bit, but that's fine by me. I'm really not too worried. Let's pull off of this and just try to create a few more rations temporarily using our raw food before people start eating it. And that's all we got. Okay, pull back here, and I guess go back here. Still have quite a few people sick, unfortunately. Building another medical post would solve that issue, but we can't at the moment. This gathering post is done, so let's go ahead and dismantle there. Nothing to be done. And we don't yet have enough lumber to get the bridge. Where can I get more lumber? Just from here. We are getting about 10 per hour. In a couple of hours, we'll be able to build the bridge. Okay, let's go for that. I'm going to try to build it to 200. There it is. All right. Time to build a bridge. Let's do it right here. My goal is to get this bridge built so we can then place down some gathering posts and really start gathering a lot out of this area. These wooden crates are going to get in the way. What would be very convenient, since I'm already going to be building a lot of gathering posts, would be to set up some room for like a coal thumper or two in this area with gathering posts all around and then not have to dismantle anything. Heck, I could even place my hot houses over here if I wanted to and just kind of have them all work off of the same steam hub, which is very tempting. Or I could do the same sort of thing right over here with some of our hot houses. I'm not too sure yet. So adaptation, now we want to go for the organ transplants. And that's going to speed up how quickly people are going to be recovering. So that'll shave off at least a couple of hours per day, which I think is well worth it. I think it's like 4 hours out of 24, something like that. So that helps. That helps quite a bit. Somebody died. All right. That was always likely to happen as far as our engineers. So we can pull off one engineer here and go and reassign right here. There we go. Still trying to get as much work out of them as possible. We do need to be focusing hard on this. We got a few workers and some children with nothing to do. Children go here. Do we have any extra children? We have one. Any safe jobs I can put them on? Answer, no. Just cooking. We'll put you here, I guess. I was hoping to free up some adults so more people could work on the bridge, but I think the only people who could work on the bridge are currently sick and not doing anything. All right, coal piles have been depleted. Steel wreckages have been depleted. I think that this is now done and ready to go elsewhere. All the more reason we really need to be building up this bridge as quick as we can, please. And you guys are almost done with the hot houses. I don't think I can really wait on the hot houses or wait on the bridge in order to place these. I think I need to get a hot house going, like, now. So, let's go and place... Can't fit there. They're very large is part of the problem. Where am I going to be placing steam hubs? Because if we think about this for a second, we know that these guys are going to require some extra heaters and some steam hubs once the temperature drops a lot. No way around that. If I were to place one here, we could do this. It's not... It's a very bad placement. You can see it takes up a lot of space. It could be a smaller zone if we did this. I kind of wish the sawmill wasn't here anymore, actually. There's only 84 wood left. Dismantle this. We're going to move it elsewhere. I think we can be more efficient with our hot houses. I can place 2 right here, and then we can easily place a steam hub in this area. And that would be fine. But I do want to build another sawmill up over here now. So we'll do that. The generator is down, but it's time to go ahead and start turning that back on. We have plenty of coal coming in, and it is also nighttime. People are hungry. Let's feed them. I will feed everyone in the next few days. I promise. I just really, really, really need to get these hothouses up and running, please. The bridge is getting built. Good, good, good. You guys not dismantling this stuff fast enough for me. What else can we research? Well, we need the coal thumper. We know that. But I also want scouts. So let's go ahead and start researching that next. Get some progress while we still have the 24-hour shift working. Sawmill is getting built. We can now build that cookhouse. Nope, not cookhouse, sorry. Hothouse. Something to do with houses. I don't know. If we place along here... Let me think for a second. I think we place right here, and that still leaves enough space, right? Yes. So we're going to do that. What's the fastest road? It would probably be this. This is the cheapest one we can do. All right, do that. And you guys all need to work a little bit faster, please. Steam cores. Good progress there. Okay. We have lots of children jobs available, and that's one of the reasons I want to be getting these hothouses done. Okay, now you guys can stop with the bridge nonsense and go work on that hothouse. Come on, please get me a little bit more food, guys. You can do it. I know you can. We'll assign people to work at this sawmill. That's going to get me another good source of lumber. This only has 73 left to go, so that's not too bad. We're actually okay in terms of healing people, which is unexpected, but really great. I don't know why workers aren't... There we go. Now they're reassigning and starting to build things. Thank you, Lordy. All right, children assigned here. Okay, so we should be able to get a pretty good amount of food. Is anybody sick? No, but some are very hungry. That's fine. So we've been producing some consistent food now, which we can start turning into much-needed soup. We'll work extra hours, at least temporarily. We have to wait for the workers to arrive, which is one thing that's weird. Some buildings in this game, as long as they're on the way, they will be gathering the resource, and some you have to actually be on site. We have arrived at the abandoned sawmill, which gets me some lumber. Good. Then from there, we can go to a rock formation, which usually has something, so we'll pick something up there. You only have coal left. Okay. We need to build a second hothouse. I'm going to place it right here because I need the extra food production. We know that. I'll be able to assign some children here once these jobs are done. Okay. So, child, are you actually on your way? No, you're going to treatment. Dismiss. Get out of here. Other children, go work. I don't know, is somebody able to make food? Finally, some rations, but you guys are eating all the good stuff. Stop it. All right, scouts available. Perfect. We do need that. Now, heating I can hold off on for a minute. Medical post upgrade would be great in that we can treat people a lot faster and get them back to work. Alternatively, the coal thumper is something I know I need. So let's go ahead and start researching that. Okay, we have, I think 5, yeah, we have 5 workers available right now. If we want to, we can go and create another scouting team. That said, I first want to assign people to some sort of a job so that I can make sure we get only the sick people. Where do we have a lot of workers? Here? Do we have anybody who's sick? No. Let me check something. 5 of these guys. So what I want to do is make sure that 5 sick people go become our scouts. I do not want our starving people to become scouts. So let's wait until this hothouse is done building, which should be relatively quick. Then we can move them into this job and ensure that we are sending the right people out. So we'll do this, and then we are going to dismiss up to 5 of them. And that ensures that 5 sick people are going to become my next scouting party. Okay, you guys are going to go to... So here's the thing. I could go to the snow-covered supplies, and I think we should. I was going to say, so the way that this often works, it's not always the case, but the way that it often works, the first round or zone of scouting potential areas always have materials, then the second round usually does not, though there's an exception. I know the rock formation can. And then the third almost always can have something. So coming out here would be a waste of time in that there'd be nothing here, but beyond that, there might be something great. Really hard to say for sure. I think this coal pile is gone, so let's go ahead and dismantle that. Pull the workers off, send some children so we can now make some more food per hour. We want these guys working long hours. And now we can start gaining some actual rations. Okay, I think food-wise we're now fine. I am not going to do a burial for anybody here. Sorry, that's just not going to end up being an option for you. And that leaves me with 5 workers with nothing to do at the moment. Okay, they can dismantle if they want. That's fine, but what I really need to do... Let's think. With 2 hothouses, I actually don't need this hunter's hut anymore. I am going to dismantle this. We're going to get rid of it. And I don't think I need this. So we're going to pull all these workers off, and we are going to start building some gathering posts and stuff over here, and quickly. So let's do... How do I want to do this? Let's think for a second. I'm going to place down a road, and it's going to follow along here, I think. This should be efficient. We'll do that. Then we want to place roads probably sort of straight along here. I may get rid of some of these streets, so bear with me. Gathering post, I want to make sure we are able to gather here and here, so we can have both of these being gathered up, and then I want to have some over here as well. If I place along the same radius like this, we can gather everything here, and then I could probably fit a coal thumper in between them, and that's very efficient. I don't remember how big a coal thumper is. That's the only problem. This might be okay. If we place, like, here, I think we're definitely okay. We could possibly do this. The reason I want this all clustered together is I'm trying to future-proof where I'm going to be placing my Steam Hub in order to make sure that all these guys are taken care of throughout the day. I would like to leave room for a second coal thumper. I think here is okay, I think. So I'm going to place one there, and we'll need to get a road off this direction as well. Okay. That is going to be a bunch of jobs for children and regular workers, so we can start gathering up all the steel and the wood and other such materials we know we are going to need. And now we don't need these hunter's huts. I mean, that really gives us so much extra labor. So much extra labor. Now, one problem is that the temperature is about to, you know, drop again. We're going to go ahead and shut down temporarily. Somebody died? Where? Why? How? I don't see why somebody had to die. All right. Somebody's dead for reasons unknown. I think it was a child or something. There was medical capacity. You guys were fine. I don't know what's happened there. I don't know why somebody died. All right, well, this is why we have snow pits, and eventually I can turn your bodies into fertilizer. So it may be cruel, but waste not, want not, right? I mean, yeah, that's how it's going to work. All right, nighttime is well on the way. There's the coal thumper. Let's just double check that I am correct about placement. You can actually middle-click your mouse and rotate if you didn't know. Yep, that should fit about perfectly. Okay, so we need to clear this out first, but we will be able to place down a coal thumper or two in this vicinity. We need 4 gathering posts, I think, for every 1 coal thumper in general. So we'll do this, and that will let these guys work pretty efficiently everywhere here, and I can place down a steam hub, and also eventually a shrine if we're going to go down the faith route, which increases the efficiency of everything. And I can even build more over here with the same steam hub. Either medical posts or other infirmaries or something. I don't know. All right, so with that done, what do we go to next? The medical post upgrade, we're actually okay-ish on that for now, though that's about to change. But I think temporarily what we want to do is go for drafting machines, but I need more wood. You know something? Cancel this. For now, we haven't built everything as is. Can we get some more lumber in time? I need 75. We can't. Okay. If you guys dismantle this, that'll give me enough lumber, and I can get you guys doing another emergency shift, and we can start working on the drafting boards. Or not the drafting boards, whatever the next one is called. You know what I mean. Generator's down. I know. Let's turn it back on. Oh, it's cold. It's cold. I know. Shush. All right, the reason I want drafting machines right now is because we will be able to go for the infirmary early and use up my last steam core, and that will give us so much more medical capacity. I mean, one way you can survive in the extreme endless mode is simply keep everyone healthy, because if everyone starts getting sick, then all of a sudden everything falls apart and you're in a lot of trouble. And I mean a lot of trouble. So let's go ahead and do a little overdrive action there just so we can get a little bit more heat going. We have some more laws available. What do we want? I don't think we need any of this right now. I think we're going to go to the purpose, and we're going to go to House of Prayer. And that will lead to things like shrines, where we will be able to get some extra productivity out of our food, out of our medical posts, out of our research, out of everything. So we want those. Those are going to be very, very helpful. Now, I have to build a couple Houses of Prayer, technically, to fulfill a mission. But I don't really want to, so meh. I don't know about that. This sawmill is done. Oh, okay. Let's go ahead and dismantle that sucker then. And we'll have to go get some more. Before the temperature drops, let's get people... Whoops, that's not what I want. Let's people to go and set up another sawmill right here. And we'll be able to gather up these trees a little bit faster. if the temperature drops, these guys are going to get sick on the way to the job trying to set this all up, right? So my hope is we can try to avoid a lot of that nonsense. Okay, not much more we can do in rations. Let's take a look at the statistics for our economy. So we are producing 67 raw food per day just out of these 2 hothouses, and I can turn that all into soup, which means we are 559 is not correct. We are gaining 168 rations per day right now, which is more than enough. So that's huge. So having these 2 hothouses was definitely enough to solve so many problems. So I feel comfortable leaving these guys working for a bit. We actually don't need this many children working here. Just a couple will be probably fine. Let's go ahead and set up some kids over to the gathering posts over here and some adults over here as well. And we actually, I think we do now have enough wood that we can place the other gathering posts as originally desired. So let's do that. And if we can get a little bit more lumber, I can place down a steam hub, and that's going to protect you guys with the temperature drop coming up very, very soon. Right? Right. All right, the overdrive should be keeping people mostly healthy. People are getting food, so we're no longer starving, so this is great. Good, 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 good. We are able to get some more people working at the sawmill. There's 1,000 lumber to be had in this forest, which is awesome. And that leaves me with 7 more workers that we can use at the gathering post when that time comes. Okay. Okay, I feel like we are on top of things at the moment. This is okay. If we can clear out this pile, I'll place down his coal thumper and where I want it. We got some time on coal. We're okay. I say that. We don't have any more coal anywhere, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, we don't have any coal piles. The only coal we're going to get in the future is whatever we can place from a coal thumper. So we do need to do that. But we got ourselves a little bit of time. A little bit of time. Okay. Okay. I'm feeling all right. Feeling all right. We're going to need to get some more housing at some point when we find more survivors, but we don't have any at the moment, so we're okay. I will need to be placing down those steam hubs, and one right here will protect everything in this general vicinity. Now, one thing I don't know, how many houses can I fit? I can't see until I get some more wood. How many houses do you think I can fit here? 3? 4? What if we move the cookhouse over here? Because right now, it's going to be so cold that we can't actually use this. Let's dismantle it and move it. I can place it over here, and I can have a steam hub up and running. Oh, actually, real quick, we need a steam hub over here, too. Yeah. Let's turn on the heaters. That solves the immediate issue, because the temperature just dropped. Steam hub right here will keep everyone protected, right? Yeah, these houses are too cold for me. Okay. This is fine. We'll place a steam hub here, and we also want to place one probably right down here. Ah, no! It's not actually quite enough range. It's just barely not enough range to actually reach all 4 of the gathering posts. Crap! Okay. What I can do then is I can leave you for now, but we're going to remove you, and we're going to have to place you somewhere else. Even if it's temporary, I can't... Yeah, I got to be careful with my steam hub placement. All right, all right, all right, all right. So, did we not place one here? We did not. I have to place it here if I want to reach these houses, so that's going to have to be okay. The overdrive is doing its thing. I'm going to temporarily turn it off. Now people are all getting off to their jobs, and that's okay. We got enough rations. People should be working. Only a couple of people are sick, which actually means we could free up some engineers to go and do something else. Do I have any empty jobs anywhere? The answer is at the moment, no. Maybe just here. I'm okay with pulling off 1, 2, 3 engineers and sending them to work here. Although, actually, we can send some kids instead, and that would also work just fine. So you know what? Well, let's just leave the engineers to go around and help build things. Is that okay? I think that's okay. Let's break this down. We've arrived at the rock formation. We find nothing, but there is a large crater. That means survivors. Craters have survivors. Okay, we're going there. We're going to get some more people. Good, good, good. All right, cookhouse is done. Let us place that somewhere else where I know I'm going to be future-proofed in terms of heating. Although, wait a minute, I could actually fit... I could fit like 3 or 4 houses here, though. Oh, I don't want to place a cookhouse here. That's inefficient. I can't place a house here, but I could fit 2. Place a cookhouse over here. This is a dumb place for a cookhouse, isn't it? But it's next to a steam hub. But I'm building a steam hub over here anyway. If I place a cookhouse right here next to the food. Yes. Cookhouse is going to go right here. And I need to place a steam hub where I can get, so like right here. So we need enough road to get to this point. Okay, I will place something like this, I think. 4 wood. Okay. And then we will place down a steam hub right here. Perfect. And that way I'll be able to turn off the heaters, save a little bit of coal using just a steam hub, and keep these guys up and a-running. And that'll get me some much-needed food production. Okay, we still have a couple of kids who are actually working nowhere now that I think about it, because we don't have a cookhouse. Ha ha ha, yes. We're okay on rations for the moment. We can live without a cookhouse for a little bit as long as nobody is starving. We're going to be fine. There's the drafting machines done. Can I get to the infirmary? Not until I get the medical post upgrade. Let's start researching that next. Goal is to get to the infirmaries so that I can place a couple of those down, and that will future-proof me for any more medical needs for a good long while. Okay, I think we are kind of on top of things at the moment. I feel reasonably okay with where things are going. Clear this sucker out, and we will go ahead and place down a coal thumper. Coal is our next big threat. If we don't have any more coal, we will not survive when the storm comes and when the temperature drops again. But if we can do that, we'll be fine. Let's also pay attention to the fact that we have about 140 steel left on the map, which means we only barely have enough to build another bridge. If we do not find some steel on the overworld map soon, we may be in some trouble. I will not be able to build half the things I want to build until we have actually gotten this bridge. That is actually unacceptable. We really need to find some steel. Okay, thank you all for watching. I do hope that you enjoyed this video. If so, then I would ask you to hit that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe, and I will see you guys next time. Hello everybody, my name is Pravus, and welcome back to more Frostpunk in the Scar for our extreme endless difficulty run. Alright, so we have hothouses, which means I think food-wise we are going to be safe for a good long while. Now we just need to make sure we are heating everything properly as the temperature continues to drop, and we need to make sure we are getting some coal. Now having 4 gathering posts over here is great, because we are now gathering all of this wreckage pretty darn quickly, but also we're in a position to place down one of those coal thumpers and get a lot of extra coal coming in with 4 gathering posts ready to go right off the bat. So I think that that's going to end up being very, very good for me. I'm a little concerned about our ability to take care of some of these guys. Let's go ahead and turn off the hothouses like so, or the heaters anyway. They should be fine. We are producing plenty of raw food. Can you engineers quickly build up a cookhouse so that we can make some meals and people stop getting annoyed with me? That would be good too. Wood-wise, we're doing great. So at this point, it's just a matter of getting some steel, and I need to find some on the overworld. I would also love to find some steam cores. Some steam cores would be extremely helpful right about now. But maybe we get lucky with that, maybe we don't. Cold homes. You want me to heat some homes up, huh? I have to keep them heated for 2 days is the problem, and the temperature's about to drop. So shy of building bunkhouses, I don't think I can. So we're going to have to accept the discontent and just let that be a thing for a bit longer. All right, let's see. We are doing great in terms of medical capacity. Like, absolutely no issues right now. That might change tonight, because this is the first night since the temperature dropped. So it won't last, but we'll see. Raw food at the snow-covered supplies. Okay. We are going to go to the Rocky Promontory, whatever you call this. That'll be fine. I don't know. It's a 50-50 chance. No idea where it's going to go. We're just going to pick a direction and run with it. All right? It's going to have to be okay. All right. Now we can assign some people to work over here. I could really use a few more survivors, but for now, this is fine. I'm going to pull off a couple of kids in this job and then just leave them in the cookhouse. This was the original plan with them anyway. We'll send the engineers to go and make up the difference. Okay. All set. I don't need to do extended hours with you. 2 should be fine, but if we need to change it later, we can. I do want extended hours on all of these gathering posts, and I know this is going to raise up some discontent, but I think we'll have to live with it. And I also think we're going to have to live with another emergency shift, which is going to upset some folks. And discontent is now dangerously high, especially when you're all about to eat some soup. But I need to. People are furious. Ah! All right, we can hold out for a couple of days. Easiest way I can think to fix this is to just turn on overdrive right now so everyone's nice and comfortable, and discontent is going to start to disappear. I say that, but the soup is apparently not working in my advantage. Okay, and it just came right back. Uh-huh. Okay. Scouts have arrived at the large crater. We found survivors. Perfect. We're going to escort these guys back to safety, because a lot of them will die if we leave them, and survivors are a very rare resource that we need. They will last, presumably, for the rest of the game if we don't get them killed. So, yes. Let's give that one a run. Okay, we have a couple days to fix discontent, but I think it's going to be fine. I hope it's going to be fine. Right, so coal is currently dwindling quite a bit. Absolutely need you guys to clear out things like this wooden crate pile, which shouldn't take much longer. It's going pretty quick. Oh, good. We can now work on the infirmary. Let's do that next. Crucial. Temperature is looking sort of okay at the moment. Discontent looking kind of bad. It's really the soup. The soup is what did me in there. But we have 19 people sick, and we are able to take care of all of them right now. So, I mean, okay. Let's pull off the engineers and actually send you guys to work here so we can heal them up faster. If I had used the food additives, I'm willing to bet we would have more sick people than I can currently handle. I don't know if that's true. That's just my hypothesis. Okay? All right, so the cookhouse, we should be making some rations as of now. However, I say that, one of the kids is sick, so there's only one cook who's currently out working. That sort of sucks for you. Let's pull off 1, 2, 3 workers there and send you guys here instead. We're getting capped out on wood. Well, there's a couple things we can do to fix that. If I were to place down, let's say, a medical post, let's say right here, we can build one. It's good to have some extra capacity, but the other reason we can do this, actually, we're not going to build these, but I'm going to temporarily place them down, and we're going to pause this with the intention of canceling and getting my resources back, but this kind of frees up some more capacity so you guys can finish what I wanted you to work on, which is to get rid of these wooden crates. Done. Perfect. Now, we're going to go to resources, and we're going to be placing down a coal thumper. I'm going to rotate it like this, so it's a little bit more efficient in terms of space, and that means I should be able to place a couple more things right here and still have some heat, I hope. Adaptation. We don't need any of this, fun though it might be. We're going to go to purpose, and we are going to get the shrines up and running, because that will increase our efficiency a lot. If I were to place down, let's say, a shrine over here. Not quite enough to get both hothouses. I want to hit both, so let's actually expand the road a teensy bit. We can, however, place a shrine over here, and if I do this, I can hit 2 workhouses as well as both medical posts. Yeah, I think that's fine, and we'll probably end up placing another shrine over here anyway, because I think I'm going to place an infirmary in this general vicinity later. So I think that's fine. We really need steel, guys. Holy crap, we need steel. The hungry have been fed. Good. Hope rises. Totally intentional, I'm sure. Reduce discontent down to 75. I only have a day to do it. Well, if you guys are going to plan on continuing to eat up your, if you guys are planning on continuing to eat your soup, that might be a bit of a problem. We actually are making standard meals and not soup right now, I just realized. Oh. Well, that's actually fine. I don't need to increase discontent. We need to let this emergency shift kind of expire. And somehow we've got to reduce that discontent a little bit. Well, if we were to place down a house of prayer, we can do that. I think I'm going to turn this into a very residential area. Same down here. So let's place down both of those. I might dismantle one later, but we can place down those, and that should help, and I can use prayers to reduce discontent a little bit. We can also always turn off our extended shifts. So we're not really in any danger. We're okay. But it's obviously not ideal. We have survivors on the way. In about a day, they will arrive. Let me think about where I can get some workers off and send them to go work on the coal thumper. We're going to be building things tonight before the temperature drops once again. We only have 17 hours of coal left, though. You know what? Forget this. Forget the lumber. We're fine on that. Don't build these right now. This is not the priority. Building this coal thumper, on the other hand, is the extremely high priority. So please go work on this. An infirmary. Good. Okay. I want that. That is going to cost me a fair bit. Wood, steel, steam core, all of that nonsense. But if we place them, like, right over here, we could actually fit 2 infirmaries if I do this. And that's nice and situated on the outer row. I like this. I'm going to do this. But first things first, we need coal. Actually... Wait, are we screwed? We don't have any coal. I may have to do an emergency shift over here. If we don't get some coal, like, now... Cancel. Cancel. Discontent falls because we canceled some jobs. Well, that solves that problem. Build this right now, please. Uh-oh. I don't know if we have enough coal to last the night. Rocky promontory, we can get some wood and some raw food. That's going to lead to a lone boulder. I don't know what's up here, but I know there's something, so we're going to go grab that. I might have to turn down some of these steam hubs. This one I can leave on because there's going to be housing. I can turn you down, actually. This leaves me with a lot of consumption. We do not have enough to last the day. Uh-oh. I need to turn these off. I hate to, but we have to turn these off now before the temperature drops. We need to stretch out a little bit more coal. We didn't get enough. Uh-oh. Can you guys possibly help build this a little faster, please? Okay. I'm going to have to do emergency shifts, most likely. Workers will definitely go here. Do it. Can we last the night? We have about a day left. Some of these things are too cold to continue working, but we have about a day left. Okay. Healthcare insulation is nice, but I don't think I can afford to spend the steel on it right now. Gathering post insulation is also nice. Steam coal thumper would be good. Actually, would be very good. Costs a lot of steel, though. Lighter scout sleds is fantastic, and that only costs me lumber, and I can actually get people to scout things a little faster. So we're going to do that. People are getting sick, but that's fine. We've got capacity for all of you. Come one, come all. Bring me your sick and your weary. We'll be fine. A lot of people who are hungry at the moment. Refusal to work. No. Get back to work. I'm not going to let you do that. I'm not going to let you get away with that. Let's turn on soup. I'm very concerned about the discontent, and these emergency shifts are killing me. We have to hold on for a couple of days. When the temperature's about to drop, good lord, that's a problem. Overdrive. Can we possibly reduce that discontent right now? I need to set this back a little bit. Where can I get... We have to reset this a little bit. We can get below the threshold. There we go. Hope rises as a result, which is hilarious. Okay. Thump that coal. Thump that coal. Book of Laws. What do we want? The fighting arena is actually going to be helpful because we very badly need to reduce a lot of discontent. All right, it's about to get real cold for some homes. Fighting arena right over here will help a little bit. And we could place one here, I suppose, and another one over here. And if these guys get built, then that does reduce discontent a pretty huge amount. Okay, these guys are all doing their thing. Now we need to turn on... It should be turning on automatically. Oh, it's off. Hang on. There we go. That's some heat. These guys are going to have a problem, and I'm going to turn them off. Send them back here. There's nothing else to gather in this area except for coal anyway. This needs to be on for the working hours, so that's now a thing, and people can start working here and get some rations. This is going to have to be on at all times, unfortunately. We can turn the overdrive off, and people are going to get upset. There's a lot of folks who are sick. We need to turn up the heat for the medical posts. There we go. So they're all being treated again. Okay, and you are supposed to be on. There we go. Okay. We don't need these anymore. Let's go ahead and get rid of this just so I don't get confused. Okay, we're fine on lumber. That's not the issue. Right now, it's just a matter of gathering from this coal pile quickly. You guys are still too cold because we lost the overdrive. We can turn this back on, but this is kind of a taste of what's about to come with these. So as far as our consumption, we still are not making enough. We have to have a fourth gathering post up and running. So to that extent, I'm going to go ahead and dismantle now that we've already gathered everything over here. And we're going to move it into the heating zone so that we don't have this issue. We have survivors on the way, by the way, and that's going to be great. I need to place down some housing over here. Let's start small. We have a few leftover workers who aren't doing much of anything at the moment. Wood crates have been depleted elsewhere. Okay, so that's gone. No more wood sources, but that's fine. I'm not using it anyway. What is this? Frostbite. How? No one should be working out over here. Oh, wait, yes they are. Right, okay, turn the heat on. That's not enough. Okay, turn off these workers. We have plenty of wood as it is anyway. Hopefully they are going to be okay. We wanted to build those houses of prayer, right? So let's go ahead and unpause these. We only have about a day left to build them before people are going to get mad. We did not build a shrine over here, and we should. We had a shrine over here, right? Did we not? Yes, we do. It's right here. Okay, so we have a shrine there. We want to build a shrine over here. And if I build right here, perfect. We'll be able to really ramp up the efficiency for a lot of our gathering of coal. There goes the last of the steel. So that's all I'm getting. I have spent all the steel that I've got. Unless we find some on the overworld map, we are in trouble. That's what I'm hearing here. Okay. Nothing I can do about it. We can turn on at least a couple of extra extended shifts. That's already set to 24 hours. We need to get food. At the moment, we're okay on food. Let's actually double check if that's true. Food-wise, yeah, we're fine without doing the extended shifts there. That's not an issue. I would love to get some extra research going by some engineers like this. And if we have discontent issues, we can always just turn things off again and keep gaming that system as much as we need to. We are getting capped out on what? There's no eligible coal to gain here. Really? We are overgathering the coal. Really? Okay. Let us temporarily turn off some workers here. It's because we only have 70% efficiency. If we take you guys off and then turn you back on... Nope, still not enough. Okay. Lighter scout sleds. Thank you. All right. We're going to have our scouts moving around a lot faster. A steam coal thumper would actually help a lot for some steam gathering. Steam sawmill is not necessary. Steelworks we definitely will need. Question is, do we want it now? Healthcare insulation would be very, very helpful when the next big freeze comes, and that's happening soon. We have a couple of days. 2 days? 2 days. What do we want? Steam coal thumper saves me a lot. More power for our generator helps me a lot. I think out of this, I want the steam coal thumper, because that will let me start generating coal faster. Shrines have been built, so hope rises, and now we should be producing a bit more coal per day. Okay, now I can go ahead and assign you guys once again to gather from this pile. Should be going pretty quick. Should also be tearing this down really fast. Why are you guys not tearing it down? Cold homes. Sorry, I can't do anything about that in the next 2 days, because guess what? It's going to be getting very cold. More people have arrived. Okay, we got some lumber and stuff I didn't need. Scouts, can you get anywhere? Yes, but I don't think there's any value there. What about here? 2 days? No. No. Yes. Wait. No. We can't send these guys out. So this is deceptive. Resolves in 4 days. Sure as heck makes it look like, at least to the person who's not paying attention, it makes it look like the storm arrives in 4 days and we have time to get out there. However, that's not true. We have 2 days before this thing is going to arrive. So we cannot send out any more scouts. Unless... No, I don't even think you can make this. It's very close, and this would have been nice, but there's nothing there as far as I'm aware. Okay, we need to spend some more of our lumber real quick. I'm going to go ahead and place down the infirmary. Let's build it tonight. We know we need this. We know that we need this. And we're going to have to place down another steam hub as well as some more shrines and stuff later. But let's do that. That spends some of our wood, which means I can come here and disband, and we're not going to waste our capacity. That gets me a handful more workers. We need to spend some wood getting some tents, and we'll probably place them all right here. That does still connect to the steam hub. That's huge. We can actually fit 2 right here. Well, I want this because it's going to be in range of the house. We'll do this, and we'll do this. Okay, that uses up some lumber, but that's fine. You, I'm worried that you can't make it home in time. "23 hours. We have 1 day. You have 13 hours to get there." It's going to be very close. We might be able to get to the lone boulder in time. Might. You are going to be turned on 24 hours now. because we're going to have houses over here. You guys are okay. You're going to be cold. Let's raise the temperature. So long as you guys are working, I don't want you getting sick. Food for overtime work. Yes. This I'm going to do because it completely eliminates the potential of someone dying when you use the emergency shift. You still get discontent, and you use up food rations, but no one's dying, and that's, I think, pretty huge. We still need another gathering post, and I can place it over here. This is honestly okay. If we place it here... Wait, I need to turn this on to actually see the radius properly. Hang on. We'll do this. Get that up. That's annoying. Okay, if we place a gathering post here, we are in range of our steam hub. If I place it over here, we would be in range of everything and potentially good for another coal thumper. Where would I place another coal thumper? Probably along here, so that the coal pile is in range of all of these areas. I'm going to temporarily place you down for a second. And then if we place a gathering post right here, I know that it's going to be an okay location. All right, cancel that. Don't need it at the moment. Let's just go ahead and build here. We'll send children to go and work at the gathering post. The rest of you guys, go work. Also, we apparently are not going through our rations quite fast enough. We can set at least an adult over here. Okay, House of Healing, or House of Prayer, sorry. We can go ahead and use some sermons to raise hope a little bit. That helps. It's very cold over here, and they're trying to build up the infirmary, but we're getting somewhere. We have a bunch more engineers, so I'll actually be able to fully staff that. That's very good. Okay, the gathering post is going to be set. That's the wrong building. Let's set up some workers here with extended shifts. Okay, so with the coal pile has been building up, which means we definitely need to have the 4 gathering posts in order for that to work. We might even need a 5th. And I can still fit this, and I have enough workers that it's okay. All right. So tents are about to be done. That's good. Mild frostbite. So somebody's gravely ill. That sucks. Okay, we need to get engineers working here. It's too cold. I need to place down another steam hub. I want as little overlap as possible, so right here is kind of my ideal spot. Or actually, right here is my ideal spot. Because this gets me some building potential right here without any issue. Yes, this is where I want it. So, can we get some more roads? Right out, let's say, I think it was here. Nope, 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 wrong building. No, it needs to go a little further still. All right. Expand the street a little bit more like that. One more unit. That's perfect. That should heat quite a few areas. And that'll take care of my infirmary issue. We have a few people sick. I'm going to go ahead and turn on a heater just so we can start treating them. I am surprised we don't have enough capacity still. We should be able to house 40. You've got engineers here. Everyone's moving to the infirmary where they get treated the fastest. And that's fine. That's completely fine, but just as long as you guys all get in there, like somebody's gravely ill, treat them, dang it. Treat them. Okay. Please build this. Okay, I'm a little concerned about our coal situation. We are getting a little on the close side. We have enough labor. I think another coal thumper would be worthwhile. We could do an emergency shift, but I'm not going to because I'm going to have trouble with discontent as it is soon enough. People should be getting back to work in about an hour, so we should be getting enough coal now. Okay, what's going on here? Storm on the horizon. Hope is about to tank, because here comes the storm. You guys are getting really close. You're 2 hours away. 1 day and 5 hours. 1 day, 7 hours. 2 days. I think we have 1 day and 23 hours before it is going to hit. Or close to that. I think we can barely make it. And I, by the way, have already just accepted the fact that I'm going to have to tear a lot of things down in order to get my steel so I can get a bridge. But there's nothing I can do about it right now. All right, we can turn you off. We actually have space for a lot more heating. You know what? No, turn you off. Let's leave the heater on. I think that's more efficient from a coal perspective. More cruel storms, you don't say. All right. You've arrived. Good. Explore. We find nothing. Oh, crap. Oh, a mine. There's something there. Okay. Run. We can't get anywhere. I mean, can you get to the Dreadnought? This will take 20 hours, and then from there... No, there's no way. I don't think you can make it in time. I think you have to run. Or do you? Wait. The Dreadnought might have steel. I need steel or we're dead. Dare I take the risk? We're going to lose some food and wood if these guys die. 20 hours to get here, and then would it be less than a day to get back to the Scar? We can test this. Let's go here. Create a team. 1 day and 22 hours. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. That will not work. Okay, these guys would die. Crap. No. Don't. Okay, almost disbanded this. Didn't mean to do that. All right, so you can't do this. You have to run home. Dang it. We got very unlucky. No steam cores, no steel. Maybe when the storm comes and passes, we will get lucky and find a nearby steel source, because I can't build bridges and get more steel. And that obviously kind of severely hampers what I can do. Okay, we don't need these guys working extended shifts for a bit right now because we can simply gather up loads of coal in these piles. We got 5 gathering posts, which between both of these is going to have to be okay. I'm not going to upgrade these guys to steam coal thumpers right now. I don't think we need to. We don't have any survivors on the way, so we don't need any more housing. We have some space available for them in the future, though, if we need to. How quickly can you guys treat? You got a lot of people who are going to get healed in only 4 or 5 hours, so we're about to get a lot of folks back, which is good. We're still okay on lumber, enough to build a bridge if we need it. As long as we can get enough coal together to keep everyone okay when the storm hits, we're fine. Do I need these? Yes, I think that can't operate when it's cold. So the next thing for me to do, honestly, is probably to go for the generator power upgrade, and I think we have just enough time to do that before the Great Storm hits. But not by much. And of course, it's going to cost me some more valuable steel, but at this point, I think we have to just commit. And if the storm does not reset some nearby exploring zones, and we find that we cannot get enough, of our... What am I looking for? Hang on. Cannot get enough steel from a nearby site, we're in trouble. Like, just straight up, we're in trouble. We have to get it. All right, let's go ahead and gather some lumber over here, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I think that's fine. A lot of people are starting to heal up. We're getting capped out on coal. It should be enough to last us for a bit. I say that. Are we going to be able to gather any during the Great Storm? I think we can gather some, but it's going to cost a lot of coal to do it. We're now full. I'd be very tempted to say we should build a resource depot to make sure that it's not an issue, but I don't think I can justify wasting the steel on that right now. Gosh dang it. If we had just gotten some steam cores and some steel, I think we'd be in a much better position. Much better position. Organic fertilizer is nice, but not necessary right now. Care house is nice, since we have some gravely ill people, but I'm not worried about it right now. Let's go to purpose, and let's see. Field kitchens would be something I can build that lets me raise the heating level of workplaces, including coal. I'm going to sign this. And this is going to cost me, again, some much-needed steel, but it does allow me to heat a lot of nearby areas, so we can keep gathering coal during the horrible, horrible days. I really wish I could get both of these hothouses hit up, too, but I can't. Could do this, not going to. Could get research. If we placed a kitchen over here, we would be able to get all of our research still running. That's not too bad, or is it more important to get food? Honestly, I think it's going to end up being food right now. We place it right here. That's okay. That also is a spot for another house, but right now we don't need it. It's giving the exact same benefit. All right, let's just go ahead and build both of those. And we're out of steel. Completely out of steel. Oh, boy. Once we get out of this storm, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. I'm not sure how we're going to get it. I'm really not. We're going to have to find a way, though. Okay, so that builds up one of those. That builds up one of those. I don't really need to operate these, but we'll do it. It hands out rations and stuff, which is, like, great, but meh. Oh, you guys need a road. Right, that would be a thing you would want, right? Let's do something like this. Okay, they can build that pretty quick. There we go. Assign a person. Assign a person. Done. Hope rises. I'm not going to have these run right now. But this is my this is my backup plan to make sure that we can still have some people gathering coal and make sure we can survive. 2 days of coal for 2 days of storm. If it runs out right before the end, everyone's going to get sick and start dying. That would obviously be very, very bad. Right now, the infirmary is helping us keep on top of the sick really nicely. I cannot use my overdrive. Can't do it. Because I need to save my overdrive for these 2 days. This might be the only thing that is going to keep me warm enough for most of these days. Okay, a lot of people getting sick all of a sudden. Oh my god! Guys just get sick, like, way too fast. Good news is the infirmary can heal you in just a few hours, but oh my god! Sickness, though. The sickness! So punishing! Alright, we're still gathering up some more lumber over here. I guess that's fine. I'm a little concerned about food. Oh, we're not producing enough anymore. Oh, what do you know? Well, we can try to send some people out, but I think it might be too late. We might get one more round of food rations just before this hits. Might. Oh, we have a lot of people who are sick here. Yes, that would be part of the problem. We also need to do extended hours here. Let's send some other people here, as many are healthy as possible to get that efficiency up. Are you guys all healthy? Sick and will get worse if not treated. Yeah, we're having serious sickness issues all of a sudden. That's hurting my food production. Okay, we might barely hold on for a couple of days, but it's going to be rough. We need to start spending some coal to reduce the number of people who are currently getting sick. Since we are clearly gathering more than enough coal, that shouldn't be a problem, right? Send the children over here as soon as they're well enough to do so. People are furious. Oh, come on, guys. Well, I have to lower that discontent before the storm hits, or else I'm going to lose the game. Because that's going to last 2 days, and once the storm hits, reducing discontent is almost impossible. Okay, there's a power upgrade. That could make a difference. I can't really do anything else. Except go ahead and just research that steelwork so we'll have it on hand ready to go later. We might as well. I don't see any reason why not. We'll have to reduce discontent very soon. I think, though, this is going to have to be a good enough place to end this video. So coal is not an issue. Wood is not an issue. Rations are maybe an issue. One hunter's hut should fix that, but it's getting close. If we can just get our healthcare figured out and solve this, and get everyone back to work, I think we'll produce enough food that will be okay. In fact, we can actually see... no, it's still pretty bad. It's still pretty bad. Alright, we have too many people living here, apparently. I need steam cores! I might have to have this going pretty much all the time, but if we can do that, I still think we're going to be okay. At least enough to last through the storm. It's just getting close. So, last through the storm without everyone dying and getting horribly, horribly sick. Then we absolutely have to find some steel, or else our run is going to come to a very, very tragic end. Thank you all very much for watching. I do hope you enjoyed. If so, then I would ask you to hit that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe, and I will see you guys next time. Hello, everybody. My name is Pravus, and welcome back to more Frostpunk in the Scar for our extreme difficulty endless run in the Rifts. Okay, the next great storm is on the way. Temperature is going to drop rather precipitously. And it's going to be very difficult for me to actually gather up enough coal to last throughout the season. We are also struggling a little bit with food rations, and that's obviously going to become a rather huge problem. We can try to eke out a little bit more raw food in the day here if I were to go to, let's say, pull off the 3 people who are currently sick. And then let's say I pulled off 3 people who I know are healthy, like these ones right here. 1, 2, 3, I should be able to just assign the workers here, and yes, indeed, they're all healthy, which gets me a teensy bit of extra food per hour. Whoop-de-frickin-do. One problem is, as I think about it, once we drop 2 more temperature levels, I don't think the hothouse is going to work. So all this effort we went to with the steam hubs and stuff is not going to end up being enough. The field kitchens aren't going to be enough. We are in a lot of trouble. Straight up, we are in a lot of trouble. I'm going to keep this stuff working as long as we can to get a little bit of extra food before the storm hits, but we're going to have to stop here pretty soon. We got a lot of people who are currently sick as well. I'm thinking we may want to pull back on some of the research or anything. We have to burn this discontent down before the storm hits. Otherwise, we are going to lose the game. And obviously, that's not great. Hey, some scouts arrived with some much-needed food. Thank you. We are going to be making some more soup out of that. I could have you increase your working hours, but I don't see a lot of benefit in that. There's nothing else we can do out here. These guys arrived just in time. One problem is I am full on lumber, so we need to quickly get rid of some of that. We'll just go ahead and build a couple of nonsense medical posts out over here just so we can save ourselves a little bit of a bank of wood. There we go. And let's just go ahead and pause all this because obviously we do not want people actually building them. That would be rather disastrous in the cold storm, wouldn't it? Yes, it would. There is a fast way of toggling between buildings, but I'm not too sure what it is. I've never really had to mess with it. What's this? A breath of hope. Oh, good. People have started leaving charms and beads. Nothing comes out of that, so good. I'm happy for you, I guess. That's great. Good for you. Have fun. All right. Still kind of breaking even on some of the coal right now. Not doing absolutely great over here. We could throw the extra workers over here, but it doesn't matter until we can heal everybody up. Now, having the infirmary certainly does help. But beyond that, I don't know. We need to go ahead and start reducing the extended hours and try to get this discontent down, because if we don't do so ahead of time, we're just dead. We just lose. So let me think. Where else do we have jobs where people might be working extra hours? Well, I need the hothouses because we need food. I'm okay with the cookhouse being where it is right now. Since we already are gathering up more coal than I'm able to currently gather or store, let's go ahead and reduce the hours here. That almost is enough. Am I missing like one thing? All right, here's what I can do. I can temporarily doink, hope rises, and then turn it right back on. It actually didn't actually turn off. Okay, so we dealt with the discontent issue. Good. It's a little gamey, isn't it? But hey, whatever works. We'll work with that. All right, food rations, less than a day. People will definitely be hungry by the end of all this, but what can I do? I am not sure if we are going to be able to gather up our food. The hunters are going out. They'll try to get out there and get some food by tonight, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to do it in time. They might. Let's go ahead and disband over here because we know we don't need that. I'm going to try to save some coal wherever possible. People are currently leaving all their occupations over here and on their way this way. That's good. Let's see. The cookhouse, we don't need people working over here anymore unless we want to increase hours. I will temporarily increase hours just trying to get some more rations set up, but it looks like that's not working. All right, we're going to have some raw food, and apparently we did not cook it in time. That's just going to have to be what it is. Let's turn this off then. Okay. So we'll have some raw food. As long as no one starves, I think we're okay. We got enough food to last through the day. Down over here, the gathering posts, you're okay where you are. Just go ahead and assign another worker or something like that over there and assign some people over here to gather up some coal when the time comes. Okay. Well, is there anything else we really can do at this point? I mean, one thing I should do is right now just temporarily turn off all of the heaters. Right, so this all gets really cold for a bit. Hot houses, no one's working these right now. And they're not going to work. I know that they're not going to work, so let's go ahead and save some coal here. I have to leave the hub on because this is where people live. The infirmary needs to be on. We could turn this on, but we will in a bit. Don't need this because I'm not going to have anybody working in this workshop because it is, strangely enough, just outside the zone. I thought this was in range, but I am very wrong on that point. We're going to pull the workers off of these sawmills because I don't want them working in frigid conditions I can't heat. Unless I want to build a steam hub out here, but I don't have enough coal to justify that. And, I might keep people over here in the workshops. I don't really know. It depends on how I feel about the coal. All right, people getting sick because, you know, we're getting through the night. That is going to happen. One problem with the overdrive is we're going to need this for the entire 2 days, but it doesn't last for 2 days. So we're going to have at least one wave of very, very sick people when the storm hits. Don't see a way around that. We're just going to have to treat them as quickly as we can and pray that that is enough. Actually, you know what? Just to help me get through the storm, what if we actually did just go ahead and build out a couple more medical posts? I'm going to have some spare engineers. Let's just be able to treat people as aggressively as possible if we need to. Okay? All right, temperature is now going down. Time to turn all this on. I would like to get a couple people working in the field kitchen because that does help. We can turn all of this on. Don't know if we need heat in the field kitchen. They have a lot of insulation, so it may not matter too much. All right, so everyone should be getting out here. Temperature is rising up, so now we're in chilly range. Thank you, field kitchen. This is actually completely manageable. As far as our adaptation, what do we want? Well, a care house wouldn't be a bad idea because we likely are going to get some gravely ill out of this storm. Hopefully no amputees, but it might happen. Let's go ahead and turn this up a little bit as well. Houses are cold, and right now we can't actually treat everybody because we don't have enough heat in our medical posts. Okay. We can pull back some engineers over here and do this. And what I'm going to have to do is at least temporarily turn on the overdrive just so we can treat the 52 people and try to deal with the sickness, head it off as quickly as we can. So here comes the overdrive. This should change the temperature situation quite a bit. If we can at least get this on. Well, okay, apparently this medical post is still so cold it's not going to work. Never mind. We can't even do any research because I don't have enough steel to do any research when the time comes. That's going to be unfortunate, but here we go. Heat in the infirmary. Oh, right, we need to turn on the steam hub. Let's turn this one on. There we go. The infirmary will be running now. Okay, so with all of this up and running... Yeah, this was barely out of range. Barely out of range. With all this, though, we have as much medical capacity as I can hope for. So that's good. Temperature over here is looking kind of okay as long as the overdrive stays on, and we can keep treating people as long as the overdrive stays on. I do need to save a bit of coal in these workshops. Anywhere I can save more coal. No, I've only got the bare minimum on at this point, except for perhaps right over here in the gathering posts. And as it stands, that's only going to be about 17 hours worth of coal. You guys really need to gather a lot faster than this. Okay, what do the coal piles look like? We actually are gathering up faster than I know what to do with. We have to turn on some extended hours again in the coal thumper just to try and get this up and running. We've got to generate the coal in order to be able to gather it up first. We are gaining a bit. We are gaining a bit. It's doing it okay-ish. Some engineers apparently are sick. All of them are sick. No, that's just patients. Workers? Yeah, 3 of them are. 1, 2, 3. Let's pull off engineers here, reassign here, just so we have more efficiency. Okay. So we're treating 42 right now, which is pretty good, and the infirmary should be getting them out pretty quick. So, yeah. Okay, so right now we have enough coal. I really wish we had a little bit more storage for our coal. Just a little bit more to guarantee that we can survive this. What we're doing is we're just gathering up enough coal to stay capped out so we can survive through nights. That's all we're doing. And we're making it through the first night kind of okay here. Like, this is not too bad. We're getting into free time. I want people to survive the night, no problem, and then we're going to have to go ahead and turn off that overdrive, at least temporarily. What's going on here? 4 people are freezing. Where and why? Unable to work. Select. Up over here. Oh, I'm sorry. The worker... Okay, yep. Pull the workers off of the hunter's hut. They weren't able to deliver any more food. That's all we're getting. Right, and we are, by the way, completely out of field rations. That's a thing. Hopefully nobody's starving, but so far we're kind of making it. We're actually doing really okay on health. So this is great. This is good. Discontent rises, but we're not quite at ultimatum territory, so we're all right. If we can survive the first night, I feel like we're going to be in an okay-ish spot. Or the first storm, I mean to say, not the first night. If we can survive the first storm, I'm going to feel a lot better. Now, we are going to have some problems where I have to turn off the overdrive right about now. And that means that people are, of course, going to be very cold, and we're not going to be treating people. People are furious. Yep. In a couple of days, that will solve itself, though. The temperature is going to rise. I just have to keep you guys alive very briefly while I try to get this generator running. The good news is, even with this, the infirmary actually is working. Between the heater and the hub, that's enough. So that actually means we are still making some good progress. Some. Not a ton. But I will take what I can get, all right? Okay, somebody did get gravely ill. We knew that could happen. It's really no surprise. Just trying to hold out a little bit longer. I wish this told you how many more hours you can get. Because I want to time this well, you know? A lot of people hungry. Yep. I knew that was going to happen. You know something I'm going to do? since I know this is going to be a problem later, temporarily, let's go ahead and place down a couple of hunters' huts. People might as well build them. They got nothing else to do. We can use the wood. And then once the storm passes, I'm going to send a lot of people to get food, at least to get us back on our feet. Because we got our entire population getting hungry right now. Let's go ahead and turn on that overdrive. I think we can last a little bit longer. Discontent falls once again, thanks to the temperature increase. Okay. How are we looking over here? Pretty good. I think we can actually turn all this off. How are we doing on coal? We're actually fine on coal, thank God. All right, we got a new law. Prosthetics. This is something we're going to need. It's not useful until I get more steam cores, though. I'm going to go ahead and research the public house. I'll have to build one of these. I'm not going to be able to for a while, but it would be nice to be able to do that. I actually have to be careful that I don't run out of time to build this care house, or we're going to lose hope. Okay, so over here, let's go ahead and turn off these long hours. I want to make sure that everyone is indeed going home before I turn off the heat, which is right now. So let's go ahead and salvage what coal we can. Turn this all down for a bit. Everything else here is just going to have to be okay. Let's keep an eye on this generator and just nurse it through the night. That's all we're trying to do, is just nurse it through the night. Can we actually turn people on to go and get some? Nah, it's still too cold because of the storm. All right, I didn't think you could. I didn't think you could. Would have been nice. But no, even with heat, that's not the issue. It's that the freezing cold outside is preventing anyone from going anywhere. Yes, yes, generator stress levels are critical. I'm watching it, I'm watching it, I'm watching it, and we got to turn it off. But we just have to last a couple of hours. That's 50 sick people that need to get treated quick. And let's turn it back on. And let's turn it off. Okay. Temperature is now rising. Congratulations to me. We were able to survive the first great storm. Rough, but all in all, could have been a heck of a lot worse. Let's go ahead and start making some soup. I hear you guys like soup. Is that true? Wait, the children were still working here? I thought I took them all off the job. I guess I didn't. Oops. Right, well, that's fine. We have some people starving, and we have our first hazard. Okay. This is terrible. Animal migration. The worsening weather has caused the game animals to seek shelter in new places. Until the hunters can find a new habitat in which to hunt, they will be bringing in 90% less food, which means my goal of setting up these hunters' huts is now null and void. We will get practically no food at all. Oh, boy. Right, so after every great storm, there is going to be something called a hazard, and it's randomized what it is going to be. Some of them are extremely crippling. This one is certainly not good. It means we are now completely reliant on our hothouses in order to get us the rest of the way. I need to take some people out of treatment and get some healthy workers over here. Do we have any healthy kids? That's a good question. Nope, all the kids are the ones who are sick. Children seem to get sick more often. That's why children are useless. Nope, most of these guys are all sick too. Well, that's not great. All right, so we're not going to be able to generate a ton of food here, but we're trying. A lot of people sick over here too. Basically everybody. Ugh. Okay, well, some people are going to work. We're working on it though. So, now we need to reconvene and figure out what we want to do. Well, first things first, we need 2 scout teams. The entire overworld map has been reset. So now we need to find some steel. All of the steel. A yellow flag, man-made. I don't know what that is, but we're going to go there. And then we're going to set up another scout team. And you guys are going to go to the stone ship. Hoping that stone ship means perhaps some extra steel. Let's go ahead and cancel all of these, as they are no longer relevant. Okay, so we've got our wood capacity back up. Okay, so it's relatively cold here, but we can actually get away with just using, I think, the steam hub, and we'll be fine here. Having people work in the field kitchen's fine. Just go ahead and get that temperature nice and high. We're looking okay in these areas. I don't need the heaters here anymore. I think everyone's doing okay. We'll try to prevent some sickness. We'll keep the hubs on for now. I think we got enough coal generation, but I want to prevent more people from getting sick. Because as you might have noticed, our system's a little bit overwhelmed at the moment. Just a little overwhelmed. Okay, so this is all looking just fine. Perfect. Okay, so, steel. Need steel. If we can't find steel, what do we do? Well, if we can't find steel, we are going to have to start scrapping buildings. And I mean a lot of them. A new settlement has been spotted. What? Wait, where is it? Who's this? The Hot Springs? Okay, we know what this is. That means if we get some trading with them set up, we'll be able to get a new source of food. That's huge. That's actually huge. Let's go ahead and turn on some heaters over here and send some workers, whoever's currently available. There's not very many. Mostly we just have kids. Since the workers here aren't particularly useful, let's do the kids here as well and just send some people off in this direction. We'll gather up some wood or something, I don't know. Once we are done treating people, I can pull some engineers off, and these, honestly, can just get scrapped. There was no reason to have them. Waste of resources. Sadly, waste of resources. We are making rations as fast as I can. Hopefully people aren't starving, so they're not wasting my raw food for too much longer. Discontent is surprisingly low, and that's because the temperature has risen quite a bit. We could save some coal and reduce the temperature of our generator, but really, why? We're doing fine on the coal front. That's not the issue. What do I need? Let's think about this. We could pull back on how much coal we are gathering if I could find something else to do. No, we're doing the best we can in most of these spots. The only thing I could do, really, is rearrange some of my workers and find healthy people to send over here. That's kind of it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We need to find 9 healthy workers somewhere. 9 healthy people. Well, there's a bunch of healthy people here. So we're going to pull a bunch off in this area because coal is not as important. And we should be able to find someone healthy over, let's say, here. A child, I guess. How many healthy kids do I have? 1. We will send 1 here. Then we send workers. That's not a huge improvement, but it is something. Take a little bit of extra rations per hour. Sometimes you get a negative hazard that actually makes your hothouses useless, or any steam core building, including infirmaries, useless, and that's obviously not great either. New laws. Well, I would like to get the evening prayers. We can't really afford to do much of anything else, so we're just going to do this. It'll cost some rations, but if I ever need some extra discontent and hope, we'll be able to do it. Care house is going to be gone pretty soon. We still have a ways to go on our scouts, so if we want to build a care house, we have to scrap something. What could I scrap that's worth steel? Answer, the field kitchen. Oh, wow, we're going to have consecutive temperature drops for a while. This is going to get me right back to where we were with our negative great storm. Oh, God. All right, we're going to go ahead and dismantle that. And the reason why is I need to build that or the care house really quick. But yeah, that's, oh boy, that's actually really scary to me. Care house. Could fit it right over here. Could fit it right here, actually. This is even better. Yeah, perfect spot. Let's build a care house. So we'll fulfill our promise. That way we don't cause any new issues. Also, we have a place to put our gravely ill in the event that we do need some, and they'll consume less rations as a result. It's just a good thing to have in general, right? I think so. If we don't get a steel source up and running, I think we die. So, God, we have a couple hours to go. I really hope these scouts find something. Really, really do. Is there literally nothing that I can research right now that only costs wood? This overdrive coupling wouldn't do me much good. Generator efficiency, steam hub. Factories can't research. Resource depot, I don't have any. Gathering posts insulation is good. Sawmill can't do. Coal mining, no, no, no. Bunkhouses. We could do hunter's gear, but it's worthless in these circumstances. We're going to need a lot of insulation, and we're going to need some bunkhouses or something. I don't have any steel generation, so how? Oh, God, we're in so much trouble. It's not even funny. All right, we arrive at the stone ship. We find nothing. We find the lonely light. Yeah, that does me a whole load of good, doesn't it? Oh, God, if we don't find steel, we're screwed. I think we may be dead, guys. That's the sinking feeling I've got, despite my best efforts at this point. Because I think the map has screwed us without... There's some steel at the yellow flag. That's something. Without more, what are we going to do? A rich store of food. There's also an empty store hut. 51 will help. This is endless white desert and means nothing. We're going to head back to the Scar with what I've got, just so we can continue doing some much-needed research and other such things. Hopefully the food will be good, too, because we do have people starving. I still can't quite produce enough per day. We are back on top of things as far as people getting sick, so that's good. So we're fine on that front. We can move the engineers elsewhere. What am I going to do with them, though? Well, send some folk over here, I suppose. We got a bunch of kids. Gather up some more coal. Build up that stockpile. Sure. The only places I can get steel is if I'm willing to shut down, like, some of these houses of prayer. If I were to get rid of one of these, I would get some steel back. We can go ahead and do one sermon, by the way. We could get rid of some shrines. We could get rid of some steam hubs, but I'm going to need them very soon, so that doesn't do me a lot of good. I really don't have many places I can get steel. That's just wood. How am I going to do this? 15 steel from a steam hub if I can go ahead and take that down. Weirdly enough, if I had reorganized this a little bit different and put a field kitchen in the middle here, we actually wouldn't need this steam hub. People would be okay. I mean, right now, they're doing fine. Yeah, if I need 1530 steel, I could go ahead and do that. Steam hub we might need to keep here, I'm not sure. But there's no housing in those areas, so I could shut down two... I could get rid of 2 steam hubs temporarily, and that would get me 30 steel. Does the steelworks cost any steel to build initially? No, just wood. Okay. I'm going to want to upgrade that steelworks, by the way. Oh, this only costs wood? Perfect. That's something we can research. Let's work on that. Makes sense. Can't spend the steel to get more steel, can ya? All right. Counting on you guys. Please deliver some good stuff. Here they come with some steel in our food. There we go. We've arrived to the... and you say a lot of food. You mean, like, practically none, right? Let's go to the snowy hill, see if there's anything over there. We can pop into the hot springs and say hello to a settlement. We're still struggling on food, but we're catching up on that. We're catching up. It's just steel. I would honestly feel like we're in a really good position if it weren't for the lack of steel. I need to get 100 more. And the only way to do that is to find some. We found steel. Lonely Light had coal, steel, and wood. Okay? That's 50 more. Empty Cave, as far as I'm aware, will have nothing. Let's head back. That is now getting into possibly enough steel territory. If I'm willing to tear down enough stuff, we can scrounge up another 42 steel somehow. We can do it. If I have to scrap a coal thumper... no, that doesn't have any. If I have to scrap a gathering post, there we go. I can scrap a couple of these. We'll figure it out. But I can get that. So that's my saving grace. Now we have to hold out long enough for our scouts to get back home so we can build a bridge, get a steelworks, and then we'll be saved. Then somehow we have to survive until the next storm. I mean, it's going to be cold again, guys. There's no way around it. It's going to be cold again. Ugh, shutting down these steam hubs at that time would be very unfortunate, wouldn't it? As far as temperature is concerned, we're so fine here, at least temporarily, that I'm okay with turning down some steam hubs. I'll leave this on. But for the most part, this isn't too bad. Actually, I have to leave this one. I forgot because there's housing. Never mind. I have to have the heaters on here. We're going to need a steam hub over here just to work this. Pretty soon, these sawmills are going to be worthless to me. But we're so fine on healthcare, maybe I don't care. Maybe. Adaptation, anything else I care about? I guess we can go ahead and get the prosthetics law. Moonshine! Never mind, I found it! Oh, I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. I thought that was under soup. It's under the public house. We can have soup. This is going to solve so much of my discontent issue. That's huge. Which means I can actually go ahead and turn on some longer hours at the workshop now, and longer hours at the hothouse to get some extra rations. I don't have to worry about longer time at the cookhouse. We can work longer hours at the coal thumpers, just to make sure that those piles are up and running, and that'll have to be okay. Oh, good. That makes a big difference, actually. Makes a huge difference. I also need to find some steam cores so I can get more hothouses. We're going to struggle with food for a while just because I can't do these hunters' huts. It's going to be a problem. But we're trying real hard. Temperature has to be on here now because it dropped enough that the care houses and stuff don't work. Okay, we've arrived at the snowy hill. There is nothing here. We find a drafty? Is that how you spell it? Draughty? Drafty is like with the F and stuff, and that's what I think of, like, you know, actually like lots of wind and stuff. Draughty. I don't know what that word means. Abandoned wreck. That'll have steel. Okay, I was gonna go to the hot springs, but forget that. Hang on. Abandoned wreck will have steel that I need. That's huge. And the advanced steam steelworks is going to be done. Okay. So we need to start tearing things down now. We can tear down a gathering post and one of the churches. I can tear down this steam hub and this steam hub. And we can take down... we already took down the field kitchens, didn't we? Yes. Let's start with this and see what it looks like. This is apparently too cold because we took down the steam hub. All right. Well, the solution then is to tear it down too and get the steel back. There's 50 more steel. We're up to 112 now. Gotta get to 150. It's 131. Capped out over here. You can tear down the field kitchen, but that's what's keeping people warm right now. We're tearing down this. This is going to be worth how much? Was it 8? 8 plus 15? That's enough. Let's finish tearing these down as is, because that will be enough. We get rid of the steam hub. I'll rebuild everything. Okay, you are going to go out to the hot springs. Or do I want to go to the empty snow hut? No, let's go to the hot springs and actually establish some communications and see what happens. Okay, so that's happened. That's 150. Oh my god. Build bridge! Dear God. That's top priority now. Build bridge before temperature drops any further. We're actually doing okay-ish on food. Shockingly. What's the cost of doing mechanical computers? We need a lot of steel. Oh my god, we need so much of everything. Steam sawmill does me nothing. Hunter's gear would have been good, but we can't use it. Nope, nope, nope. Nothing we can do there. All right. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. We're great on healthcare right now. Turns out a little bit of extra temperature solved all of our problems. Heat some homes, huh? I can't address this, I'm afraid. I want to, but I can't, because it's hard for me to control at this point. I mean, I've already got temperature up. Shy of doing some overdrive, I can't do that for 2 days. So if you're not happy now, you're not gonna be. I guess is what it's gonna come down to. The temperature's not looking any better for a bit. Alright, we're about to arrive somewhere else. The abandoned wreck, I think. We have arrived. There's some coal, steel, and wood. Thank God we're finding things. Okay, 74 steel! Oh my god. Frozen excavation. Nothing out here. Steam lorry. A heavy steam lorry. That sounds like steam cores. We're going there next. 100% we're going there next. Oh my god. We can get hot houses. Or something. I don't know. Automatons? Man, if I had automatons for a constant source of steel now, wouldn't that be amazing? Alright, bridge is up. Next. We can't build the steam steelworks, but I can build a regular steelworks. We'll upgrade it later. First things first, get that going. Roads. We like roads. Roads are generally great. Go here. Go here. Go here. Oh my god. Build, 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 build. I will happily do emergency shifts over there if I need to. Anything to get me more steel. Dear God. We're finally going to get somewhere. Also, I need a public house where people are going to start rioting. That is a thing, isn't it? All right, build up, build up. Come on, go, 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 go. Go, go, go. We're going to turn on extended hours here. 100% we're doing extended hours. Temperature dropped again. Fine. Assign workers. Temperature's too low. We can't work here. Well, I need steel in order to build a steam hub. So, just start producing some, and we'll be fine. A relic of the past? We found a relic. What does that do? Ghost on the horizon. Captain, a beacon lookouts have reported an extraordinary sighting. A Victoria-class dreadnought wreck has been spotted on the horizon. These advanced vehicles were used for the most important tasks. The news fills our people with nostalgia. We might find some heirlooms from our past in this hulk, says one of the scouts. A worker adds, we should gather them so that our children remember who we were once and who we might yet become. A wreck has been marked. We should hurry to reach it before the next blizzard. It is not far away. We can easily get to that once I have reached either the hot springs or the steam lorry. That's gonna be okay. All right, with this temperature drop here, that's unfortunate. We have to turn these on, but that's okay. Let's go ahead and make sure that the heat is on for our infirmaries and stuff. It's still not enough. That's a problem. We can't work over here anymore until we get a steam hub. So we're gonna go ahead and turn these off so people don't get sick. Good news is we're fine on wood. That's not the issue. People are definitely getting sick. There's some frostbite and stuff. Yep. We need steam hubs over here. Let's go ahead and turn that temperature up, shall we? That's not enough over here. We have to have steam hubs. It's going to get so stinking cold soon. And a lot of people have already gotten sick over here. It figures 100%. How much does it cost to build a steam hub? 20. Oh my god. Let's assign as many full health engineers and workers as we can. Get that efficiency up. Anything. Laws? Faith Keepers. That would break up protests. Nighttime procession reduces discontent. Could be nice. Discontent rises, but I don't mind. We'd have to build a Faith Keepers thing, and that costs a lot of steel. I can't do any of these, to be honest. They all cost too much, so none of those are options. We could get the organic fertilizer. Hope falls and discontent rises, but this gives me an opportunity to spend bodies in order to try and get some more plant growth. We're going to get this at some point. The question is, do we do it now? Yes, we do it now, before the temperature drops any further. We don't even have enough dead bodies yet, but we will. Maybe. I don't know. It's possible that it'll happen. Counting the bodies. Yep, bodies are resources now. Hope you like it. Emergency shifts. Sorry. I'll happily spend the rations. We can hold on for a couple of days. That's fine. I'll just raise the temperature using the overdrive. How's that sound? This should reduce discontent a bit. Okay. We need to get a steam hub so people can work here without getting sick. So we'll place one there. Let's go ahead and do that ASAP. Public house was not built. Sorry. Not much I can do about it. I wanted to, but I can't. The temperature's going to drop again. That's obviously a huge issue. Can raise hope, but that doesn't do me much good. We can't do prayers because we don't have food rations. People are eating all of our food. They're all extremely hungry. And we found steam cores and steel. Okay. Well, 2 steam cores is huge. Let's go to the buried dreadnought next, and we have to end this video here because I'm over my time. We're definitely not out of the woods by any stretch. The temperature dropping is going to be a huge issue, and if I don't get steam hubs up and running pretty soon, people are going to start dying off and getting really sick. But at least we have a glimmer of hope that we didn't have before. And I think that's going to be worth something. So thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed. So then I would ask you to hit that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe. And I will see you guys next time. Hello, everybody. My name is Pravus, and welcome back to more Frostpunk in the Scar, playing with the Rifts. Okay, we have discovered the hot springs, which is awesome. These guys will give us some food if we can set up a transport depot with them, which I would like to do, but I'm not sure we're going to have the time. You guys are going to move on to the Draughty Shelter. You guys are actually not going to go to the Dreadnought. I don't think it's worth it. So the Dreadnought's a trap, in that there's a good chance it gets your people killed, and on top of that, all you bring back is a relic that doesn't give you any use unless you build an archive, which I'm not actively doing right now, so there's that. Let's get the heat running so that people don't get sick in the steelworks. That's a good thing. And now we need to get another steel hub going, steam hub ASAP over here, so we can get our infirmaries going. And then we need to get a lot of people assigned to gather up some coal. I am highly concerned about our coal right now. It seemed like it was okay, but not really. We are obviously struggling quite a bit for our steel, because we got, I think, very unlucky with the initial exploration of the map. Didn't get a lot. Did not get a lot at all. We can go ahead and pull some engineers off over here and go turn this on, right? Yeah, let's just go ahead and heal some more people up. There's the infirmary. Okay, so now we should be in a much better spot. Yeah, no steam. No steel cores. No steam, no steel cores. No steel and no steam cores is what I mean to be saying. On the initial... Oh, hello. On the initial exploration. Kind of screws with me in a major way, to be honest. Kind of screws with me in a major way. Turns out, we'll have to spend most of the steel we gain just rebuilding the things I had to tear down in order to actually get the steel. I'm going to go ahead and tell people to stop working on this for a second and go and build the steam core. They are going home because they're idiots. Build the steam core, guys. It's more important. What's over here? Drunken meltdown. I don't want hope to fall, but I'm going to have to accept that. We need discontent to go down a little bit. Somehow I'm going to have to get out of this hole. People aren't trusting me for some reason. I can't imagine why. I do want to set up another sawmill over here, I think. And the reason why is because I now know what this icon is right over here. Where is it? You can't see it, but we saw an icon over here a minute ago. That is for the new... Where is it? There it is. Transport depot. The transport depot is where you'll set up some supply lines with other settlements, which is great, but it costs a lot of resources to do that. A lot. You get some more raw food, wood, and coal. Well, that seems pretty good. Let's take those resources and move on to the Desolate Valley. So these guys are on their way home. We're going to find something and bring it back pretty quick. Okay. So far, so good. Generated stress levels are critical. Yes, we'll turn it down, but that's a problem because it means we're not getting as much health care as we did before. We're also not getting any raw food. So none of that is good. So I would love to use the steam cores we're about to get to build a factory and then an automaton so I can have a constant source of steel, but I don't think I can afford to do that. I think I have to get another infirmary and maybe another hothouse. Maybe. It's going to be a problem. It's going to be a huge problem. So here's the hub. We're going to make this for work hours only. So that's a thing. Let's turn this back on while we can. I need to get more gathering posts so we can start gathering up the coal again. And I need to temporarily turn down all of the extended work shifts because the discontent is currently too high. I mean, the temperature's about to rise, and that does solve a lot of problems. We can't get it down, can't we? Yeah, we can. Well, almost we can. If I can get that discontent down just below the threshold, I'll turn things back on. And we need to get lots of gathering posts up and running. And I mean seriously. There we go, we placated them. Good, some hope, thank you. Okay, some scouts have returned. We're going to send them off to the empty cave, because it's the closest of the bunch, and why not? That's all the reason that I need at this point. Okay, we're going to have to turn that overdrive back down. Of course, people are still going to be getting sick. Let's assign some kids over here to the gathering posts. Now that we have a lot more materials, I can build another one, which I know I need. I would also like to get some tech. An efficiency upgrade would help. We need to get some heating. Like, I'm way behind in terms of heating right now. We're going to do that. And I am going to build another infirmary right now so we can turn off some medical posts and just start taking care of people more efficiently. Because the healthcare is crippling my economy right now. 100% crippling my economy. We do not need these people here. We could also... Well, I'm not going to do it right now while it's super cold. We could also upgrade some of these coal thumpers. That would produce a lot of extra coal. Without the ability to gather it fast enough, does it matter? The answer is no, probably not. Turn this on a little bit longer. Temperature rises, thank God. Overdrive off. Okay, we do not have much coal. Like, at all. Gathering posts, extended hours. I'm not worried about the thumpers. They're fine. You need to gather that coal. Okay, now we're gathering some. Extended hours here as well. Discontent goes right back up, doesn't it? I need the food. Know that. We need some heat there. I know that. Not producing steel quite fast enough. We do find the Desolate Valley, and that leads to a narrow valley and some snow huts. Narrow Valley, if I recall correctly, can have a lot, so I'm going to go there. Snow huts are likely more survivors that I currently don't have the space for. We'd have to set up some serious infrastructure in preparation for them. We don't have enough people working on these. Well, hang on. Let's pull engineers off here and here. Send them to the infirmary where it's better. And I'm going to pull off this infirmary and get back to research because we have to start getting efficiency upgrades and stuff. Right now, we are consuming quite a bit of coal. Still not producing enough, despite all of my best efforts over here. Despite the extended hours, it's just not enough. This discontent is crippling me. We can go for some prayers, and that helps. We can do another law. What would I do, though? There's nothing here I really want. Maybe the Faith Keepers. If we set these guys up, we can actually try to deal with any more riots and lower discontent quite a bit. Yes. I think we need to research that. Where do I place it, though? Maybe I set it up over here? I mean, we can't build houses in a lot of this area anyway. I can still build one more house over here, but that's about it. Yeah, that's going to have to do. I think. We've messed up badly, I think, in this run. Because I've been very inefficient with my steam hubs. The steam hubs are what cost me a lot of coal, right? And the problem with them is you want to have it set up so they only operate in neighborhoods, so you have them running 24/7. And in other areas, you have hubs only working in industrial areas so they can turn off and save you some coal at night. That's what you want to do. That is not what I did. So there you go. Do I have any spare workers anywhere? No. Maybe a couple I can pull off here. But because so many people are sick, we are so behind in our efficiency. I'm gathering up some coal, but it's not enough. The extended hours will barely keep up. United by faith. Well, that's good. At least we're starting to get through the people being sick. That's a good thing. And now we're running out of coal again. We have 8 hours, and that is not enough to get me to my next work shift. Do you see the problem? Turn these off. You guys definitely should be off. Does this help? 9 hours. It's not quite enough. You need to be off, for sure. I think I have to turn off some of these hubs, and that's going to be a problem because people are going to get sick again. But if I can't stretch out another couple of hours, we're dead. I'm going to leave the infirmaries on because we need to keep treating people. But it means a lot of people are going to be cold tonight. That gets me to 10 hours. That is enough. We can keep treating at least. You see the problem I have with the coal, though? Like, this is an issue. This is a huge issue. I see some tantalizing steam cores here, but I can't get enough materials to actually get them. I need to get the wall drill. That's another thing we need to do. If you guys could bring back a lot of resources, you know, that'd be nice. It's gonna take a bit, though. Yeah, I know, a lot of people getting sick still. I want to use the overdrive, but I can't. We gotta save it, because guess what's on the horizon? A lot more temperature drops. Somebody else became gravely ill. Okay. We've arrived over at the narrow valley. Food, wood, steel. Cliffside path. That's not as much as I thought it would be, but at least it's some steel. If I recall correctly, this is not worth much. So we're going to go to the snow huts. And we're going to escort some people back next. Labor, more gathering. Go, 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 you know? Discontent is rising again. Temperature's not looking great. Hold out a couple of hours, guys. What time do you start working again? 6. You should already be working. So we're gathering coal, which means now we can turn these hubs back on. Okay. Oh, God. This is seriously proving to be such a problem right now. Scouts have arrived at the cave. Well, that's good. From here we find nothing, but we get Broken Tree, Rockgate, Forlorn Camp. That's more survivors. When does the storm arrive? 5 days. It'll take a day here. We could potentially get to the Rockgate and also the Forlorn Camp and then get home. It takes 15 hours. I think we could, but barely. How quickly do I need the survivors? Pretty quickly. We're gonna go to the Rockgate. I think I can do it. I hope I can do it. The thing is, as much as I need survivors to keep working and gathering more stuff, more survivors also means more hubs and more neighborhoods when I don't have resources for them. And something I'm concerned about is a lack of bunkhouses, so we can't survive without the overdrive through the Great Storm. Actually, the next 2 temperature drops are going to kill me, aren't they? Oh, crap. The efficiency will be good, but it's not enough. We're not getting enough rations. We aren't getting enough steel. We're not getting enough wood. We're not getting anything. The efficiency helps a little bit. Now we're producing plenty more. Yeah, we are producing a lot more there. Heaters won't be enough. Oh, crap. Bunkhouses aren't going to be enough either, honestly. The next 2 temperature drops are going to carry me well out of the range of what my generator can do. And, truth be told, it's barely anything. This is crushing me. And we're not going to have enough rations to last the next couple of days either, by the way. Just in case you were wondering. What are we gonna do? I literally can't get enough efficiency, I think, to make this work. I can't do mechanical calculators. We're a little bit off on wood. Getting 58 per day. That is not enough. I can't pull the workers off coal because we're using up all of our coal. And we're going to need a lot to save up for the next couple of days. Overdrive couplings will help prevent people from getting sick for a bit. Heaters won't do a lot right now. Gathering post insulation prevents a lot of people from getting sick. Healthcare insulation's helpful. This lets me keep making food. Bunkhouses will get me like 1 extra insulation level. But we're dropping 2 and then another 2. And the homes are already chilly. We're going to go down to freezing even if they're bunkhouses, aren't we? We'd have to have the overdrive running and the bunkhouses just to be at a basically very cold level. That doesn't work. Upgrading the power would help, but it's also going to cost me a lot of extra coal. I think we may not have a choice, and we have to get the power level to stand even the slightest hint of a chance. But it's not much of a chance. We might lose this campaign, I'm realizing. We can get some Faith Keepers going around, and that'd be helpful. I got time on it, though. I'm not worried about it. If we could bring back some of these resources ASAP, we'd have a chance. But we're not going to get there in time. We are at least finally starting to get some serious coal together. That's good. Yeah, this many gathering posts is definitely getting me there. If anything, we're actually not producing quite enough. Calculators it is. We are at least getting some rations together. We're getting coal together. But I see the writing on the wall, and it speaks death for me. It speaks absolute death. trying to build another hothouse just so we'd have the ability to get some more rations. We've arrived at the snow. Let's get some survivors. It is mostly children. That's terrible. Still going to escort them. At least I can gather things. So the hothouse is going to be done. I can't operate it right now. Your temperature, without heaters, is currently at chilly. I have maybe one more day of possibly getting some more heat. Or possibly getting some food. Before we're going to have problems. I'll assign somebody over there, I suppose. The good news is we're starting to catch back up in terms of healthcare. Although I say that, what's immediately happening? We're losing all of it. Scouts have arrived at the rock gate. There's nothing there? Oh, crap. Mountain Watchtower. I'm gonna try it. I have to stagger my survivors a little bit or I'm not going to have the infrastructure to take care of them. We're all going to die anyway. We could also go for things like public penance and start working toward a new faith so that hope is no longer an issue. Because here's the thing. In a couple of days, the storm is going to hit. Or it's going to show itself and we're going to go down to no hope. And then we have 2 days to try and get hope back up, but no way of getting more hope. So what we can do is create a cult. And that eliminates the need for hope. Oh, boy. This map is proving really rough, guys. Not gonna lie. I feel really, really bad about our chances here. Really, really bad. Temperature's about to drop again, which means we're gonna start consuming a lot more coal. We are still producing a fair bit, though. It's about to change. That was a weird graphic. If we had people working over here, that would be more efficient in terms of raising the temperature, right? You guys can't work here anymore. It's too cold. Which means we have no more wood. Which means we're screwed until people get back with a lot, which is not much. We don't have much. This isn't increasing the temperature the way that I thought it would.
Move. Time to get to work.
Serves hot meals to help people cope with the cold. Yeah, that's the idea. It's work time. Do I have to wait till you guys get there? Oh, we don't have any rations. Yeah, that'll be a thing. Alright. Food then. Coal is going to be on. Start making some meals. Get those rations going, please. Start building up. We've only got a couple of days before we're going to have problems here. Only a couple of days. Not good. Not good at all. We need more beds. So let's see. We've got 25, 13. We've got 38 people that are on the way. And only 7 vacant beds. I said 38. So that means we need to build 4 houses now. Oh, gosh dang it. With no wood. No wood at all. Yeah, that's not going to be a disaster at all. This sawmill's not doing the job. Well... I think it's highly likely we're going to need another steam hub over here anyway. So let's set one up. Right here. Get rid of this road right there. Doesn't matter. I need to send some people to work. We're actually overproducing a little bit on coal, so we're going to pull off of that in a little bit. But if we don't get wood, what are we going to do? Long hours of toil. Nope. Oh, you're upset about that, are you? What do you know? I could have asked the Faith Keepers to shut them up, I suppose, but... Meh? see. Hope rises. We could spend some... 20 food rations feels like a lot to lose. We're doing fine on healthcare, so we're going to go ahead and do some quick faith keepers. And we're going to do public penance and nighttime processions to burn down discontent tonight. Discontent has officially fallen. There's the processions. Okay, so with that done, at least we're getting back in control there. Just don't feel like we need all of these people here, though. Temperature here is not going to be enough, is it? No, that's still pretty dang cold. Let's have some people working over here for now. Get some more lumber going. You're set for only work hours right now. We're full on coal, so what I can do is pull at least a few people off. We're gathering faster than we can produce, which means we need steam coal thumpers. I also need a steam hub over here, because if we can't get some more wood, we lose. Free time has hit already, and the temperature's about to drop once again, because, you know, that's what happens. We found some food and some wood. Okay, there's an isolated shelter. I think we have to go to the Forlorn Camp now, though. It's going to take 18 hours to get there, and I hope you guys can arrive in a day. Just barely, anyway. I mean, I'm amazed we're doing okay in terms of, like, our healthcare, right? That's doing fine. Not the issue. Let's go ahead and build all this stuff up. Here comes the public penance. Those who stray from the righteous path bring pain upon themselves. Yep. I mean, here's a thought, right? Like, we can bring a lot of people into the base, and we're just going to lose, like, 20 or 30 folks. If we can survive the storm, it's okay. And we just rebuild from there. Discontent is burning down very quickly now. You are going to be set to work hours only, thank you. Okay, so now at least I have the ability to get some wood if I need it. Already working extra hours where we can. We're better on rations. We are better on coal. We've arrived with too much stuff. We're full. Okay. I don't know if you can go anywhere else. I don't want to go to the Dreadnought. There's nothing over here. Nothing there. Possibly something there, but it's going to take so long we're not going to get home in time. So I think these guys are done. At least for the time being. Okay. Still need more housing. Well. We can do that one there. We don't have any heat over here. I could build over here, but that seems stupid. So we're going to have to accept that this is going to become a new residential area. I do not need to be building this many, though. Not yet. But soon we will. I suppose we could have fit one more house right here. Oh, that's actually in range. Perfect. Okay, we can at least get houses for the rest of the people who are currently here. And still be in the heat. Got a lot of sick people again. Have to pull the engineers off and send them to the infirmary. So you can start taking care of a lot of them. Let me go ahead and use some overdrive for a bit. But all of a sudden, that's so many people sick once again. It doesn't seem to matter, does it? Gosh. We can never, ever get through it fast enough, can we? Temperature drops once again. We are now back to where we were when the first storm hit. A storm on the horizon? No! You know what that means? It means that people are about to despair, and we're going to lose all hope, and I'm going to get an ultimatum. Here it is. We can ask the Faith Keepers to shut them up. But in 2 days, I think I can establish a new religion. So we're going to take the risk. There's the calculators. Now we have to go for the power. God, I hope this lasts. We have only a couple of days left. I'm trying real hard to produce enough coal. We are producing a pretty good amount. We're overproducing it, honestly. We still need to pull off, then. Few people here. Need regular workers. And go get some lumber. Still leaves me with more than I need. Turn this up. How many extra workers we got? Lots of kids. Tell you what, kids go gather the coal. It's one of the few things they're able to do anyway, right? Okay. And we'll pull off the engineers here and send more children. Send engineers here to heal things up faster. Pull off 2 more engineers, send them to the infirmary, send some workers. Okay. So you are going to be arriving there pretty soon. Hope is not looking good, but that's okay. Consumption-wise, we're looking all right. Temporarily. Oh, gosh, but without the overdrive, we can't safely work anywhere. Yeah. This is exactly what I was afraid of. Survivors of the Forlorn Camp. Escort. You will arrive in a day. We have exactly that much time. 1 day and 16 hours before the storm hits. So that's just enough time to bring the rest of the survivors. How many you got? Mostly engineers, which is great. So we got 26 more people on the way. And currently 9 extra beds. So 2 more houses was all we would really need. Right over here. We can't treat fast enough here either. Choice or duty? Discontent will rise, will fall, or hope will... You know what? I'm going to say discontent falls. Because I'm going to get rid of hope in a minute. Hope isn't going to matter much longer. You guys are already working long hours. We need more people working here. Longer hours of steel. You are very cold. Let's turn this up. House of Healing? No, I'm not going to worry about that. New law. Let's go to purpose. Protector of the truth. Discontent rises. No problem. Pretty soon I'll be God. We need a resource depot so I can store some of my excess coal and keep building up a stockpile. With technically enough coal and food, we could theoretically survive the upcoming storm. And we're doing very well on food all of a sudden. Like, that's not the issue. Did I ever upgrade this? I didn't. Dear God in heaven, I didn't. Never upgraded the steam steel mill. That was dumb. Not that it's really what's hurting me right now, but you get the point. It was dumb. Let's go ahead and build these out. Just so I have them on hand. We're about to get the generator power upgrade. Let's get some more coal storage. Now these guys will be able to continue working. Gotta turn off the overdrive for a bit. And guess what that means? It means everyone is freezing to death. Well, the good news is the infirmaries can still work, as long as the steam hubs are on. But not much else. I'm feeling very uncomfortable with this, guys. Very uncomfortable. We're getting into the next stage. The next storm is on the way. If we can survive this, I'd like to think that we're going to have a chance at coming back. We've definitely made a lot of progress since the last storm, but if we can't get... You know what? Actually, let's just do some emergency shifts real quick. Yeah, let's do an emergency shift and get through this. If we cannot get some heating somehow, everyone's going to die. And it'll be my fault. It'll be my fault. This is really a brutal map. Very brutal map. Thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed. So, then I would ask you to hit that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe, and I will see you guys next time. Hello everybody, my name is Pravus, and welcome back to more Frostpunk. In the Scar. I feel very uncomfortable with the state of things right now. We have one day until the next storm is going to hit. We have some more survivors on the way, which is great, but I think they're all going to die, so not sure how much good that's going to do me, really. Steam Steelworks and stuff, quite cold. Quite cold. Everything is quite cold right now. Without having an overdrive up and running, basically our people die. I'm trying to get through as much tech as I can. I'm trying to get a power upgrade. The question then becomes, do I go for the overdrive coupling to prevent people from getting sick during the next storm? Or do I go for, let's say, a range upgrade? What's better? The coal by the generator is doubled whenever we use the increased range. Yes. So let me think about that. So we produce... Is it already upgrading to this? Are you already taking this into account? I think it is. Overdrive couplings. Overdrive couplings let me have a chance to survive a lot longer during the storm. Let's get the temperature up, and just like that, all of a sudden, we're back on track. Barely, but we are. Turn off the heaters in those locations. We have 7 hours of coal left. That's just enough for right now. The question now becomes, how quickly can we gather more coal? Can I gather fast enough? The answer is we're gathering too fast. We're not producing fast enough. Some steam coal thumpers would help with that. It does cost some precious resources. And people are going to get sick going out tonight, and we already have like 100 people sick. That's most of our population, by the way.
A new workday starts in the name.
Still, if we can get that upgraded, that produces a lot more coal during a much-needed day. I'm mostly thinking that because we have so many people sick, we're doomed. But let's see, that's 96 coal per hour as opposed to 43, so we just doubled the production in this area. So that could be good. Temperature-wise, sort of okay. Sort of. We have some extra children available. Where do I send you? Pull a worker off here, send you here. Pull a couple of extra engineers off, send a worker there to get some more wood. Get to work over here, trying to treat some more people desperately. We've arrived with more workers. Okay, that's actually really important. More engineers means more treatment. The list. Discontent will fall. Hope will fall. Fine. We're going to do that. Hope doesn't matter. Discontent does, though. So you've returned, and there's nothing else for you to do. So, we are going to dismantle the scouting group. Send some people to gather up these resources. Continue to gather as quickly as we can in terms of coal. We aren't quite producing enough. And we're too low on our... We're too low on this. I've got too many sick people. Lumber is no longer important. Pull back. Turn off. Much as I want the steel, I'm debating pulling back there as well. We don't pause this. We actually have enough housing? How'd that happen? Turn these off. Are people living here? No. I think that's because they're all, like, in the care houses or something. Why are we not treating more people? We should be treating at least 60 right now. Coal, 4 hours. That puts me back on track, but Still not generating enough. We can gather a little faster if we send more people here. We're not producing piles fast enough still. Pull back on this. Pull back on all this. I think we got... No, we don't have quite enough rations. I'm going to send some people to quickly churn through this. Because I got to turn that off too. Why are people not working? It's because they're all sick. Do we not have any healthy people left? I don't think we do. Okay. Here comes the overdrive couplings. That might save me. Might. Still need to burn more of this down. Any more research I could do that might save me? Heaters, maybe. A range upgrade? No, because we don't have enough coal. Gathering post insulation? Healthcare insulation. Is that going to be enough? Will that save me? I don't think so. We're definitely building up some coal, but we're going to have to somehow keep people working during the storm. And I can't spend coal to keep them alive. I am sensing that a lot of people are going to die soon. Protesting. You're dismissed. Get out of here with your protesting nonsense. Do you have anybody who's healthy? Nope. Nope, not a single healthy person to make food. Hold on. Hold on. There's no point in me having this if we can't get someone healthy to go make the food. There we go. Make rations. Freezing homes. I would love to heat them. It's not possible. Disperse the crowd. I literally can't. I would love to, but I literally can't. Why are you guys not making meals? Emergency shift. Get in there and make some rations or we're dead. I need them now because it's going to freeze and I can't fix it. This is going to be tense. I think we're dead. I do think we're dead. We only have a few hours before people are going to decide they can never trust me again, which is no surprise. Severe frostbite. We've lost our first limb. Only just now getting an amputee? Sort of surprises me. Guess what? We have 5 hours of coal. You guys go to work at 6, huh? We might be able to produce some, but they're going to freeze to death in the process. Time to create a new religion. Right before everyone dies, we're creating a new faith. I am this guy right here. I look glorious. I am God. Some heretics will die. Really? I will send Allah. You are all going to accept this. Hope is no longer going to be a concern. There we go. All right. Raise up the religious symbol on the generator. Our captain is the voice of God. You're all discontented as hell, but... Yep, I am the voice. I am, in fact, the voice. Follow me. Okay. Well, this is good. I mean, hope is not an issue now, so we're not going to lose the game, which is what was about to happen. 7 people had to die in the process. Calm them down. Send the Faith Keepers. Get rid of that discontent issue. We need to send more folks to work over here still. More Faith Keepers won't do me much good. More engineers to heal people will. Keep them healing. We're out of food? No, we're capped on food. All right. Can turn that off now. This is all going to be for naught, no matter what. I can't have people work here soon, so let's go ahead and turn off all of this. Your full-time occupation now, everybody, is getting better. Go to the doctor and just spend all your time trying to get better. That is literally all I could ask you to do. Execution platform has been set up for people who would dare oppose me. That's always nice. Okay, we gotta survive an hour. Okay, are we gathering coal? Yep. How fast are we gathering coal? Fast enough. Okay. If we can keep this running, we have enough coal coming in. If. Huge if. I don't think this coal thumper's even producing fast enough, to be honest. That's what it says. It says we've got enough. I do need to turn this on. My question is, do we have enough if we do this? Barely. It says we can do it. That's what they're telling me. All right, and our overdrive is ready to go, because here comes the temperature drop. Time to pull people back over here. That's already off. We can't have anybody work out here because it's too cold. Can only have people work in the coal areas. And the infirmaries. Wish I could build more infirmaries. Do we have more engineers? I do. Is there anywhere that I could place another medical post and still work? Maybe right here? If I turn on overdrive, anyway. All right. Time to turn on overdrive.
Double your effort for our divine leader.
Our divine leader? I like the sound of that. I like the cut of your jib, dude. Okay, so while that's happening, while the overdrive is on, everyone over here is fine. Everyone over here is fine. I can turn on the lumber gathering because it's already in a zone that's chilly. I can actually get food. Wow, overdrive couplings, you're saving my life here. Let's have children working this as much as we can. But to be honest, we're going to have so many sick people, I'm not sure it matters. What's going on here? Disabled by a storm. It is? Oh, the storm disables it regardless. Never mind then. Glad we got our rations together. Okay, well, we'll keep making rations while we can. I'll keep gathering some lumber while I can, and we need to build up enough of a stockpile that I feel comfortable doing something else and working elsewhere. All right. Well, as long as the overdrive is on, we can survive this. As long as the overdrive is on. We are still desperately trying to treat people, and it's sort of working. It's still taking several hours to make it work, but we're getting there. It's a lot of sick people, though. But nobody should be working in bad conditions. Nobody should. It's chilly, but not that bad. I have people working over here, and that seems to have definitely made an impact. So my new question is there anywhere else I can place down some field rations and save me? It only affects workplaces. I could place it here. It would impact an infirmary, but that's it. This wouldn't do me any good. No. I mean, maybe we could technically turn this on. Another kitchen over here would actually save these gathering posts. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Could raise the temperature with the kitchen over in these areas. I'm not sure how good that does me. This lets me at least get some... You know, let's try that. Maybe I can get some more research done. I don't want people getting sick there either. Grumpy old man. Crowd has dragged an old man from his house. They're going to make him submit to public penance. Repent, you wretch! Disperse the crowd. Discontent rises. Nah, he may get hurt, but I'm okay with it. I got enough people. I say I'm okay with it. I'm not really okay with it, but... Look how creepy these flags are everywhere, by the way. This is amazing. I like it. Okay, we can assign people to these places. So this should raise the temperature of this area to a much more livable condition, which means we can continue doing some research. What am I working on right now? Oh, right, healthcare insulation. That's a good idea. Because when the overburners inevitably fail, we're going to wish we had some. Did the guy die? No, that's just the gong. Never mind. Oh, you guys didn't finish. You didn't finish. We're gonna do another emergency shift. Let us make discontent fall with my words and do more processions and more public penance. Also, maybe some sermons. You know, get that discontent down a little bit. Supposedly that's a very good thing. Still can't keep up with how many people are getting sick. Not even close. And you guys you're not even starting to work over here. Get over there. The efficiency is so low. There we go. Okay, insulation, done. Good. What next? Hothouse insulation does me nothing. Not during this. Gathering post insulation does me something, and I can then get to more efficient gathering, too. Gathering post insulation prevents a lot of these people down here getting sick, which allows me to continue to work down over here and gather coal. I've got 9 hours left, but that's just barely enough to keep me going. You need to be on 24 hours now. Okay. Getting a little close for comfort on the overdrive. I'm going to have to start pulling this back. We were able to survive for a day. Good grief. We're going to get a respite, and then the temperature's going to keep dropping again and again and again and again. God, this map is hard. I'd love to at least survive to day 50. You know, we got the people. What we don't have is enough resources and the temperature to actually survive and keep going. I just need to keep the coal going so I can keep this generator up and running at all times. That's what I need. All right. Heating is back on. How are we looking over here? You guys are working here, right? No, you're not. Hang on. There we go. Okay, that's too cold. It's just outside of a range. Oh, this is dangerous. We're just outside of range of the generator. I didn't think about that. It does solve some of this issue. What we're doing is risking these people getting sick to keep everyone else safe, and honestly, that's still probably worth it, but it doesn't feel good, does it? All right, this has to go off because it's about to explode. Which means everyone's about to get real cold. But the infirmaries are still running. And so are the medical posts. Well, that's amazing. 5 hours. How much are we generating in terms of coal? We are still producing a surplus, so we should be okay. You guys, stop working. You stop working. Everyone's starting to freeze to death. How are we looking over here? Sort of all right, actually. Yeah, these field rations and stuff are keeping people afloat. But we are going to come out of this completely bruised with... Oh, God. Why did we just lose so much capacity? Did we just heal that many people, or did that many get sick and kicked out? I can't tell. Alright. I think we're going to make it. Which is great, but still struggling. We are definitely seeing the fruits of our labor with this steam coal thumper. This is producing a pile that we still can't keep up with now. So we technically would need more gathering posts. I mean, it risks people getting sick, but they're getting sick anyway. Let's just get out there and work. What's this? It warms the soul. The field kitchen. People like it. Hope rises. We don't care about hope. Hope means nothing to me. Hope is dead. We're running low on rations, by the way, which is not surprising either. That's okay. Gathering post insulation. All right. That helps a bit. It's not enough by itself, but at least it greatly reduces the chance of people getting sick out in those jobs. I don't think we can research anything else because I don't have any steel. Because, you know, surprise, surprise, we never have any steel. But we're getting there. Okay, we have a few hours to go, and I need to turn on the overdrive. Let's do it. Discontent's dropping. I'm just trying to prevent some people from getting sick, if at all possible. We've almost made it, but every consecutive storm is going to get harder and harder. Yes, yes, the stress levels are critical. Got it. I wish there was a way for us to reduce how quickly you gained your stress. We could throw a child in there. We got children to spare. You know what? No, I don't want to take the risk. What if the event doesn't pop up like I think it does? You know? We have 11 gravely ill. Only 1 amputee so far, which shocks me, by the way. Really not as bad as I might have expected. Alright, turn this back on. We're just going to keep toggling this. Temperature rise. Oh my god. Woo! Okay, we've made it through 2 storms, ladies and gentlemen. 2 storms, barely. Okay. We don't need any of this. Frankly, I probably don't even need to be on heat level 3. But I'm probably going to leave it where it is for now, because I need to heal people up in order to even get my people back on track. We also really need some scouts. So let's create a team and see where we can go. A fissured rock. Frozen lake. That'll probably have food. Small airship? I don't know what this is, but I want it. We're going for that next. Another team. Going to the frozen lake. Let's look for some materials. And we have to turn you on now. Have to be working here. You get on. Steam Steelworks. 5 steel per hour is all I'm gonna get. Yeah, happy about that. Okay. Let's definitely get some more people getting some lumber. Let's turn this on, get some lumber. Actually, wait. We need more engineers over here. I don't have enough steel to do any more research, but we will soon enough. Oh, right, we also need food, badly. Well, we got a lot of kids for a reason, right? Get them going. Treacherous Cold is our new event. They're feeling unwell after only staying in short temperatures. Beware of the cold, people fall ill more easily. Oh, doesn't that just beat all? Well, that's all the more reason we have to keep power generation level 3 nice and high. If I turn you down, can I turn you off? No, then you're chilly. We need the hub. You turn off that, though. Okay. Well, as far as events go, that's not the worst. It's not good, but it's not the worst. Okay, let's start producing those rations. We also need somebody available to cook them. How about a couple of engineers? Go over there for now. Are you all sick? I'm going to guess you're all sick. Going to treatment. Going to treatment. Yep. But we're healing people quickly because infirmaries are amazing. We're healing people really quickly because infirmaries are amazing. God, I love them so much. Defender of the old faith. There's a rumor about a preacher who has the gall to openly question me. Keep an eye on this fool. I might kill him. I might have to kill him. Alright, that's enough steel to do some more research. What do we want? Efficient gathering? Infirmary mechanization would free up quite a few engineers. Industrial hothouse? We don't have the steam cores. Hothouse insulation, don't need. Heating-wise, range... You know, it does help. Factory. I think we want the efficient gathering, actually. Because that lets me gather up my coal and stuff a lot faster. I mean, a lot faster. We never used this, did we? Oops. Okay, now we have enough. Let's go ahead and grab the efficient gathering. It's good. With efficient gathering and 2 steam coal thumpers, we'll be fine for coal for probably the rest of the game. Which means I can spend some time increasing the range of things like generators. And that will work. My biggest issue is that I can't ever get enough steel. I just can't. People are hungry. Yeah, we'll feed them. No. As long as we get a cook who's actually able to go do something, I mean, we'll feed people within the next 3 days, right? You stupid kitties are gonna get me some food, right? God, you better. Oh, look how many hungry people we've got all of a sudden. Uh-oh. Wait, did we even produce enough food? Yeah, we produce enough food. We'll be fine. We will be fine. One thing that's a problem is we are actually running out of coal. Again. Turn this off. Turn this off. I know that's a lot of houses, but it's the minimum amount of damage I can do, and this gets me the few hours that I need. And yes, we get more sick people, I know. That's why we have infirmaries. It's okay. It'll last for 5 more hours. Let's turn this one on again. 4 hours is just barely enough. That should reduce how many people get sick. All right. Purpose. Ah, look at this. This is sick. Okay, New Faith, done. House of Healing, no. Temple? I mean, raises hope and reduces discontent, but I don't really care about that. I think we need to go for prosthetics law. We don't have a factory yet or anything, but we're going to. Scouts have arrived with a small airship, some wood and steel, thank God. Ice obelisk, and a stone arch, 100 steel. Nothing over there. Nothing over there. Let's go to the ice obelisk. Shipwreck camp. Wait a minute, I haven't seen this. Did I get a pop-up about this? And there's a children's mine, too. Ooh. See, now I'm starting to think that we want a trading depot. Who could give me steel, though? The shipwreck camp? I bet you they make steel. I could use some steel. 100% I could use some steel. We can pull the engineers off here anymore. They don't matter. That's my emergency medical post. Set up some engineers over here instead. We've arrived at the frozen lake, I imagine... No food. Oh, okay. Unfinished construction. Dark framework of something cool. Let's go there. I don't suppose I got any more technology for, you know, scouting and stuff. No. That's not until number 4 with the additional scouts. A 3rd team. Boy, wouldn't that be fun. Okay. We probably will need bunkhouses or something like that for the next wave. We still aren't getting anybody to cook food, by the way. Do we have any kids that can work? Yes. Now it's work time. Go do that. Get some frickin' rations before people starve, because then I'm going to get raw food and they're going to eat it before I can do anything. There we go. The engineers were too sick. That's what it came down to. Engineers are way too sick. Okay. Capped out here. We're going to pull off a couple folks. Send them here. We're still only sort of barely treading even when it comes to coal, but once we get the efficient gathering, that should solve itself. We're doing fine on wood. I just don't have enough steel. But if I were to build, you know, the thing over here, we could try to set up a gathering post with somebody. Be nice. I don't have any extra laborers, or I would say we could set up a second sawmill and try to get through this faster so we don't waste any material there. Because we don't have a lot of wood left here. Not a lot. 368. If we can get over here, our wood problems are solved for the rest of the game. If we get some steam cores, that'd be even better. I'd love some more steam cores. But we may have to rely on just exploring to do that. I mean, we survived, and I feel pretty good about that situation. I'm very glad we survived. We're actually doing really well in terms of medical conditions, and that's because we were able to get up to steam power level 3. It's going to be getting worse from here. People will be getting sick extremely quickly. But at least for now, we're doing okay. There's the efficient gathering done. Okay. Range upgrade? I think we may want to go for that, but maybe not now. What would be more efficient for me right now? Wall drill? Don't need it right now. Sawmill upgrade doesn't do me any good. Well, it does in the sense that it gets me wood faster, but I don't need that. What I need is steel. I don't need more engineers. We're okay in terms of labor. Factory I know I want to get at some point, but until we get steam cores, what can I do? Range is nice. It does, however, cost an absolute frick ton of coal. But we will want the option anyway. And I am going to go ahead and upgrade this now. You guys should be able to do this quickly. We'll start gathering a lot of coal fast. Okay, so you guys will both produce like 90-something coal per hour. Take a look at coal here. Yeah, we're fine. If anything, I don't know. Maybe we're okay. Maybe we're okay. Rations-wise, we should have enough to feed everyone for the day. Barely. Only one amputee is amazing to me. A new beginning. A group of young men have gathered around the house. They claim to be from a family that is harboring symbols of the old religion. They want to get rid of them. Discontent will rise. Discontent will fall. Take away their relics. I've got max devotion. Hope would probably fall under other circumstances, but who cares? They're completely devoted to me. These people literally worship me. Let's turn on the overdrive for a little bit. Let's enjoy some really nice high temperatures. Actually, no, it doesn't matter. We're pretty darn livable as is. I don't mind that. It's fine. Obelisk. Nothing here. Okay. Round rock. We found a rock. There's nothing here. I'm not sure how much I like that we're venturing out with no guarantee of benefit, but okay. Some people are starving again? How? We had the rations. Okay, we're going to have to use some bodies to speed up our food production, because clearly we're not keeping up. We're going to go ahead and do that here and here. And start producing a ton of raw food. Alright, we've reached the unfinished obelisk. Wood and steel. Got it. Lying rock and another buried dreadnought. 100 more steel. Buried dreadnought is going to be for relics. That is a trap. I don't want it. I am highly tempted to say we need to go to the shipwreck camp. What we do need to do is go to the Scar, drop off our steel, and then we can go there. I have to get steel, or we can't get another, we won't be able to get another bridge, and I need another bridge. Another Hulk sighted. Don't care. Do not care. You think I care? I don't care. That sounds great and all, but it's not great. All right, well, we need to end this video here because we are out of time. So, yeah, I mean, I'm amazed that we survived the second storm. We're on day 30. You know, temperature's going to drop, but then it's going to go up, and as long as we keep this this up here, you know, I think we're going to be sort of okay. The problem is people are going to get sick crazy fast because of the treacherous cold. But with the 2 infirmaries running, I don't know, maybe we got a good chance at making this one work. It's just going to be rough. I would love to find a few more survivors, if possible, to make up for all the ones that died. And, yeah, that's my wish list. Beyond that, bridge over here. Get the wall drill going so we have a source of lumber consistently. Then we look for either more steam cores or we look for more steel. I think that's kind of our only way forward. Thank you all very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. If so, then without you hit that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe, and I will see you guys next time. Hello everybody, my name is Pravus, and welcome back to more Frostpunk in the Scar for our extreme endless difficulty run. It is a new recording session for me. I pretty much did all of the last few videos in one session, or at least close enough back-to-back that I was trying to make some serious progress, and we did! We survived the second Great Storm, which is great. We have a third one on the way, and it'll be here in a few days. It's really not a lot of time, is it? We're trying to run around and explore as much as we can, and that's great. However, I do think that we are still in a fair bit of trouble. I mean, if we do not get our coal situation figured out regularly on a daily basis, we're going to have a heck of a time. I also really need to ramp up my steel production, and getting a little bit of extra food would certainly be quite helpful. And to that extent, one thing we may want to do pretty much now, honestly, is start setting up some trade routes with our neighbors via the transport depot while the temperature is relatively okay before the next storm is going to hit, right? We could set one of these up and try to get some more consistent food or perhaps even steel generation. All of that, though, is ultimately leading to what I think is my next major goal, and that is automatons. The next storm is really going to cripple me, and I'm not going to be able to get enough coal generation if everyone is freezing to death over here, right? So, setting up a coal mine would be the best with an automaton, or at least having some automatons, getting me extra resources so I can keep everyone over here and preserve my coal with less heating zones would be huge. We need those, but for that to work, I'm going to need steam cores. That means we need to either find some on the map and bring them back via scouts, get some via bridges, which is going to take a lot of steel that I currently don't have, or deal with, let's say, our food and healthcare needs so we can take down these hothouses and infirmaries, maybe replace with some houses of healing and a trade route with extra food, and get some steam cores salvaged that way. If we can do that, if we can just get a few automatons before the next storm, I think I can survive. If I cannot, well, then this is going to be quite the fun run, now isn't it? Let's take a quick look at our economy over here and see what's going on as far as coal. So we are producing enough per day to start building up a stockpile, and that's certainly a good sign. We want to be getting up as close to that stockpile as possible, because that's going to give me a lot more flexibility to respond to different situations. I would be tempted to reduce the amount of power coming from my generator, but right now everyone's still cold enough. I don't think that that would be very wise, so we're just going to have to live with it as is. We are definitely having some food issues, and I'm creating as many rations as I can, and we're getting somewhere on that. How are we looking as far as food? We are making enough. So with our labor as it is right now, we will be able to rebuild our stockpile of food and coal before the next storm hits. That's a good sign. We are also fine on our healthcare. That's good. As far as wood is concerned, we're getting 100 per day, and I'm at my cap, so that's a thing. And as far as steel, we are getting only 70 per day. That's not enough. That's the real big bottleneck. But we have 200 more on the way via our scouts, so we'll see how that works out there. I need to be spending some of this wood just to make sure that we aren't accidentally sitting at our cap and not working efficiently. So let's set up, for example, some quick medical posts over here or something. I don't know. We're not actually building any of these. This is just a way for me to bank the wood. You've seen me do this before. So it's one of the more clever things that you can do in the game. Slightly gamey, but it makes me feel like a more competent player being able to do this. And yes, I know you're supposed to be able to cycle through buildings, but I never learned all the hotkeys, so it's going to be what it's going to be. And we'll just go ahead and cancel some of those as needed when I do need a little bit of extra wood. Okay. So this is all fine. Good. What are we doing in terms of research right now? We are working on a generator range upgrade. Yeah. I am questioning whether that's the correct play here. So it's nice in that it is definitely more efficient to increase the range than to use steam hubs. But in this case, it's only useful if I can get rid of some of these steam hubs, or at least turn them off when the next storm hits. And really, what can I turn off? The answer is none of these because of the way that I've set this up. I think that my biggest mistake really, it was not just not building a bridge to get the steel earlier, but it's been my heat placement, and fixing it right now would be a little too costly. We are very much committed, but I'm not happy about that. We're going to go ahead and pull out some engineers and let them go somewhere else, maybe send some more over here to work on the workshop. We'll finish it on the off chance this ends up being helpful. Why are we acting as if too many people are sick and we're not getting enough work out of the workshop here? What is going on with this? Do you have a lot of sick workers? No, they're all here. So why are we only at 40%? Oh, right, I'm sorry, because workshops are one of the few buildings where people actually do have to walk over here in order to actually turn it on. Good, fine, all right. Let's go ahead and send a few more engineers to the hothouses just to get a little bit of extra out of that. I'll send a couple over to the coal thumper and a few more over here just to gather up some much-needed coal. This should all be fine, and we'll deal with more healthcare needs as it approaches. All right, so this should mean that we are now producing a fair bit more coal. Yeah, there we go. Producing a fair bit of extra surplus per day, about 350. That's going to help quite a bit. And we're still producing as much of the wood here as I can. So there's the generator range upgrade done. Another range upgrade might eliminate the need for a steam hub, but then I have to pay triple the costs of coal for our generator. Still can be more efficient, but it's a bit of a pain. Getting down to this efficiency upgrade would be nice. Improved heaters could be good, especially since we're about to have a temperature drop. Beyond that, though, we do need to get the wall drill, but maybe not until I actually am going to be building a bridge. Infirmary mechanization would save me quite a few engineers, but wouldn't save me much more beyond that. Industrial hothouses won't do me good unless I have more steam cores, so we could start working on bunkhouses. Or I could get some insulation for hothouses to ensure that I'm always producing some food, and I think I will do this. Because right now we are already chilly and we're about to have a bit of a temperature drop. So without that, that could become a bit of an issue. Okay, everyone's hitting into free time. Quick question, can I turn up some extra research hours? And the answer is going to be yes, let's do that. And also, let's go ahead and do an emergency shift. I'll accept the discontent. I want to make some more technological progress. I really want to get to Tier 4. Tier 4 is where I need to be before the next storm is going to hit. for a few reasons. One, faster medical treatment is great. Two, if we get over here, an upgrade for the steelworks again. Also, gathering post installation would be very helpful for me. We don't have any benefit as far as scouting. Yes, we do. Additional scouts. We can get a third scouting party, which might be useful. But also, generator efficiency upgrades would be huge for me. Also, you know, we could work toward more efficiency for our heaters and also for our steam hubs. So there's a lot of things that we would like to do there. It's tier 4. Very, very helpful. Let's heat some homes. I'm sorry, I don't think I can address this because it's only going to be getting colder, and if you're not happy with this right now, I can't sustain that for 2 days. If you had waited 1 day, I would have happily done it, but no, you didn't want to do that, huh? All right, feeding the hungry. We do have a 22 hours to feed everybody, but that really should not be an issue. Only 19 people left, and they're all on their way. The scout has arrived at the Round Rock. We'll explore here. We find nothing. A mace rock, and a buried dreadnought. Well, that's going to be another relic, which is not worth my time. The mace rock, we're really starting to get further out, aren't we? But we could do it. I think we keep going in one direction with these guys and pray we get some steam cores here. These guys are on the way to drop off some steel so I can build a bridge. And then they're going to go and introduce themselves to the shipwreck camp so we can try to get a little bit of extra resources coming in that way. Alrighty, let's see, how are we doing as far as overdrive? Let's just go ahead and use a little bit, though we are okay at the moment. Another Hulk has been spotted, but again, it is a trap and pretty much never really worth your while. Let's see, people are falling more ill. Yeah, we do have to be aware that illness is still very much a major threat for me, but we're making some good progress there. Purpose, what could we do? Well, we could go for that House of Healing technology. And it's nice in that it does heal a lot of people, better than most medical posts and such, but not as good as an infirmary, but it doesn't require a steam core, which can be huge. This is very good if you're low on engineers, and also very good if you want to save on steam cores. I'm hoping I don't have to worry about that because healthcare is extremely important, but this could be good. The temple is another fun thing that we could do. We could go ahead and unlock these ceremonial services and then start working toward righteous denunciation. But none of these strike me as extremely important, just sort of minorly helpful. We could set children labor to all jobs. That's going to increase the odds of people getting hurt. Not a fan of that. Triage is okay as like a kind of a desperation measure, but beyond that, just kind of meh. Dueling law would remove a lot of discontent. Sometimes people will get killed, and that's not great, but reducing discontent just makes me able to do a lot more emergency shifts when needed, and I like that idea, so we'll try for that. Burning faith. Sir, with your blessing, our people walked from home to home collecting symbols of the old faith to destroy them. Okay, discontent will rise or discontent falls. Yeah, this would normally drop hope, but it doesn't matter in this case. Let's go ahead and let the discontent fall, because we've already dealt with that. I'm going to pull the engineers off over here and send a few to this infirmary just so we can deal with some overflow, because it looks like we are starting to get a few more patients. We'll pull off a couple more over here, though I do still think getting some extra rations would be nice. So we'll do this for now. That should be enough capacity for, I think, 40 patients. So let's see how well that works for me. This overdrive is still going to be a problem, but we're working on it. We did increase the range, and actually, wait, that's a terrible thing because it is costing me a lot of extra coal. Right now, we only have 3 hours of coal left. That's barely enough to survive, but I do not need this extra range, so we'll drop that back down, and that should help a little bit. We were actually about to have a serious problem. Yeah, remember when you finish that technology, the stuff is always going to come back. Oh, boy. Hey, last person who's hungry, can you please go eat? Like, for real. Like, this is going to become a problem if you don't go eat. Where are you? Where's the hungry person? Alone in this world, working in the sawmill, going to work. Eat food! There we go, finally. All right, hope rises. Doesn't matter, but I didn't want to take a loss. Scouts have returned with some extra steel, thank God. Okay. You guys are now going to go to the shipwreck camp, and we are going to introduce ourselves to our neighbors. Now we need to start thinking about a bridge, and I do think getting the wall drill is important because it would save me a lot of wood. Or rather, let me think. We have... The thing is, we have 891 more wood here, but I want to build the transport depot, which means all this is going to go away. So really, though, with an extra... let's see, how many medical posts do I have here? About 9, I think? Yeah, 9. Maybe 10, actually. No, 9. 9 medical posts. Each of those cost me 25. We have a fair amount of wood at the moment. I could ignore this and try going for those steam cores, but I do so at my own peril. If we run out of wood, I can't get more bridges. I do think we learn from our first mistake and we go for this just so we can guarantee that we have the source. And I think that's probably the better way to go. Probably. Okay. Well, in that case, it is time to go for the wall drill research. Might as well do that. Now, the wall drill does take a steam core, which is potentially an issue, but at least temporarily we'll have more sawmill access, so I know I'll be fine on wood until we find those steam cores. How are we doing as far as temperature in the hothouses? Well, the overdrive is running, and that's part of the issue. Turn this thing off, and temperature drops down to chilly, but at least it is still functional, and we are getting some extra food. So I'm happy to have the extra insulation. That does help. Pretty good. How much is it going to take for me, do you think? How much is it going to take for me to get the transport depot? I think we build it tonight. Tonight is the night to build the transport depot while we are still looking okay on our steel production. And that is a fire alarm. And yally! Thank you. Okay, got that. We're fine. Temperature over here is chilly, but overall not that bad. Just be aware that a lot of people can and will be getting sick, but the infirmaries should be dealing with them pretty quickly. Once we get down to 20, I can pull some more engineers off and go somewhere else. This place, on the other hand, is still quite cold, unfortunately, so we may want to pull off over here. That would slow down my research, but when it's very cold, I don't think we want to be working here, and I don't want to have any extra heat range and stuff going over there. So let's send some engineers here. That leaves me with a couple of extras. We can go to, what? Let's see, the sawmill over here and get some extra lumber? No, I think we just go ahead and send them to gather. How are we doing in this gathering post? We need to turn the heater on. There we go. That should be a little bit better. A lot of people sick over there, unfortunately. We have to be very mindful of that. Will continue to bite me. 8 hours of coal remaining. We are back to producing enough per day, so we're okay. But as long as I don't have range 2 on, we're going to be getting a little bit of a reprieve in the next day or so with some temperature, but then it's going to drop 2 more levels, and that is before the next big storm is going to hit. So when the storm hits, I'm expecting to drop down to like negative 160 or something. It's going to be terrible. Unrest in the streets. Really? People might get hurt. We will let the preacher might get killed. Hopefully he won't, though. We can now pull all of our engineers off over here and send them back over here. We can get a little bit extra coal generation there. And yeah, let's just go ahead and send a couple over here to the sawmill. And just try to get as much going there as possible. Though I guess we could do some building projects if we have a few extra workers. And that's not so bad. Alright, getting closer to capped out on steel, which I find absolutely amazing, and our production of wood is still looking solid. What's going on now? Victory for the faithful. It looks like we may have killed the person. We beat up a lot of folks. The leader was handed over. Okay, I don't think we actually killed them, but we did at least knock out the preacher before it could become an issue. Good. So that means we're not going to have more discontent issues there. Scouts have arrived at the Mace Rock. Do we find anything good? Please tell me we do. Upright sled and a wrecked steamer. That sounds like something that's going to have steam cores. Go, go, go. Get them, and then come back home. I know that means you're not going to explore as much as you probably could, but the storm is going to be arriving in about 4 days, and we need to be ready for that. All right, tech for the wall drill is done. Good. What do we want next? It's almost never worth going to the steam wall drill. The amount of wood you get per day is probably not worth the steam core. It's only 30 more per day for a whole steam core. Just like never worth it. Never, ever, ever worth it. Beyond that, let's see. We could research the factory. Improved heaters are not necessary at the moment. We could do all this, but honestly, I think we may want to go for the difference engine. The only thing that scares me about that is it's going to cost me 75 steel. We can barely afford to do that and still do the bridge, right? Let's actually go ahead and plan out a bridge right now. We'll do... Oh, gosh, now I'm really thinking about this. Hang on. I've got... I said it was 25 wood there. Let's see, so 25 times 9, that's going to be 225. That's a bridge, it's a bridge. I've got enough wood stored for a whole bridge right now. If I were to get these steam cores, I could get the automatons going, and that means day and night I can have steel production. I have just enough wood that we're okay, but I won't be able to spend wood on anything else if I do this. How much more wood do we have over here? 224 is plenty. Alright, change of plans. I thought the wall drill was more important, but without steam cores, it's not like it matters too much. We are going to go for the steam cores here. And we are going to try to get a factory and some automatons up and a-running. All right, so that means instead of going for tier 4, let's grab that factory. I need 30 wood. Okay, yep, hang on. I can do that. Let's go ahead and cancel one here. This is why we have it banked. Go to research, factory, go. Okay, automatons will cost me a bit. They will cost me some very important resources, but it's huge if we can do it. Huge if we can do it. This will change everything, you know? I find that even on the harshest conditions, if I have enough automatons, I can survive anything. Basically. Like, it's so good having a lot of them. So good. Let's go ahead and turn on a little overdrive. We're having a few people getting sick, and I'd like to reduce that a little bit. Also reduce some discontent. Also, let's go for another emergency shift so we go faster on research during the night. And we are going to have to pull off some engineers. We will go ahead and do all 7 over here and assign them over to the infirmary. I think that'll be okay. 8, sorry. And, okay, so let's see. If I were to cancel some of these, get that lumber going, we could also build the transport depot tonight. However, we'd have to get rid of the sawmill. Are we committing to this? I think we are. Commit to that. Get rid of the sawmill. Okay. This is going to feel a little risky to me, I'm not going to lie. But I think it's worth it. We can pull off the 2 engineers here and assign them to the infirmary just so we heal a little faster. We heal very quickly. That's one great thing for us. We do heal quite quickly. Do I want to keep... We actually have a lot of people working in these medical posts. I kind of forgot about that. Let's get rid of this medical... Well, hang on. We may or may not need to get rid of this one. Let's hold off for a second. Go dismantle the sawmill real quick. Shouldn't take long. We've arrived at the wrecked steamer. We find... Oh, that is not steam cores. Uh-oh. Wood and coal, huh? Okay. Upright sled. We're gonna try for it. We got enough time. I needed to get some steam cores there. Okay. Well, now I feel like I may have committed the wrong resources, but I'm hoping not. Transport depot. We're gonna set you up right along here, and yes, sure enough, it gets rid of everything. All of the wood that was right over here. So we're now completely relying on this area to get that taken care of. Alrighty. Let us get a road situated along here. We're gonna need that. I'm gonna need to get a gathering post right along here. And a quick road to get me there. There is some coal over here. I mean, that's one good thing. If we wanted to, we could get some gathering posts and just gather coal, but to be honest, I'm not sure it's going to be much better than what I've already got. Now, one thing that's going to be fun with a transport depot is I know I'm going to have to set aside some people to build a crew and go send them to build a route to somebody. Well, in 5 hours, we're going to get to find out who the people are at the shipwreck camp, and I'm hoping to find out that they can get us a supply of steel. If not, I think that we are going to have to just go for the food. The food is always going to be good, and it lets me free up a steam core if we were to pull off of the steam hub, right? Right. Factory is going to be done soon-ish, but I don't have a steam core to take advantage of it until we get some people assigned to go work. So they're doing that right now. They're also building a lot of things right now. Somebody died. Okay. The preacher. Oh, we did kill the preacher after all. Nobody saw or heard anything. A likely story. All right, so the factory has been researched, and that's great. Automaton streamlined, costs less steel and wood. This only works if you're going to build a lot of them, but I do hope to. This would pay for itself, easily enough. That said, let's see, a temperature rise is about to happen. Infirmary mechanization is good, but it's not what I need right now. I kind of feel like we go for the difference engine. But if I do that, I don't have enough lumber until we gather from here. How much am I gaining per day right now? 84 per day. That's not as bad as I thought it would be. We'd still be able to build another bridge over here if I could just get some steel together. Well, let's start at the shipwreck camp. We reached a settlement before the shipwreck. It looks like there's actually both steel and wood. Oh. See, okay, so these are the convicts who in the previous campaign gave us only wood, but looks like they can do both. Well, that's very nice. Okay. I could deliver this back home. That's a lot of useful materials. I could also go to the children's mine and learn about some coal and stuff. Go to the fissured rock. Let's go over here. It's only 12 hours. I'd like to find out what else we can do. I don't care about the buried dreadnoughts. Stone Arch. Lying Rock. Nothing out there. Buried dreadnought we don't care about. Stone Arch. So as far as we're aware, these are all just waypoints to nothing. And these are all relics. So these are the only other two that I'm currently not aware of. The fissured rock won't have anything either, but it will unlock something. And we'll see what turns out with these guys, but I think I'm going to turn them around and head them back home relatively soon. But okay. Okay. Let's see. We're getting capped out on coal over here, which means we can pull a couple workers off and assign them over here instead. Maybe not that many. I do still need people to be working on building things and get this gathering post up and running. Doing fine in terms of treating people. Let's go ahead and pull engineers off of these medical posts. This is where I should be pulling people off. And let them go do something instead. Something a little bit more productive. Yeah, that's right. Get over here. Build this thing. You guys took an entire day to do this and nothing came of it? How dare you? All right, units. We would need 10 workers, 50 steel, and 50 wood. We're committing. Let's do this. All right, so you guys, do we go to the food in order to get the hot springs so we can get some food production and pull off of hot houses, or do we go for the constant source of steel and lumber? So these guys we could send here. Send a construction team to build a trading depot. The thing is, I'm not convinced that these guys are going to give us constant resources. We may have to trade with them like everything else. If that's the case, maybe getting some resources from the shipwreck camp that we can then trade to the hot springs for food or something? Maybe. I think we're going to go to the shipwreck camp to guarantee that I have enough resources to get the next bridge, so I could get a wall drill if I want to. Oh, right. Freaking heck, I forgot about the overdrive. Haha! Yep. Okay, that's one of the reasons we haven't had as many sick people lately. That's been great. As far as technology, so we didn't have enough steel to build the difference engine, so we can't do that right now. Bunkhouses aren't a bad idea, just we could build them if I feel like I have a lot of resources, and that's actually one really good thing about getting a trade depot set up with the shipwreck camp. Lots of wood and steel would mean housing upgrades before the temperature drops, and we don't have a lot of time before that next storm is going to be hitting. So that's scary. Purpose. I'm going to go ahead and research the House of Healing. If we get some extra workers and I can pull off of the infirmaries, maybe save myself a core. That could be well worth it. Could be. I don't know. Hard to say. Temperature's about to rise. A lot of people getting sick. I'm aware. We are going to be assigning you guys here. There are 2 steam cores you guys need to gather, and that is 100% the top priority above everything else. So you guys arrive at the fissured rock. We discover it's rock spire and an empty campsite. Empty campsite went all the way back out here, but there's nothing there. Rock spire. How long until the storm? 5 days. You can get to the rock spire and then the children's mine, or we could have you guys go to the children's mine, gather up some coal, and head back with the needed resources. If we go here, we can get more bridges and try to get more steam cores that way. And I need more coal, because we're always struggling on coal. A little bit of an extra boost would help quite a bit. We can go ahead and cancel these. I know I don't need them right now. See, there's a couple of steam cores over here. I'd love to work toward a coal mine. Where are our other coal mines? Let's see, there's steam cores over here. I think there's a coal mine up here. Yeah, there is. So bridge, and then one more bridge would let me get coal that way. There is, however, a coal deposit one right here, so one bridge would let me get more coal. And some wood and steel, believe it or not. Which would let me get an automaton working here constantly to get coal. One bridge here would let me get a wall drill, and I do need more lumber. I think, by the way, we've had people so sick in the cookhouse that no one's been making rations, so that's going to become an issue soon, but alright. Discontent's kind of high at the moment, but the temperature's about to rise. We go here and find steam cores! Oh, thank God. Okay, and wood and raw food. Take these. We discovered nothing new. Perfect. Head home. It's going to take a day and 14 hours, but we have some cores. Good, 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 good. Okay. Temperature here is unacceptable, you say. Well, I'm aware of that, but we still need to be gathering up cores, so get to it. The temperature rise is fantastic. You guys can build the trading depot. All right, so that's done. Did we lose the workers permanently? Yes, we did. Ah, right, because that is how that works. Okay, so with that done, let me guess. Now we would need to go to tech and build what? No, we go here. No, not units. General. Are we going to get a pop-up about having established a trade depot? Really hope so. Temperature, how are we looking? At the moment, not god-awful. Not great, but not the worst. Tolerable is the best I could say there. And still scaring the heck out of me in terms of coal. We are consuming quite a bit now, partly because we have these heaters over here working. But it'll be worth it. We are gathering coal. Wait, gathering coal? We're still only breaking even? Uh-oh. Are we wasting heaters anywhere else? Yes, the cookhouse. And honestly, can we turn you off now? I think we can. Because I do not care about this. I am concerned about these tents. But I think I'll take the risk for now. We can accept a few people getting sick. Let's save some much-needed coal, and that will get me at least a little bit more in my pile. Okay. Gather up steam cores. Go, go, go. Bunkhouses. Nice. Okay. So, if we wait a little bit, we can go for the difference engine, and I need to do that because we're only a couple of days away from getting to the next storm. These guys will return just in time. These guys should be able to reach the children's mine and then get home, and that's going to be about it. Why can't I talk with these guys? I can't communicate. This is where I'm confused. Do we need a new building? Yep, we need an administration building. Gosh dang it. Okay, we need to build that so I can learn what I can trade for, get some extra shipments of something. If I can get rid of a little bit of food rations for some steel and some wood, that may well be worth it because we're doing okay-ish on food. It's one of the few things we are doing okay on. So I'll work with that. Doing great in terms of people being healed right now. We can pull some more engineers off and go somewhere else. Let's gather more coal. And let's gather more wood. Let's go ahead and start making progress, get the last 99 over here. I'd love to turn this off and get rid of the steam hub entirely for good. That would be good. That would be very, very good. We're going to need to do another emergency shift, I think. Let's get that discontent nice and high. We know that's going to be a thing. Cold homes, can't do anything. Sorry. It is what it is. We've arrived at the children's mine. We get some coal. Okay, 300. That's nice. All right, can't really afford to do anything else, I think. I can't take the risk on the rock spire. There's really no guarantee I could find something out here and get back in time. So we're going to go ahead and deliver some very important resources in terms of lumber, some steel, and some coal. These guys have 3 steam cores on the way, which is absolutely phenomenal. And you, I need to turn back on, since we are going to have to heat some homes. People are furious. The Faith Keepers are disobeying me? Ooh. That does not sound good. The captain's voice. Our people are fighting. A crowd of believers gathered in the streets to discuss it. It's the voice of truth. How can you doubt him for a second? My voice is law. People may get hurt. I don't care about hope will rise. Faith Keepers, go disperse the crowd. Hopefully no one gets hurt, but I mean, we've got full medical capacity, so some might say that's completely fine. Let's turn on the overdrive. Get that. Discontent to drop for a second. Hang on. Drop. There we go. Okay. Don't care about hope. I just want to make sure we don't have any issues. And then we can turn back off that overdrive. I'm going to need the overdrive stored up if we're going to have a chance. Okay. So the next storm is well on the way, and have we made enough progress? No. No, we have not. We're going to have to start upgrading housing, I think. And the trade is not really going to be enough. I'm going to set up an administration building over here. I feel like we might as well. I don't even know if this needs to get heated, but at least it's going to be in a heated zone. And setting up new construction teams costs a lot every time. That is rough. But with the difference engine done, we can get some much-needed efficiency for our coal. And then probably improved heaters from there. And we actually do have a steam core, which means we could build the factory, and we're going to do that. What is over here? What is this? This is nothing. Hang on. We can build a factory in a really good spot. I know we need to end this video, but hang on. Get rid of that. Build a factory. Oh, it barely is out of range of our hub. That sucks. Build it over there. We're building the factory, dang it. Okay, good place to end this video. Thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed. If so, then I would ask you to hit that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe, and I will see you guys next time. Hello, everybody. My name is Pravus, and welcome back to more Frostpunk in the Scar for our endless extreme run. We have only a couple of days before the next storm is going to hit. Just enough time for our scouting parties to get back and bring us some very, very valuable supplies, including some steam cores, which I will be able to use to get our first round of automatons. And you know what? While people are working over here, do I dare turn on... Do I dare turn this on? Good question. Do we have any free engineers I could use for some healing? The answer is yes. The answer may surprise you. I'm going to pull back the engineers that are working over here at the moment, and let's send them to the other infirmary just so we can increase our capacity and get working on this, because I did kind of drop that down a lot. Yeah, I know, discontent's looking terrible. I get it, I get it. I understand you all are very mad at me and stuff. Understood. Fine, fine, fine. If we can get a lot of resources together, we're going to have a chance of doing some fun stuff, such as building a bunch of bunkhouses. All right, shipwreck camp. Good. Let's open up communications. How are we doing? We have some problems. Can we help, or can we help you? They need a stable source of food. Stable source? Well, that may be hard, but we can try. We need steel, wood. Send back our workers. Yeah. Let's come back to that real quick. Let's just see what we're looking at the administration. So, trade resources. 150 coal and 50 rations to get both wood and steel. They will send us 180 wood and 120 steel. Wow. If we sent them some engineers, we could get some favor. And if we were to send them some rations as well as other materials, that would work too. Well, here's the thing. This is worth it, isn't it? For 180 and 120, I think it is. I could also just ask for things outright, but I think this is fine. We have enough coal to last us well enough. So we're going to ask for a shipment, and we're going to do some trades. Then we're going to communicate with these guys. And we are going to ask them for some extra steel. Yeah, send us some steel. Okay, so we have a lot of resources on the way. A lot of resources. Also, I have so many messages here, I don't even know what to do with them. Send scouts to the hot springs. Did we not go to the hot springs? Yes, we did. Why is this still here? Do we have to go after every storm? Oh, that actually might be the case. Oh. I wonder if you have to rediscover the way to them. That'd be interesting. Storm on the horizon. You don't say! Okay. No, it's fine, it's fine. We're okay, we're okay. Nobody panic. Okay, let's see. I'm panicking a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4 workers off of coal. And send them to the infirmary so we can treat people a little faster. Because we're still struggling on that. Temporary hazard has passed. Well, that's great. That means people aren't going to be getting as sick as easily as before. At a time when I definitely can't afford to have people getting sick, so that's great. Factory has been built, but until we get some more resources, it's not going to matter too much. We're about to arrive with a bunch more, though. I would love to research the streamlined automatons, because I know that I'm going to be building with those, and it's going to save me quite a bunch of resources once I have these steam cores. So let's go ahead and start the research there. Although I think that's questionable based on how little time we have left. Over here, nothing really useful, and over here, I think we need to get the triage. I can't. Discontent is too high. House of Pleasure wouldn't do me much good, but at the same time, it's not like it hurts me. So I think that's fine. We could build a public house if I had the resources for it. At the moment, we do not. Thank you for all the coal and the wood and everything else. It's beautiful. And now we are going to take you guys and we're going to disband, get some more workers, and get some wood back. We are going to pull back on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 engineers and send some regular workers over here and try to get some more efficiency. Doesn't seem like that helped me too much, though. Okay, if I send 5 engineers over here, that'll be fine. Just need to finish up this steam core right here. How long until we can get this steam core, I wonder? 0.05 per hour. Takes a while, it turns out. Okay, well, I'm working on it. How are we doing in terms of meals? We're actually looking great on coal at the moment. That's huge. Meals, we're actually not producing enough anymore. Oh my god. It's because we had too many people get sick in the hothouse. We're already working long hours. I could do an emergency shift, but I'm not sure that's going to be worth it. Okay, nope, just keep doing what you're doing. We just need to heal people quickly. That's what we need to do. Alright, shipment has returned. We get some extra resources. Thank you. Alright, food for the hungry. Hope rises. Hungry will be fed. Can't afford to do that. But 100 extra food rations is amazing. Thank you. Where'd we get the food? Nobody knows, but I am not unhappy about it. Could build another bridge. We still have at least a little bit of wood over here. 53 more. And we can get more if we keep trading with people. We also have 96 on the way over here. We could plan out that bridge. We do know we need to get 1 prosthetic. I can build 1 of those real quick. That won't take too long, right? What do I want to build? What do I want to build? What do I want to build? A house of healing? It's okay. Even better if I could get a little bit of heating out of it, but you know. It would let me treat some people during the storm itself, which is nice. We are supposed to build one anyway, but I don't really care if hope falls. That doesn't matter. Just keep moving forward as is. We need to also get this generator efficiency upgrade. Oh gosh, I'm so behind in so many things right now. It's driving me nuts. But at least we're starting to get back on track as far as healing people. So that's good. Scouts are about to arrive with a lot of resources. We're about to go over our cap on some stuff. Let's go ahead and quickly... You know what? We're going to go ahead and build the House of Healing anyway. Just as an emergency option. In the event that we need it. I'm going to be glad to have it. Alright? There we go. Alright, scouts arrive. Full on wood. Noted. Let's go to health here and just place down some medical posts once again. That'll do. Pause. Pause. Pause and pause. Then we're going to go to you and disband. That gets me some more labor. Then we're going to go to you, and we are going to be building up an automaton. Did you not build the prosthetic, or has it not been installed yet? I don't know. Build automatons, and we're going to do an emergency shift here. And yes, it's going to upset people, and that's a problem, I'm aware. But we're going to have to live with it. Actually, wait, I need to raise discontent quickly, don't I? Or remove discontent quickly. But we need to build automatons, and I have to build, I think, all 3. So we're going to do this next. If I could build a bridge... I don't have enough time to research the coal mine. That's the problem. I want to research the coal mine, but we don't have time. I still have to somehow make do with the amount of coal that we are producing by hand. That's not a great place to be, is it? Let's turn on the heat. So these people don't get too sick and die. People are furious. Alright, hang on. We're going to have to address that before the temperature drops, because then it's going to be basically impossible for me to deal with. Come on, here comes our first automaton, and done. Good. Alright, pull off the workers here, set the automaton to the steam steelworks. There we go. Automaton number 1, the Saint Scotsman. Yes, I like it. Okay, good. Building another one, building a couple more. Doing fine on rations so far, really not a problem. Doing okay on sickness. Still not much more to go in terms of lumber, and that is scaring me. Because right now we don't have enough lumber. We don't have enough lumber to build another bridge. I can't build that many automatons. I have to wait on that. Build a bridge, build a wall drill. Yeah, that's what we have to do next. Okay, cancel this. Cancel this. This. And this. So that's 150. With 38 more wood to go. That's not much. We have average favor. I am going to ask them to send me some wood. There's really no reason not to spend your favor whenever you have the chance. But they're going to send me another, what is it, 80 wood? That should be just enough. Yeah, 80 wood. Just enough for me to get what I need. I think. Okay. Good enough. Go, 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 go. How are you on coal? 11 hours? Alright. Close enough. House of Healing has been built. If we just assign some people here real quick. Hello, I built a House of Healing. There we go. Alright, the temperature is about to drop, which means I have to reduce discontent. So we have to temporarily tell people to stop working. Or actually, wait. Yeah, let's do these. Discontent falls quite a bit. And then we don't care about hours there, but I can reduce it here. There we go. Okay, so that fixes the discontent issues. Good. Right before the temperature's about to rise. Now, I can't afford to waste any overdrive. We can have it a little bit, but I need it back down to 0 before the storm's going to hit. I feel like the storms are coming closer together. Is it just me? Sure as heck feels like it. Still don't have the steam core, and it's killing me. Okay, automaton has been built. Rather than have people getting sick, I'm going to pull the workers off here and send the automaton to go and finish gathering the steam core real quick. And they don't care about temperature, so that's going to be fine. Just go gather. Okay. Over here, we're going to pull the engineers off. We're going to assign everyone over here to just quickly gather up what little bit of wood remains. And then we still have a few extra workers. Let's gather some more coal. 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 You guys are really cold. There's nothing I can do, though. We're going to have to pull you guys back pretty soon. A lot of people sick in the House of Healing, but at least we have greatly increased our medical capacity. We're almost done with the streamlined automation. You know, I did just sort of build my automaton, so it's a little bit too late right now, but it will be good for me in the future. We just need the automatons before I can finish this. And a generator efficiency upgrade. Absolutely crucial. Absolutely crucial. Negative 112 right now. Boy. That's a little cold, ain't it? Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're going to have problems. Assign a couple more workers over here. I would love to get rid of these. And we're only 20 wood away from that. Just gather up the last little bit that remains. We're actually low on steel now. Favor is average. I'm going to communicate with you guys. I can't. Why not? Is because the storm is too close. Yeah, the storm is too close, so we can't communicate and ask for anything else. Alright, so what this tells me is this is the best I can do at the moment. I'm going to start building some housing, particularly in areas where I might need to turn off the heat. I'm going to have to leave a heater on here for the infirmaries for sure. Over here probably as well. If I could turn off all of this, that'd be great. So we're going to do this, and that would let me turn off the steam hub, possibly. The generator efficiency upgrade would be massive. I have to have that before the storm hits. So we may need to do another 24-hour shift. A fundamental research. Engineer won't be able to work for 24 hours. That is fine. I don't think you were doing much of anything anyway, to be honest. Let's see, we're fine on rations. That'll last for, it says a day. How much do we consume in a day? 233. Wow, more than I thought. I don't think I can do any trades or anything. Yeah, that's all been disabled as well. We're gathering up 3.2 steel per hour regardless of temperature. If no one's working over here, we can turn you off now. So that's actually one really big plus. Can save a lot more coal doing that. If we can finish over here, which we're about to, I can turn this off, so that will save me some coal. There we go. Okay. Go ahead and get rid of both of those. And once that's done, we will turn off the steam hub, or get rid of it. Actually, we just go ahead and do it now. Dismantle all of it. Go, go, go. Okay, that frees up some workers. We still haven't finished gathering up this last needed steel core. Steam core, sorry. And we don't have a lot of time left. Overdrive, off. Meant to have that off earlier. Okay, doing okay-ish on coal. Okay-ish. Come on, get that steam core, guys. Did you get it? We're capped out on coal. Really, though? No, we're not. We're going to be running out pretty soon. It'll be fine. Cold homes. Can't address that. Have you not heard? There's a storm on the way. Quickly, go build these up. That'll help. Yeah, without the overdrive running, everyone's going to be getting sick. This is going to hurt. We're trying, dang it. We're trying. I think we can survive this, but it's going to be a rough couple of days. Public penance. Yes, that's good. Hope rises. Discontent. I don't really want to spend any rations, so let's just go ahead and reduce discontent there. I'm going to have to do another emergency shift right now if we want to have a chance of getting this up. All right, there goes the last steam core. So we have 2 more. Good. I can't build the generator yet. Well, wait. Can I build an automaton? Hang on. Let me think. If we get more favor, we can get another 80... No. There's no good way for me to get enough lumber at this point. So the question is, do I build an automaton over here, knowing that I'm not going to have enough wood to build a bridge? How will we get more wood? I could dismantle things, but obviously I don't want to do that. Searching, but that'll take too long. No. I want to, but I can't justify building an automaton, because then I won't have enough wood to continue getting wood, and I'll die. Unless we can trade. I think I can get only like 120. I could trade off some excess coal and rations with them when the storm passes, and that will get me enough. That actually could work. Okay. We pull back here. But it's kind of a little bit late, isn't it? Because the storm's about to hit, and I can't exactly go work over here. No. Okay, hang on. What else do we want to do? Triage. Let's learn how to do it. Just in case. I don't want to use it, but just in case. Coal is still looking great despite all circumstances. Steel is still producing at a pretty good amount. We are going to gain 75 per day. That is not an insignificant amount. 0 wood per day is a problem. We're still building out some more of these bunkhouses. Some people are becoming gravely ill. Yeah, that's a sign of things to come. We're trying to dismantle all of this, gather some more resources that way. Starting to run lower on the rations, aren't we? Well, I can send an automaton to temporarily work here if I need to. We're actually gathering a fair bit of coal just by having the automaton over here, weirdly enough. It's actually gathering pretty good. All right, an efficiency upgrade. Now that is big. Now we potentially are getting a lot of coal. Okay, thank God for that. So, what else do we want? Improved heaters? I want this, but not yet. Gathering post installation would also work, and it wouldn't cost me coal. Advanced steelworks would be nice, too. If we can get this done, we'll heat basically most of our people over here without the heaters, but then no one can work the steam coal thumpers. We only have to survive a couple of days. I think it might be all right. The installation over here is going to be pretty bad. We're going to try for it. Okay, that all gets dismantled. Good. Nice. All right. Okay. Yes, I know we can't have anybody working over here anymore. What else can we do? What else can we do? All right, it's too cold. Now I have to do an overdrive. And it's not going to be enough to get me through everything, but it will be enough to get me through at least the first phases. People will be sick. No way around it. This place is not worth working. The field kitchen, nice as it was, it's just not an option anymore. So that's got to be off. We can turn the temperature up here. It's still freezing cold around here, despite the fact that we have overdrive on. That's not good. Okay. This automaton does not need to be here anymore. We're going to pull off there. We're going to go and cook some meals. Are we even able to? It may not be able to work. We can't even work the... Okay, so people are just going to be hungry, basically. Yeah, we can't actually do anything there. All right, forget the automaton there. What else could we do? What else could we do? We can work in the hothouse, it looks like. It's just enough. Nope, never mind. Can't work here. Disabled by storm. So let's pull the workers off of that. Send another engineer over there. Where else can I have people work? Okay, can't work there. They're all working over here already. Can turn you off. This is about as efficient as I can get. We still have enough coal coming in at the moment. I do need to assign more people over here, because people are getting sick. So we'll do this. If we have enough coal, I can go ahead and do this temporarily. And I know this is going to cost a lot, but if I'm producing enough and I'm close to the cap, that at least lets me prevent some people from getting sick for a bit. And we still have enough coming in per day as things stand at the moment, so that's okay. But we still have an extra automaton with no idea what to do with it. If I pull people off, we can prevent some people from getting sick. I guess temporarily we will keep going over here, just to generate more coal from this pile. Oh, boy. Okay, some people getting sick. Understood. Average favor over there. Understood. Getting capped out on some coal. Let's temporarily turn up the heat. Prevent some more people from getting sick. This all helps. And at night, we can turn it back off. But while we're full and I'm not going to have any more capacity, we might as well spend it. Test subject. An automaton cannot work. You know what? I can't afford to do that in this case. It's a little rare, but I can. So we're going to go ahead and send the automaton over there to keep getting steel. And we're still sitting at our cap. Okay, this is good. This is good. And we're actually keeping on top of people getting sick. We could also send some more engineers to work at another gathering post, and I guess I will. It's too cold to work, though. I can turn that up. Not that it matters until they get healed up. We're surviving. We're surviving. 148 below. You know, honestly, it's not quite as bad as I thought it was going to be. Which is crazy, but it's true. I actually thought it was going to be a lot worse. Okay, we're about to finish up some tech. There's the gathering post installation. That's going to help. And advanced steelworks. That's going to cost me more wood than I can afford. Same with pretty much everything here. Still, I think I have to. Let's go for the improved heaters, because we're going to lose our overdrive in a little bit. It's only going to last a little bit longer. This is all fine as is right now. Okay. We're keeping on top of it. I want to prevent too many people from getting sick. Let's go ahead and turn you off for a little bit. A lot of people are going to start getting sick again. We can't treat them because it's too cold. Oh, boy. Yeah, see, look how just turning it off for a blip. That's all it takes. That is all it takes. And it is building up fast. All right, we have to just sit on this for a bit now. Can we coast with what we've got for a bit? 20 hours of coal left. That's not enough. We're going to send people out to get cold anyway. Start gathering. Okay, we're fine, we're fine. Amazingly, the gathering posts are barely holding together. That actually shocks me. I'm very happy about it, but it shocks me. Everyone's really cold. Yep. People are dying. That's going to happen. That's what happens when you can't treat everyone. Overdrive. Let's try to save some lives and get them all into the infirmaries for a minute. Yep. We just can't keep our healthcare going. That's the issue. Steam core needed. Ah, God. If we give him another steam core, I don't think I can justify it. No, I can't give you more steam cores. They're precious. I'm sorry, I know, but I can't. Alright, generator stress levels back up to critical. Noted. Off it goes. Could send a child to go and die in there. We only have to make it a couple more hours. We're barely holding on. Barely holding on. This is not as bad as I thought it would be, to be honest. We could do a triage, too. All of this is fine. I'm not going to worry about child labor and stuff. We're not going to worry about purpose. There's just nothing else here I need until I have the resources to build the temple in the first place. So we're going to ignore laws for a little bit. We are lawless. Almost. Yes, I know. People are dying. Just think of how much food we're going to get, though. Let's turn this back on. The good news is, as people are dying, we'll be able to get some automatons to replace them. And that'll help. I know, gravely ill. I know, it's bad. I get it. Ugh. Just a couple hours. Oh my God. Yes, I know. Okay. Temperature rises. And we get through the third storm. Oh, all right. We are out of rations. Yes. Children, get to work. We're gonna be all right. We're gonna be all right. That's all I've got. I lost so many workers. It's not even funny. I lost so many workers there. Oh, God. Okay. So, we have an extra automaton with nothing to do at the moment. I am going to actually pull some folks off here and let the automaton just go ahead and start getting me some food, because I need to get my food back under control. And since it's going to be here, we can go ahead and use the dead, and they'll be working a full day anyway, right? So we'll go ahead and spend some bodies to get some extra rations going. That leaves me with a few extra workers. We're looking okay-ish in terms of coal. We have high favor at the moment. Let's communicate and say, please send me some... They can't send me any wood? Oh, crap. I was relying on that. I was actually completely relying on that. Well, that's not good. That's actually huge. Why can't I get more wood? I have to trade with them for it? I mean, I'll do it, but I have to? We could get rid of some engineers, but I don't really want to do that. What could we ask for, then? Because I don't want to waste my favor. We could ask for some more workers. I could also ask for some engineers, and then send them engineers. I'm going to ask for 5 more workers. Clogged pipes. Okay. All heat zones are smaller. Well, now. That is an issue. So this is one good reason why we might need to increase our range, just to turn back on things like this. Improved heaters are operable. That's good. Don't need you guys there anymore. We're okay. Turn these down. Turn you down. Most of these guys are doing just fine. Yeah, reduced heat zones actually is a bit of a challenge. What's going on over here? A bunkhouse that's so cold that people can't live there now. If I turn you off, is anyone homeless? The good news is no, they're not. Hot springs. Let's see. We have bad news. The storm damaged the insulation that heats our plants, and the crops are destroyed. Repairs and replanting will take a lot of time and effort. We must suspend all other work. So for 3 days, no shipments. Well, I mean, great. Emergency aid will be unlocked. Exchange will stop for 3 days unless it is sent. We can't ask the shipwreck camp for help because they don't have high favor? Well, I never set up a camp with you, so I'm not even sure really why it's acting as if we can do that. So, we need rations, and I need you guys to go and work on them, like, now. Because if I don't get rations, then I can't trade, and without trade, I can't get wood, and without wood, I can't get more wood. Does that make sense? Are you following me? You understand what I am saying? It's work time, but no one's working here. What is wrong? All right, forget this. Automaton, go. Why are people not working? Are they all that sick? They are. I'm pretty sure they're all that sick. All right, well, the automaton can do some work and get me rations, right? Except everyone's hungry. Oh, crap. A wise man. A dying old man has written a letter from the House of Feeling. He thanks me. Well, that's great, but I don't need hope, so whatever. Yeah, we have to keep healing people quickly. Okay, we can at least get some more capacity going. There are rations, finally. Trade. I don't have a lot of rations to spare, I know, but it's worth it. Game, did you just crash? And it did. Okay, well, you know what? We're going to go ahead and say that that's a good place to end this video while I try to recover that footage. Thank y'all for watching. Hope you enjoyed. If so, then I would ask you to hit that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe, and I will see you guys next time. Hello, everybody. My name is Pravus, and welcome back to more Frostpunk in the Scar for our extreme endless run in the Rifts. We survived our third storm in the last video, and then the game crashed, but it did put me right before the end, played through a couple hours, now we are pretty much right where we had left off. The storm is just ending. However, because the game crashed and I had to restart, we lost our event, which means we're going to get something new in random very soon. Who knows what the heck we're going to end up getting there, right? So that's going to be a little bit scary. I also pulled back all of our workers so we can try to reallocate, because now we need to be thinking about where we are going to be getting our resources for the rest of the game. So steel is mostly taken care of, right? I need to get an upgrade here for the steelworks at some point, but for now, with an automaton, this is a constant daily source of steel, lots of it, no problem there. Once I can get enough wood together to build up a bridge and get a wall drill set up, that also will be a constant source of lumber. 120 per day, roughly. So, at that point, the rest of the game is dedicated to getting enough coal to survive, and enough food to feed everybody, and then enough technology that we can get ready for the next big storm. That's our goal. In the meantime, 90 people are getting treated and another 9 are sick. That's gonna suck, but I'm doing the best I can. What do we want to do with the kids and stuff then? Well, let's go ahead and start producing some rations, since we know that's going to be very important for me. Let's start doing that wherever we can. And hopefully people are going to be getting treated. We are going to be needing to get the steam coal thumpers up and running, and we can do that over here. I don't mind getting a little extra engineering going on here in the workshop. Let's go ahead and turn off a lot of these heaters, because at the moment we're doing fine, and we're going to be pretty low on coal generation for now, because so many people are sick. So I want to save as much as I feel like I reasonably can. And then, yeah, let's go ahead and assign... Actually, let's pull some back off here. Assign some workers here. Children here. Did I assign people here by accident? No. I felt like I clicked the button, but apparently I did not. There we go. Alright, so we'll do this. And this is just going to have to be good enough, I think. Oh, boy. Alright. We lost a lot of people in that last storm, by the way. We lost a lot of people. But it's going to translate into a lot of extra food production once everyone is healthy, which hopefully happens soon. Animal migration. This is actually completely fine, because I have not been relying on hunters at all for pretty much the entire game. So having these hunters' huts not working doesn't bother me. Doesn't bother me in the slightest. Actually, that's probably the best we could possibly have hoped for. Thank God for that. All right, we're about to finish up with an improved heater tech, which is awesome. I would love to do some more research, but I don't think that I really can, because actually something we need to do is get some workers together to go and do some scouting. So let's do that real quick. I know I don't have a lot of wood, but we should have just enough to trade with the, to trade with the people at the shipwreck camp and then still build a bridge. We can go to the Stone Arch, which has nothing. The Ice Jaws has nothing, and we can get to the radio station, which does have something. Let's go over here, and worst come to worst, we can go and visit the hot springs, since apparently we didn't do that, or whatever. I mean, I don't know. There's like... Yeah, it's acting as... Wasn't there a... Yeah, send scouts to the hot springs. It's acting as if we didn't. Not entirely sure why that's happening. 7 more days. Only 5 days until the next storm. Good God. Surviving until 50 days is an achievement on extreme difficulty. 100 is another. But I can't afford that at the moment. Somebody died. Ah, crap. Well, I'm trying to treat them as fast as we can. We could do a triage, though that guarantees a lot of people will die, so I'm hoping not to have to worry about that. So we lost what? An engineer? No, we didn't lose an engineer. It'll be fine. Losing people sucks, but what can you do? What can you do? Get these rations, please. Stop eating things. Good lord. The children are upset. Okay, well, this time it's not the hot springs who are locked out. That's good, I guess. So please get me the 50 rations real quick. Everyone stop eating. I need to send off a trade mission. This is very important. Okay, wait. Okay, I want to slow down. So I think what I've been told is that a major reason that this game can crash when you do a trade is if it is on speed 3. I'm hoping that's not the case, but to be safe, I'm going to save real quick. And I clicked the button, and this time it did work. Okay, we absolutely had to have that, so I'm very glad to see it coming in 8 hours. We will have the resources we need to build another bridge, and then we can get the wall drill. And then we will have a source of wood with which I can build more automatons and so on. Okay. Are we even producing any coal right now? We are, but we're not going to have a lot extra to survive the night, which is always a little scary, but it's the best I can do at the moment. Someone else is dying because there's a lot of people who are still sick. We have more capacity. Why aren't people going there? A wise man, a dying man, wrote a letter thanking me in the House of Healing, knowing they are in good hands, surrounded by friends and stuff. I think a child died. A couple of children died. Oh, gosh, dang it. Selfish children, always dying when I need you. All right, let's pull back a child here, and we'll pull back a child here. I'm going to keep them in the relatively safe jobs over in this direction. If we can just treat you a little faster, why are we down to 80 capacity? It's a great question, because I should have, let's see, 20, 40, 50, 60, 70, and this has how many? 10? 20. Wait, 60? 70, 80, 90. Yeah, I should have 90 capacity. So why are we only treating 80 people? I think it's because people have not arrived at their healing place yet. So they're going to head back now that there is some capacity available. But we are starting to churn through it, thank God. If we can just get ourselves back on our feet with a healthy population, we can survive this. We can get back on track where we need to be. Okay. Need wood. Can't spend any. Need wood. Would love to dismantle this and get 15 more, because that could make a difference. What's it going to cost me in order to build a wall drill? It's going to cost 20 wood. Yeah, so I have to dismantle this in order to have it, because let's see, 180 plus 30, that's 210. 200 of wood is going to go to the bridge. So yeah, we have to dismantle this in order to have enough wood and get that wall drill up and running. But we're going to get there, dang it. Okay. No longer as worried about the automaton over here. That's not as big of a deal. We could just go gather some more coal over here, I suppose, and let's just go ahead and do that. Gather that up throughout the night. Okay, down to 66 people who are unhealthy, another 7 on the way. People are hungry, but they're getting their meals together, which means we're going to be A-okay. Oh my God, guys. This has been stressful, but I do think we are slowly but surely getting where we need to be. We've arrived. Shipwreck camp. What's happening? Wait, did we only... Wait. Where's my lumber? Why is it acting as if they're not here yet? I'm not too sure what's happened there. Our shipment arrived to them, but they haven't arrived to me. We have some problems. Can you send us... I would love to get our workers, honestly. Some more workers could be pretty huge. Some engineers wouldn't be bad, and then we can just send the engineers right back to them to upgrade them. But I might need this steel. Can we unpause for a second? What is this? Why does it say 50 and 50? Shipment en route. 50, 50. It's not sending what it said it would. And they haven't arrived. Why not? What is going on? Because I kind of need all of this, you know? Gathering post resources depleted over here. Well, that's good. Go ahead and dismantle real quick, Mr. Automaton. Is it bugged again? Because if it's bugged again, we're dead. I don't know. Automaton, get to work over here. Gather up some much-needed coal, please. At least enough to get me through the night, which is currently at the moment all right. Do you guys wait until, like, the next day to arrive or something? Okay, I reloaded the game and nothing's happened. However, I figured out what the problem is. So it's not a bug. If we actually click over here, transport stopped, storage is full. We have too much steel. That is the issue. So, if I were to find some way to waste a bunch of steel, I don't know, what's something that costs me a lot of steel? Resource depots? Maybe. Let's see. No, I don't want any of these. I'm just looking for something that would cost me a fair bit. So far, it's kind of looking like the Steam Coal Thumper might be a winner. Another factory. Oh, wait, we can just do a couple of these. Hang on. Here we go. Perfect. Just something that costs steel and nothing else. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. They've arrived. And then we can break these up, or at least unpause them real quick. However, I will note, that is still not the 180 wood that they said they were going to give me. Not at all. So, I guess I have to keep sending them rations and keep doing trades, which is starting to really irritate me, in order to get enough wood to make this work. Okay, well, I mean, what else can I do? Nothing. I have to do it. If the game is lying to me, that sucks, but I have to do it. Okay, question. How are we doing in terms of coal generation? It says we're producing enough per day. At the moment, we don't have enough to last throughout the night, so that's an issue, but at least the automatons will help with that. They can gather relatively quickly throughout the night, so we'll keep ourselves going. So we're sort of okay. But this is dumb. I'm not gonna lie. This is extremely dumb, and I feel like you guys owe me something. We could communicate and just ask for something, and I think we will. Engineers, workers, there's no reason not to spend it if it's on high. I don't need the steel is the thing. So, would engineers be better for me? Not really. Honestly, 15 workers is better for me, so I'm going to ask for that. And it's going to exhaust all the favor I've got, but it will build back up over time. And a few extra workers means I can start working more buildings. And I think once we get our healthcare figured out, which it looks like we've done by now, that will solve my engineering issues. So engineer-wise, we're looking just fine and dandy. I'm going to go ahead and assign some more people to go work down over here throughout the night. Let's see, send some children over here, do this. All right, and most places should be working with full efficiency at this point. Most. Not all, but most. One big downside I'm noticing, now that I think about it, is we still aren't going to have enough wood, even when I am done with these guys, are we? Because I won't be able to build the wall drill. Okay. Well, could dismantle and save 1 wood there. That won't do me a lot of good. You can't disband this. I wish there was a wood pile over here, because that would solve the issue. I don't regret that I went for the steam cores over here. I do think that was still the right call, but the game's not working as intended, and therefore it's messing me up. 4 wood and 8 steel won't do me a whole lot of good. Stuck in automation, unable to work for the next 12 hours. I'm going to shut down this gathering post, because I think that's optional. And actually, I think in order to get the wood, we're going to need to build the wall drill. We're going to have to dismantle this gathering post, at least temporarily. But I'd rather keep the automaton up and running if possible. That just generally seems like a better idea. We'll go ahead and assign a couple of people to these field kitchens and stuff, just to keep people nice and warm. We can go ahead and get the Faith Keepers going again. Reduce some discontent by a huge amount. That's always nice. And then, yeah, this is kind of the best I can do, at least until the next round of supplies arrive, and they are well on the way. But, of course, they're going to get stuck again if we don't go ahead and place down some more dummy steam hubs. So let's do that. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and pause. Pause. The good news is we have 1 million freaking steel. If we really can get this wall drill set up, like, that's our problem solved, right? So there it is. 220 is exactly how much I need. No, wait, it's not. It's almost exactly what I need. However, we'll be just shy in terms of roads. Crap. Okay. I'm not going to get rid of the resource depot. That still strikes me as kind of important. Is there anything I could safely get rid of that would get me a little tiny bit of lumber? Question, how many houses do I have? I have 58 bacon beds. Right, because so many people are dying. Well, that works. So I could get rid of some bunkhouses. Or I could just keep these. But yeah, we don't need all this anymore. Well, we're about to fill up some of them, but we can get rid of some things. So if I dismantled, let's say, a couple of homes here, we could get 8. That might be enough in and of itself. We'll start with this. I don't know how much wood we're going to need, but 8 might be about exactly right. Let's see, a street. Yeah, let's just let the bridge get built up first. Get the bridge built up first. It'll be fine. All right, at the radio station, we find some steel and some coal. Good. We also find another buried dreadnought, a frozen river, and an empty snow hut. Okay, well, the frozen river has nothing. The snow hut has nothing. Dreadnoughts are traps. Could go to the hot springs, since it says we haven't been there yet. We can just go off in some direction. I think I'm just going to go off in some direction and hope. If I had not done the scouting team, this would have been a little bit easier, but we're going to manage it okay. Get that bridge going, guys. Get that bridge going nice and quick. Come on. We got to get a wall drill, dude. Not optional. Have to get wall drill. We are 9 hours on coal. The extra efficiency has saved my bacon in such a huge way, to be honest. Very glad we ended up getting that. All right, that's done. Now, resources. Wall drill right here. Road. Out and over. And we do need 3 more wood. Dismantle. And do it quick, guys. Okay, we're building this up. Whoa! What the heck is happening? You guys seeing this? Alright, apparently, my automatons learned a new trick that I don't feel very comfortable with. What's this? Another Hulk sighted. Don't care. Can't afford. Too much. Alright, now, let's see. We have only a couple hours left necessary there. I'm going to go ahead and pull the automaton. Actually, the automaton's already not busy. Go here. Okay, so where are you going? Okay, they're just floating. They're just making laws up at this point. The laws of physics mean nothing now. Can you guys please just finish what I told you to finish? Get me the wood I need for the streets. Lordy. Okay, so that's going to get built out. Build here. Build here. And that'll be it. We're out of wood. It was the perfect amount of lumber. Good. If we can just get the streets built, we will have a source of lumber. Oh, my God. And the temperature is dropping repeatedly before the next storm. Golly. All right. Here comes the wood. Thank God. Okay. It's not enough. Don't get me wrong. It's not enough, but at least it's something. I am going to probably keep trading for it because without wood, I can't do research and build things and more automatons and so on and so forth. I am going to send them some engineers. And I'm going to trade for more resources, spending our coal and rations, but I think that's okay. As long as people are healthy, we can actually keep up on that. All right, what do we find out here? The Circle of Stones. That's people. Well, I mean, I guess we did say we wanted more stuff. All right. We did say that we wanted to get some more workers. That's why we had people on their way. I'll take it. Silent protests. A man has thrown himself at the generator. His widow is here. She said she's looking for answers, trying to make sense of it. He was a quiet man, never said anything against you, but now some people claim he did it to protest your religious reforms. The clerics are right, and discontent falls. Good. Okay. So with this built, we now can pull off the automaton. Well, actually, we don't need to pull the automaton off. I can just keep canceling more of these steam hubs. Yeah, if we need some more steel, we're fine. We got a good bank. We're good to go. Never mind. Just keep gathering up the coal, guys. Keep gathering up the coal. In fact, we could build back our gathering post that we tore down, and we do need to do that. But I would also like to get some wood together so I can do research. What can we research that would be helpful? A heater efficiency upgrade would be great. Too expensive. Scouts? No. Automation integration would be great. Make our automatons more efficient. Advanced steelworks? Honestly, not necessary right now. I'm honestly tempted to go for the steam wall drill and spend another steam core just so we can get the wood faster. But I don't think that's wise. I think we're okay without it. Cookhouse installation is fun. What we should do, now that we have a little bit of extra lumber real quick, is set up another sawmill. Here and here. We're going to spend everything we got. But I got some workers, and we can just generate some extra goodness. Also, let's get a steam hub set up over here so that they are going to be taken care of since the temperature's about to drop rather precipitously. I would love nothing better than to research the mining tech so I could get one more bridge and then go gather up. This is iron, not coal. Oh, no, wait a minute. That's not going to get me what I need. I need coal. Coal is what I want. Coal is going to get me salvation. There's one over there. I guess we could build a gathering post over here and do something, but meh. Coal here. So where's the other coal? Is it all the way over here? I think it is. Okay, so hang on. We'd have to go 1, 2 to get to that one. 1, 2 to get to this one. This has steam cores and coal. And then this one would have steam cores and trees. So out of the bunch, oh gosh, 2 more bridges? That's a little hard for me to do. That's a hard pill to swallow. I'm not sure I can justify getting out here, at least not in time. Oh, man. Angry about the cold, huh? Disperse the crowd. You guys can be cold and upset if you want. Honestly, as far as I'm concerned, you're all looking pretty good and you should stop complaining so much. Seriously, though. You guys really like to complain a lot. I would love this. That would be good in a lot of ways. What's my efficiency down here? So we have 65%, which is generating how much in total? 187 per day? That's even better than I thought. I thought it only gave me 120 per day. That's a pretty decent amount of wood. It's going to get a lot better in a minute. Now let's focus on these things that matter. We're just going to keep generating throughout the day. Oh, I know what's better. 120 per day for regular working hours with the automaton running even at 65%. That's why it's doing so much better. Got it. Oh, also our shipments just arrived, so we got a lot more. Good. I would love to get another automaton. Let's pull some engineers off here, get an automaton going in the morning, set that up. We'll get a heater going as well. Automatons cost what, 80 wood? I think that's right. Okay, we're fine, we're fine. This is going to be set to regular work hours only. You guys will be working long hours. As soon as it's done building, which should be pretty much now. Sign adults. We're going to get a lot of wood going. And we got plenty of steel. So it's just a matter of can we keep our food going? And can we get our coal going? At the moment, the answer should be yes. We should be doing fine on coal, right? With all of this gathering per day? Barely, but we should be. Okay, well, we'll keep going then. Autigration, or do we go for coal mining? Do you think that I can gain enough per day? I have 182 right now. We're going to gain about another 160, 320, about 480 before the storm hits. 480, that's enough to build 2 bridges. We're going to gain a lot more than that, actually. And steel-wise, we're still generating how much per day in steel? None, it says. That can't be right. Oh, that's because we're still gathering over here. Right. I think we might just be able to do this. We're going to research coal mining. It's a relatively cheap tech anyway. All right, pull the automaton off over there. Let's go ahead and start just generating consistent steel. People are hungry, but not too many people are sick, which means I can pull some workers off here at the House of Healing and instead go gather up coal. We need to build up a stockpile. We need a hell of a stockpile. We've arrived at the Circle of Stones. We found survivors. Guess what that means? It means we need to send them back. That's a lot of folks. 17 engineers, 18 workers, 11 children. The thing is, some of them will die on the way, but I can't really afford to keep feeding as many as we've got. I'm going to send them and keep the scouts going elsewhere. Let's head toward the frozen river and maybe to the hot springs if necessary. But yeah, some people will die, but at least it's something. We've got just enough workers as things stand right now anyway. All right, temperature drops, but we can go ahead and turn up some heat. We could pull off some engineers elsewhere and get some faster research, but I think I'll hold off on that for the moment. Here comes another automaton. That actually will solve some problems there as well. Okay, so with this automaton ready to go, we're good. What do I want to do with it, though? Let's see. Your people behave like wild animals sometimes. You know that. One of them got into a brawl with one of our men, and they beat each other up quite badly. It doesn't matter who started it. Such hostility is unacceptable. They'll be displeased. Discontent rises. I can accept. So you guys have average favor. What else can you guys give me? Wood? Yes. Send me some wood, please. Does that mean I can't get any more automatons because we're already maxed out? We have no more steam cores, so that's fine. We'll send you guys to do research faster. I am going to need a steam core in order to get the coal going, but at least now we have enough automatons that if I can somehow make this work... Actually, no, we're going to get another steam core just by trying to get to the coal mine in the first place, aren't we? We did say that was going to happen right over here. Yes. Okay, so we will definitely be able to get one more automaton and a mine if we want to over here. Or I could save both of our steam cores and try to get 2 upgrades to the mines, and that actually is worth it. A very, very upgraded mine tends to be extremely effective. And that will get me enough coal to probably last throughout the next big storm. I say probably. No guarantees of that fact, but probably. Where do we want to have our next automaton then? Well, we don't want to have anybody over here, probably, unless we want to turn the heat on, which I guess I can do. A lot of people sick over here. Tell you what, pull the children off, send the automaton over there. Let's make sure everyone's as healthy as possible for the moment. We're holding together, we're holding together. I do need a lot more rations, so I can't keep trading these all away. We could set up another excavation team, but it's going to be kind of rough. Not sure I can really justify that. We do have enough for the next bridge. Okay. To serve and protect. There's trouble brewing between the people in the street arguing over the role of the Faith Keepers. Here to protect us all, they serve the city or disperse the crowd. Let's just go ahead and let discontent drop a almost negligible amount. Thanks for that. All right. So if we can get that bridge built up, that's good. We might have a few workers who can go and work on that. I'm going to go ahead and say pause for the moment, though. We will need to get some streets out there, though. Yeah, right up to here. It's going to get rid of a lot of trees, unfortunately. A gathering post plus an automaton will be able to gather up some coal and get the steam cores going overnight. So that's good, but that cost me a lot of important resources, as one might expect. Let's go ahead and cancel the steam hubs. They're no longer relevant. Get our steel back. Thank you. Okay. We're doing it, guys, and we have nobody sick at the moment. Okay, with that done, let's go for the next steam coal mine. We can also then go for optimization, which makes them a lot more efficient. I think we have enough time at the moment, though. What I'm going to do is go for the automation integration. Get an extra 10% efficiency on our automatons, which means we're going to get a lot more steel and a lot more wood, which I can use to keep getting more technology. And I am going to do an emergency shift on these guys, I think. Right here. Discontent may be high, but I say, get that integration going for efficiency. It's always worth it, right? All right, we're in free time. Let's go ahead and unpause this and have people go to work before the temperature drops again. Minus 94 degrees right now. Yikes, dude. But I feel like we're in a much better position. So much better than we were. Okay. We should be able to set up a gathering post and get this going. And we're almost already at a point where I can build a second bridge. Do you guys see how significant that is? That's huge. So let's see. We're going to build a road. Well, let's see. Hang on. Can I see where the next bridge would be? No. Well, that's fine. We know ultimately that we want to have a gathering post right around here, I think. So let's do this. Okay. Good, 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 good. We must cut out the rot. Wake up and look around. All the sacrifices, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's great. Let's go ahead and make discontent fall since people are sounding a little uppity to me. I mean, they may be fine, but let's do some nighttime processions. And some captain's words. I'll speak to the people. There we go. Apparently, I'm very persuasive. Okay, temperature drops a lot more. Storm on the horizon again. Really? You don't say. I don't know if these survivors are going to make it. Oh, it's going to take them 5 days. They're all dead. Oh, no. They're all dead. So you're about to arrive over here at the frozen river, but I don't think you can get anything. Yeah, we had to have escorted those people or it wasn't going to work. Well, that sucks. Turn on the heaters over here. Costs a bit of coal, but keep that wood going. There's an automation integration done. Okay, and for more technology, we can go for another level of that. At this point, I think it's worth it. So we're going to. What else could we have researched? Medical stuff and engineering. Make them do research. Both of those are nice. Not really relevant at the moment, though. These guys are cold and have to get built up. It's only going to get worse. How many vacant beds do we have? We need one more house. I can't dismantle this easily. Well, that bites. I was hoping I could get rid of this tent. Okay. Well, I think we are about out of time here. You found nothing. An ice obelisk. I don't think there's anything over there. Yeah, there's nothing there. We can get to the hot springs in 13 hours and then probably get home in time. So why don't you go there? Yeah, we found basically nothing in this scouting run. But I guess that's going to have to be okay. We can go ahead and start using the overdrive. A little bit at least. And that will help me a teensy-weensy bit. Children's Mind. They were able to get their stuff done. Well, we haven't really done anything with you in the first place, so it doesn't matter. But good for you, you know? I'm happy for you. I'm happy you were able to pull that one off. I'm going to go ahead and pull the automaton off, get the children going. The automaton is going to be going over here. As soon as you guys can actually build the streets and stuff, please hurry on this before it gets too much colder. Automaton, you got to go over here. What's going on? Frostbite? That's fine. I know I need to end this video, but give me a minute. Okay, work hours. We still got at least a few more. And here comes the automaton. There we go. All right. So we're going to get the steam cores. Need a little bit more steel. But we're doing fine on wood all of a sudden. A doubter. Teach him a lesson. Discontent falls. Yeah, he can be hurt. Hurt him! It's fine with me, honestly. This workshop is not a great place to work, so we're going to go ahead and pull the engineers off of that. Much as I would love to continue. It's going to have to be good enough. We're treating everybody. Everyone's fine. We're going to build up some new homes. And this, by the way, is a crazy storm, but it's going to drop 2 levels, and then it's going to come back up. So, at least this time around, when the storm comes, it's not going to drop by another 2. So we're not going to be that much worse off. This is actually going to stagger the storm, and I think this might actually be the worst that it gets in the game. I could be wrong. But if we can survive through this, we're definitely going to get to that 50-day threshold that I was hoping for in order to get the achievement. So that's massive. Coal-wise, we're doing okay. Wood, we're getting 300 a day. Steel, 94 per day. Plenty of food rations. And we're fine on healthcare. So we didn't really research any technology to make us survive the temperature any better. But, I mean, we're doing a lot better here, guys. We're doing a hell of a lot better here. And if I can indeed get this bridge and then get a coal mine set up, we'll be fine, and the automatons will carry me to victory. I think. All right, actually, you know, one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and trade probably for a little bit more. Well, I was going to say trade for some more wood and steel. Actually, yeah, trade for some more wood and steel. Just as a little bit more steel actually speeds things up for me quite a bit. I think we have enough coal that we're fine, enough rations we're fine. Yeah, all right. I feel like we're in a good spot, guys. Thank you all very much for watching. I do hope that you enjoyed. If so, then I would ask that you hit that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe, and I will see you guys next time. Hello, everybody. My name is Pravus, and welcome back to Frostpunk in the Rifts for our extreme endless run. Though I am hoping we are going to be wrapping things up as of this week. Our next big storm is on the way. 3 temperature drops in total, likely taking me down to about 150 below zero. And then it's going to jump back up. If we can survive this, I think that we will only be looking better and better from here on out. I think. So, to that extent, we are still trying to gather up some steam cores and build another bridge desperately to get to a coal deposit. That will certainly make me feel a lot better about my situation. I am a little concerned about not having enough rations, but we got enough we should be able to survive for the next couple of days, I would think. So we'll somehow be able to pull this one off. I honestly am kind of happy with how this is all turning out. I really think that we probably should have lost around episode 3 or 4, but somehow, we are still alive and trucking, so I'm just going to keep going with it. By the way, before we get capped out on wood, let's make sure that we go ahead and once again place down a whole bunch of medical posts, just because it's worth just having a bunch of this spent for the time being. I can always cancel a lot of it later. Can I just hit this? Will this be faster? Yes. Let's see. The bracket button. There we go. Let's just go ahead and pause all this. I know people have been telling me to do this for a while now. I do know how to use the keys. I figured it out. Thank you, though. All right, let's see. Automation integration going up. I did decide to go for an extra 10% efficiency on our automatons, didn't I? Because that's a lot of extra steel and wood that I can get per day, especially during the night hours, and eventually will translate into a bit of extra coal as well. A lot of people are angry, huh? Nope, disperse. Sorry, I know. Hope would normally go down if hope mattered anymore. But it does not. It does not matter at all. To automation, okay, so that's all done. We could go for a heater efficiency upgrade. Is okay. Let's see. I think this is fine as is. We haven't researched the next level of the coal mine, and we do need to get this. So let's go ahead and start working on that next. We are upgrading a few houses into bunkhouses. That is certainly a very good thing for me. It'll get me a little bit of extra heat as needed. We've arrived at the hot springs. So, okay, I knew that we should have been able to arrive there without any issues, but for some reason it kept saying that we hadn't gone there. I'm like, I don't know, do you have to go again after the storm? Doesn't look like it. By the way, all these survivors are verily, verily dead. There's just no way these 46 people are going to make it. Again, if hope mattered, that would be a disaster for me. But it does not. It does not matter. Okay, so let's see. The automaton should be gathering here with these steam cores, but we still don't have it fast enough. Only 0.08 per hour. It is kind of rough. If I can get myself a little bit more steel together, though, that would be great. Let's turn off the overdrive. I know the temperature's about to drop, and we're going to have to live with that for a little bit, but I bought some time with some bunkhouses, trying to get up to that 150 steel so I can build the next bridge. Tonight, preferably, that would be the best time to do things. And we should be able to get enough for this in just a couple of hours. Oh, there we go. Never mind. We've arrived from the shipwreck camp. Well, that does get me what I need. Perfect. Okay, now that we have enough resources. Unfortunately, you can't hit the tabs button when you want to cancel them, can you? Let's get some resources back. If we can get that bridge built up, that means we will be able to build the coal mine very, very soon. Okay, so we'll do that. And then we need a bit more lumber, don't we? Okay, hang on. Fix that. There we go. And place. There's probably hotkeys for roads, too, but I've Never really known what it is. Right along here should be fine. We'll do this. There we go. Okay. It's very cold, and I know you guys don't want to build things, but I need you to do it anyway, please. Get out there and do it anyway, please, and thank you. Thank you very much. We must work harder to prove our faith. Yes, that's how the faith works. Absolutely. Work harder, and God shall surely reward you. 35 people are sick at the moment, but we are holding it together fairly well. How are we doing in terms of coal? Barely breaking even, but again, the second we have that mine set up, it's just going to be that much better. Now, the thing that scares me is everyone is very cold before the temperature has dropped to the next round, and obviously that's not great. I'd love to use the overdrive, but I kinda can't, right? That would, that's a bit of a problem. We are also running out of rations. Interesting. Well, tell you what, I will temporarily pull the automaton off here and have them work over here instead. It's too cold to operate. Okay, never mind. Let's go ahead and stick on this for the moment, but we're going to have to do an overdrive just to make a few rations to survive this next round, and that does suck terribly, doesn't it? There's one steam core down. I wish I knew exactly how much longer until this one was coming out. I mean, presumably it will be within the next 24 hours, but by then, you know, obviously the storm will have hit, so this is going to be a little tough, but I need this overdrive to burn down badly. Have to have that. Okay. Advanced steelworks wouldn't be bad if we wanted to get a lot more steel. Infirmary checklists and stuff could be okay. Infirmary mechanization, no. This is great because we're going to need to heal people a lot. We've already found that health is probably my biggest crisis in this game. Once these storms eventually do hit. Turning on some heaters here does help. We can continue treating people, and I need to do that before they all freeze to death, so that's good. Let's see. I'm already operating pretty much everything that I can here. What's this? House of Healing. We can turn you up a little bit as well, though it doesn't seem to have made a difference. And nothing I really want to worry about here except for perhaps this. Just try to prevent a few people from getting sick if possible. Coal, though, yeah, that is gonna become a pretty serious issue. The bridge is going to be getting built, though, very slowly. We've returned with our scouts. Excellent. That gets me some steel and some much-needed coal. You guys aren't going to be going anywhere tonight, so let's go ahead and disband you, my only scouting party. Definitely didn't get a lot done in terms of scouts, did we? No, not at all. But I think it was well worth it. I think it was well worth it. And if we can just get a few more people to be working on this bridge a little faster, you know, that'd be nice. I mean, you guys have until tonight. You have until tonight before we are all going to freeze to death and die. And that wouldn't be good for anybody involved. Let's go ahead and place down a handful more of these. And then pause. Whoops. That's not what I meant to do. Pause. Pause. There we go. Okay, get those all set up. Just keep the stockpile of wood going for a little bit longer. I know you guys are getting sick. I understand. What can I do? Nothing. If we turn the heat on here, let's get the workers going and some engineers. At least it gets me a little bit more capacity to treat some people because we're kind of at that capacity right now. And yeah, a lot of people still getting sick. We're going to have to start using some coal to try and prevent some of that at these jobs. I'm going to pull the automaton off. We're going to go here. We're going to wait until the automaton arrives, and then we are going to do a little bit of overdrive just to get some rations set up, because we're not going to be able to produce any more food during the cold. We know that to be true, right? However, I do want to save as much overdrive as possible and bear the brunt of the first day, because the second day is when we know it is going to be the coldest. So ideally, we're able to get through that. All right, we finished up with the steam cores. That is great. Let's go ahead and send the automaton away from here and over here instead. Let's see. The automaton should be heating up and then getting over there. We have people dying from the cold because this is what happens when it is freezing. And I suppose one thing we could do right now, just to try and make it a little easier, is to go ahead and just build some bunkhouses out. Now, it's a little bit dangerous in the sense that everyone's homeless right now. And I do still need people to be building up this bridge, but we also really need some more heat. Like ASAP. So people are going to be building pretty quickly, I think. This buys me at least a little time to be less freezing than before. Severe frostbite. Some people are getting amputated. Yes, those things would happen. Okay, the bridge is built. Good, 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 good. So, let's go to resources and build a steam coal mine, taking up 2 of my precious steam cores, but allowing me to place down an automaton that will get me a load of coal per day. How much was it, out of curiosity? It was 450 coal per standard work day, which actually translates to something closer to like 600 per day, just from one automaton at work, and I think that that is pretty darn good for me. A lot of people getting sick right now, though. Lots of people getting sick. Let's go ahead and temporarily turn on the overdrive, just to go ahead and start getting some of those meals out. We are indeed producing some rations. That extra heat can help give you guys a little bit more time. And we need to be pulling off engineers at pretty much any job that is not healthcare related for the time being. So let's be finding all of them, pull them out of here. That's all over there. There's a couple of engineers over here. We're going to need to have as much medical capacity going as I can, and it's going to be rough given that a lot of people are still sick. But I need it. I need as much medical capacity going here as possible. And we're already at 73 sick, and the storm hasn't even hit yet. That's not a good sign, is it? No, it's really not. This is hard. This is hard. But again, if we can survive this, we're going to be in a good spot. So let's go ahead and turn the heat on at the medical posts. No point in having it on at the workhouses, or the hot houses, sorry. So let's go ahead and pull the kids off of all of this. We can possibly get some more workers over here, and we shall at the House of Healing. Going to pull back over here because there's really not much point in having this on. We're going to be saving whatever coal we can. Is anybody working over here? No, and this steam hub's already off. You guys are already doing what you can. You need to go away because you're too cold. The rest of you, as long as we have the overdrive going, you're doing okay. As long as... The moment we don't, though, a little harder to say. Is anybody working here? No, that's good. Making sure that that is the case. I'm just checking to see if there's anywhere else I can save a little bit of coal. This medical post is still cold despite the fact that I've got heat going. Yeah. In the cookhouse, I'm still working here just to try and make enough rations to live. And people are not getting out here to actually build up the coal mine. Now, that scares me. Because I obviously need you guys to be building up the coal mine, and I maybe shouldn't have been building up the houses when I was, but there's a lot of people who are unemployed. You guys should be building things. Should be. Let's go ahead and assign you guys here, more engineers there. That's kind of all I can afford here at the moment. Let's do this. It is still work time. If I can get that infirmary going a little bit faster, that extra 15% will be huge. And don't forget, we could triage if we had to. And we might end up having to just accept a bunch of people dying in order to heal a bunch of people too. Like, that might very well be the case. Alright, roads are being built. Here comes the coal mine. Now, people are going to freeze and might even die on the way. I don't know, but if we don't get the coal going, we know we're going to die. I am going to get that coal optimization for an extra 10% efficiency of coal. Because running out of coal is obviously the way we lose the game. Right about now. Coal mine almost done. Somebody needs to finish this last little stretch of road. Locked up. One of our men failed to turn up for work today. We found him at home. Someone knocked and wrote bugger in chalk on the door. Let's see. Hope rises or discontent falls. I think we let discontent fall. Somebody's coming out here to build this road. I can see it. There it is. All right. We've got all of the rations we can. My overdrive is too high. We now have to temporarily turn it off. Let's also turn off the cookhouse, save the heat, send the automaton over to the coal mine. And we should find that we're going to be producing a lot. Serious accident with an automaton. I could lose efficiency, but I'm going to say no. Automatons will remain a threat and let the discontent rise, because I need that 10% efficiency. It's kind of critical. All right, bunkhouses are finishing up as best we can. That's a little bit of extra housing. Unfortunately, no one is going to be getting treated, really, during this cold, except for the infirmaries. The infirmaries still can do their job. So can the House of Healing as long as the heaters are up and running, which is great, but medical posts, not so much. So I'm trying to get that overdrive to burn down a little bit Because we have one more day to go, and unfortunately, not enough coal still. Wait a minute. We need to turn these off temporarily. Because we are not getting enough right now. Where's my automaton? And why is it not working faster? Turn that off. Are we even producing any coal out of here yet? Coal mine, 918 is what it should be producing per day, which is tremendous. It's even better than I thought. And yet... Well... we are sort of almost kind of breaking even. And I say sort of almost kind of because I mean like legitimately sort of almost kinda. We need to do some emergency shifts. I hate to do it, especially in the cold like this, but we have to. People are going to go start working, gathering coal. There we go. I just needed to make sure it didn't go down to 0. I'm fine with it hovering around this number for the next 2 hours, but if it went down to 0, we would lose. And that would not be allowed to stand. Let's get the heat on. Okay, so that gets it at least to somewhat livable. Okay, now we're starting to rise. There we go. There we go. Okay. Somebody died. Yes, duly noted. Okay, the temperature drops once again. Now this is where we turn on the overdrive and we run it for as long as we can, but even with the overdrive on, minus 180, we can't treat very many people. Oh boy. Okay, well, there's really not much else I can do beyond what we already are. We'll get some heat on in these locations to prevent these guys from getting sick, if at all possible. As long as the overdrive is running, that's not looking too bad. Anybody else working jobs I do not want? So far, the answer appears to be no. We're doing great in terms of wood. That's fine. You should not be working here anymore. It's too cold. Get a couple engineers working over here, I suppose. No point in having them working in the medical post unless I can get some more heat out of it. But it looks like even with the overdrive, medical posts simply aren't going to cut it anymore. Okay, this is definitely going to be a doozy here. This is definitely going to be a doozy. We can pull the engineers off of this. No point in having them stay in a very cold environment. Gotta hold out for 1 day. Highly likely we are going to suffer some more deaths. And by some, I mean a lot of deaths. I could triage. We would reduce the number of patients a lot. I'm not thrilled about it, but we could. We are still not producing enough coal. It says we should be producing enough to last the day. But I'll be honest, this doesn't feel like a lot, does it? Well, let's go ahead and assign some more people over here. Honestly, the gathering posts are like the safest place for you guys. Forget like having you guys stay at home. You guys should all be like hanging out over here. The more workers I have in this warm environment, the better. Definitely. Although there was, it turns out, an advantage to having somebody working here, I think. Maybe not. Was it increasing? I can't tell. Alright, we'll go ahead and save a little coal doing that. Are we wasting any other coal or resources? We gotta last a little longer. I don't think we are wasting coal anywhere else. This is just literally the best we can do. Yikes, dude. And of course, that overdrive is rising quickly. Coal mining. Operation done. Letter of thanks. Hope rises. Good. They like the automatons are working in the cold. Well, that's good. Coal mining rationalization, another 10% from the coal mine is probably a good thing for me right about now. Could start working on the automatic prototyping. We will ultimately want this. But for now, I still think coal mining rationalization is the best way to go. Just because that little bit of extra coal per day can make a big difference. Might make a big difference. I'm just glad to see that we're doing fine on all other resources. It's all about having enough food to last a storm and enough coal production to last a storm. If you can do that, we're okay. People are furious. Hold on for a couple of days. Seriously, just hold out for, like, let's say 8 more hours. Can you hold out for 8 more hours? Because we're that close. We really are. Generator stress levels are critical. Duly noted. Could send a child to go and die. Not going to. Want to. Not going to. Actually managed to get down to only 34 people sick. Now we're about to have a heck of a lot more, especially as people are coming back from work. But, something. Can you guys survive a few hours? I do think that extra 15% of the infirmary healing made a big difference there. We are producing more coal than we're using up during the night right now. That's great. Okay, so the automaton is 100% doing its job. Gotta hold out a little longer. Just a couple hours. Time to go to the overdrive. Treat as many as you can. Here we go. Try to prevent people from getting sick. And the temperature rises. Okay. That was it. I'm gonna go ahead and leave that overdrive for a little bit. Discontent falls. You don't say. Okay. There we go. Some people died, but to be honest, as far as deaths are concerned, that was one of the best runs we've had, or one of the best storms. Really wasn't that bad. Let's go ahead and get people working the medical post again. We'll treat what remains. And beyond that, I think we go ahead and start pulling workers off and rearranging a little bit. And I know this is tedious, but it's very important to do, because with about 100 people sick, obviously we can only get so many other resources. We have to be careful about what we get. I'm very glad to see plenty of wood and steel, because that means we can start building bridges and accessing lots of areas. I think from here on out, the biggest priority is going to be steam cores. Get steam cores sorted, and I think we will end up being fine. Let's go to the cookhouse. We don't have any rations yet, but I'm hoping to start producing some, though it looks like most of the kids are sick. No, we got some healthy workers over here, so that's a full 100% there. I think the kids really did get sick. Yeah, we can get lots of food from the hothouses using just all my healthy workers. That's great. Okay, we need food, so we'll get that. I don't need lumber, so we're going to ignore you. And then, yeah, I think it is, in fact, just coal. So let's send workers to the coal thumpers. We'll send kids and workers down to the gathering posts. And just sort of sit back. From here on out, I think we are fine. Not easy, and every storm is going to be getting a bit worse. But we should now be at a position where I can gather more resources than I need. Oh, God. I forgot to turn off the generator. Oh, God. Send the child! That's the child thing I was talking about? I meant to turn that off. I forgot. Shipwrecked camp. They're having problems. They need help. Okay. I'll talk to somebody. Oh, one of my men was slacking off. Okay, I thought maybe this was the event where they, like, don't have resources for 3 days. Discontent rises. I'll accept it. Did not mean to send that child to their death. I feel horribly neglectful, I'm not gonna lie. But okay, let's go ahead and do that. So we just finished up with the coal mining rationalization. That's even more coal for me. We could get more steel going. Instead, though, I think something we're gonna do is finally go ahead and research that house. Let's go ahead and just get some more insulation. We know that we are going to need that very badly going forward. I need some rations, at which point we'll be able to do some more trading. I would also love to go ahead and get myself another construction team. And at this point, I think I probably could pull off some workers here and just go ahead and do that. Let's get a construction team going. And we'll lose some folks, but I would love to go ahead and go to the hot springs, set up a trading post, and have a new source of food, since that's been a pretty important bottleneck for me. As far as coal, we're actually not producing enough anymore all of a sudden. That's what happens when you pull a lot of people off of your gathering posts. They're all sick, but I think we'll still be able to mostly tread water. Just going to be a little on the close side. We are treating people as quickly and aggressively as I can. So that's going to be fine. There's the rations we needed. I would love to raise your food availability so we can get a higher level with them. Let's actually reduce the speed and click this. There we go. Send that. We have high favor. What would we want with you? Honestly, workers is more what I want. I would like a lot of workers. Let's say 15 of you. That'll make up for what I'm about to lose by building a trade route with the hot springs. And since favor does build up on a daily basis, regardless of what you do, I do think that's a very good argument for why the transport depot is actually extremely strong in this game. Because building up favor passively for extra food, coal, wood, and steel per day is huge. That's just massive. There's really not a reason not to just go ahead and have favor building with literally everybody, right? Probably. Let's go to this gathering post. Nope, not the field kitchen. We need to keep gathering coal. Still got to gather coal, unfortunately. Would like to go ahead and do another emergency shift. Can we do that? No, because we don't have any rations. Got it. That does admittedly make a bit of sense. All right. You can see, by the way, just how well the wall drill is doing for us being operated by an automaton. I've been having 0 issues in terms of lumber and stuff for a while. Something actually worth doing would probably just be building some resource posts. And we can do that in at least a couple of spots. Along here, for example, where there already aren't any trees while the temperature's up. And that way we can just increase our capacity so we don't have as much to worry about going forward. We have arrived at the shipwreck camp. Oh, right, I forgot scouts, by the way. Okay, hang on. Other adults. Well, we just got 15 more. So let's go to the scouts here. And we're going to send you guys to Supply Depot, Buried Dreadnought, Icy Maze. Let's try this one. I haven't seen that one for a bit. And let's actually go for a second scout team this time, just because we didn't get a lot of scouting in last time, and I think that would be worth doing. Still see a Buried Dreadnought, but I'm not especially worried about an extra Dreadnought, am I? Alright, so that does leave me with 5 extra workers still. We will send them to the other gathering post right here, because coal is still right now the biggest issue. And I do think it would be worth using some of these corpses to get some extra rations, so we're going to do that as well. We've arrived at the hot springs, build the trading depot, and there's average favor right off the bat. So we would like you to send us, they can send us steel, wood, or food. Wow. Well, what I really need right now is food. So we're going to ask for that. We're going to go ahead and spend that favor, might as well. And then what's going on over here? Yes, trading depot is set up. Thank you. So we will be able to trade with them now. There's a lot of things they need, including some basic dwellings. Now, it so happens that these are resources I actually have in some level of abundance. So I'm A-okay with sending you some of this, and they'll give us some more raw food in return. They do, however, want workers, and that's one thing that I have a hard time with. A coal shipment. They are tier 2. Trading resources doesn't get me much else. I assume, by the way, if we can get these guys all the way built up to level 3, we can probably build a road, kind of like we had done before. Which would be interesting. It would be very interesting. Still don't have any rations. I really wanted to do an emergency shift on our... workshops, but that's not been an option for me. Let's go ahead and go to this medical post and shut it down. We're going to send some extra people over to the workshop and make sure that the heat is on for when that time comes. Might need to get some extra workshops going. We've kind of reached that point where I think that there would be a benefit. I could fit one, like, right along here. Yeah. Let's go ahead and build another one where my engineers can do something. Clogged pipes. Heat zones are smaller. Okay, that's something we have seen before. That is unfortunate, but not the end of the world. We should save some coal, I just realized. We're spending a bit too much on a few things that don't need it. I'm okay with most of you guys being nice and toasty, just prevent some sickness, but yeah, what's going over here? This gathering post being out of range is an issue.
Work shift begins.
Okay, so this is all looking kind of okay as it stands. Could turn down the care house. Don't really care if that's cold. This bunkhouse is still out of range, isn't it? I didn't mean to build this. If I turn it off, people are going to go cold, though, so we can't really afford to do that. We can build another bunkhouse right over here, though. Actually, cancel you. I can fit... I can't fit 2 bunkhouses in range, unfortunately, and the smaller range is going to be really awkward and kind of hurt. Okay, well, we'll place a workshop over there anyway. There we go. I want to just move these guys. I don't like these guys being here in the very cold. That's just people who are going to get sick all the time, so let's not worry about it. Same deal over there, actually. Children's Mine, they're the ones who are locked up and can't do anything now. Okay. Well, that's going to have to be okay. Smaller heat zone sucks, but at least it's not going to hurt us for a bit. We want to increase our coal capacity, our wood capacity, and maybe our rations or steel. For now, let's do steel. Think that's going to be okay. So now we've turned off a lot of those heaters. How are we looking in terms of coal? Oh, yeah. Now we're starting to build it up. Now we're working. We're cooking with some serious gas. This is good. Okay. Well, everyone get to work building things. There's the rations. Houses are researched. Now, before we build a bunch of houses, let's go ahead and do the house redesign effort, which does make everything a little bit cheaper. It will pay for itself, ultimately. Okay, we are out of rations. Let's go to the hot houses we've got here, and let's utilize the dead. We've got some pretty good efficiency across the board, and I want to start making some serious rations per day right now. I need some serious food. How are we looking on that food? Pretty good. Okay, that's progress. We'll need to get a big stockpile soon, though. Yeah, these guys are only cold because the temperature range dropped a lot, and that is an issue. A note of thanks. Hope rises. Good. Okay. What else could we do? Well, we could do a coal shipment. We could also do some food aid, and since I'm producing a load of food, I don't think that's that bad of an idea. What else do you guys want? Basic healthcare, boiler repair, you'd want a steam core. That's hard for me to do. That's a hard sell. I think I can afford to do a coal shipment and get some extra wood and steel that way. Food, I can do. We'll do both of those and try to get you to level up a little bit. If I can get the boiler repair or something, I might. But, I mean, a steam core, those are pretty valuable, don't you know? I would love to get another bridge tonight. Actually, I'd love to build all my bridges in the next couple of days. Just because that way I don't have to worry about the temperature dropping too much more. So we only have about a day to build a bunch of bridges. Let's get some of that steel going. I want to get an upgrade in my steelworks. We can grab a couple of steam cores if we went that way. There's also another coal mine, which would be very nice for me to get. Unfortunately, nothing tremendously useful on the way there, so that's still hard. And off this way, a couple more steam cores. I wanted more automatons, but I need things to do with those automatons. Let's see, another iron ore deposit. Tempting, but the coal's more important. This isn't too bad. We can build one bridge to get a couple of cores. And then with those 2 cores, I'd build a mine, and then I need a couple more cores to get some automatons. So a bridge here. Here, 1, 2, 3, 4 bridges. That's too much. I don't know if I can do that. 4 bridges? Well, let's see what the scouts drag up. Maybe, just maybe, we'll get lucky and the scouts find some more of our steam cores or something, and I don't have to worry about it. In the meantime, I think this is a good place to end. If we can get up to about day 50, that's an achievement right there. I want to get to day 100, but I'm not going to show everything because I'm hoping by the time we get to the next storm, we will have fully upgraded houses, we will have the next round of our generator working, and we will be pretty much set, so I can literally just walk away and I'll show you what the final result looks like. Thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed. If so, then I would ask you to hit that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe. And I will see you guys next time. Hello everybody, my name is Pravus and welcome back to more Frostpunk in the endless difficulty, or extreme difficulty, endless rifts in the sky. Alright, it is going to be getting a lot colder very soon, going back down to about where it was right before the storm hit. But we're getting there, you know, we're building up some more heat, we're building up some coal reserves, we are building up relations with other towns so we can have plenty of resources coming in. Honestly, we're doing pretty good, I think, and soon we will be as self-sufficient on our resources as I think we really can be. There's 150 more steel. I do think it would be worth building a bridge to get some steam cores. If we're going to do that, I kind of want to get this one. At least it opens up a few other resources, plus it's relatively close to where people are already working, which I find very convenient. So we'll go ahead and do that, see if we can gather up some of these using a gathering post before it gets too much colder for us. And then using those, we'll get a couple more automaton, at least one more automaton, let's say that. Then we'll go for some bridges out here and try to get to the other coal deposit. I can build just a smaller mine for 1 steam core if we need to. That's fine. A-okay with that. But I'm hoping we'll be able to find some more as we go scouting with our scouts out over here. So you've arrived and found some wood and raw food. That's great. We also find a buried hamlet. That sounds like people. Well, that's not far away from home either, so we definitely can get some more survivors. That's actually pretty nice. We could use a little bit of extra labor. I do like that idea. What happened to my workshop that I was building? It's still not built. You guys haven't built this yet? Good lord. You guys are taking your time, aren't you? Well, that's fine. That's fine. We have about a day of coal stocked up over here. Jeez, dude. It's gonna be pretty rough. At least we're starting to get some good food rations together. Can we place down another resource depot? Not without some more steel, we cannot. I need 20 for a resource depot. That is a lot. That is, admittedly, a fair bit. Well, I guess I'm okay with just placing it somewhere out here in the cold. Looking for something convenient. Preferably in an area that's not going to waste some of my heating zones later. You know what I mean? That's honestly fine. And yeah, we're out of steel, but I want to have some extra storage for rations, because people are getting cold too often during these, great storms. I'd like to make sure we have at least one more resource depot full of food. Then we should be able to last. Alright, we finish up with the house redesign, which means we can start getting some upgrades. Perfect. If we went for the automatic prototyping, I would be able to get some huge upgrades for things like my generator. 1 extra power level would be massive. If we can have the coal to support it, it would be massive. Generator safety bypass could be nice. We don't need range. Efficiencies are always good. We'd have to increase the range of our steam hubs, though. Additional scouts, boosted sleds. Medical automatons would be nice to get. But I did say I want the advanced steelworks. Can we get away without that for a little bit longer? I think the answer is yes. I think we can. Let's go ahead and start working. I can't. Well, we are producing how much steel per hour? 4.5. It's going to be a while. And we do have an emergency shift going, so I should be doing something. Alright. Let's go ahead and get the advanced steelworks going now while we can. I think that's alright. Get some more steel production going, because we're doing fine on wood, but steel is still one of the slower items for me. Looks like the workshop is done. Good. I'll go ahead and assign some more engineers down over there. Anyone else I could free up? The answer appears to be no. We do still have engineers working the infirmary. If I were to go for the infirmary checklists, we could make that better. Have some more children working on rations, I think. It's really all about food and coal. Food and coal. These are the only things that ultimately matter. Let's go ahead and assign you for food rations. I'm going to go ahead and turn on some overdrive temporarily. What's going on with malfunction? Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah. Let's do this for a little bit. Just kind of increase the heat zone a little bit. Make sure everyone's nice and toasty for a little bit longer. And you know what? We have at least a little bit of time. Let's go ahead and upgrade a couple houses in these areas that are currently freezing cold because the range of our coal is too low. Sorry, our steam hubs is too low. That said, it's going to drop in temperature in about a day, and that won't be enough then. So this only buys about a day's reprieve. I'll have to increase the range of these hubs, but they cost a lot more coal if you do that. The Icy Maze has some steel and coal, and we discover a lone boulder, which, as far as we're aware, has nothing, but we're going to head off in that direction anyway. I also just got an achievement called There Was No Waldo. Pardon? So the only achievement you get for that is if you've explored all areas in between storms. We obviously haven't explored the uprooted tree. So I guess we've explored all site types in between storms? Maybe? I'm not really sure how that works, but thank you for the achievement, Steam. That's great. Alright, so yeah, there's the houses going. Much better, much better. And we can build these houses a heck of a lot cheaper than before, which is also quite nice. Let's assign the other engineer over here. Do we have any other engineers we could free up? Yes, the medical post. We can go ahead and assign a couple over here as well. Let's just go for the fastest possible tech. I don't think getting any more than 4 is usually even worth it. You don't really gain much of any benefit at all. Still, that's going to be some pretty fast tech. so I like that. We've arrived at the buried hamlet. We find some survivors. Good. We also discover some other things. We could send them, and some will die. I don't think we... It's close enough that I think it's okay for us to just go ahead and escort them back. It's not a long trip. Then we can go back out and look for some more stuff. Yeah? And we need survivors if we're going to be able to send people off to the hot springs and stuff and continue upgrading them, right? We all know that's going to be a thing that's important. We could trade for some more resources. Let's see. Do I want the extra wood and the steel? I mean, the steel is nice. It doesn't actually give as much as it says, though. That's the thing. Like, this is just a lie. I don't know. I think we're okay without sending away coal and rations when those are the only two resources that I really need. Doesn't necessarily strike me as the smartest play. Oh, we did finish, however, building this bridge, which is awesome. So let's get a gathering post set up right over... We have to build it like here. We are going to need to send some people to go and work it, of course, but I need those steam cores. That's a high priority, like one of the highest priorities you've ever seen in your life. In fact... Yeah, we'll let some people go and work it, but we'll come back to that. Steelworks, done. Good. Okay, now I can do the advanced prototyping, and we are certainly going to. I'll get myself a little bit more steel, and then we'll get this thing upgraded. How's that? Frightened patient, amputee. Oh, we did have a lot of amputees, didn't we? We're going to have to amputate. This usually actually does give you some sort of a nice event. I would love to get some prosthetics going. We need 8. That's going to cost a fair chunk of steel. Okay. That's fine. As long as we can produce enough, it's probably okay. Which we can. We can produce enough. Here comes the temperature drops, and yes, the storm is already on the horizon. It's not going to be that much longer, but at least we are producing plenty of coal for the moment. For the moment. Can you guys build this out, please? Okay, they can indeed. How much? We need 40 steel for that, A little bit of extra steel would be enough to help me get this thing upgraded. It's going to take me a little time. I think we just sit back for a bit. I wanted to build some houses before the temperature drops again, but let's just wait a little bit. The steel production will let me build more houses a lot faster. And get those prosthetics out so we have more working people, right? Speaking of working people, these guys are 2 hours away. That's going to be some extra labor that I need, so that's going to be good. And then we can start building a lot of houses. We're actually getting close to capped out on coal. We've arrived at the Lone Boulder. We find nothing, and it does lead to a large crater. We're not going to go to the Buried Dreadnought, because I don't care about that. Someday, I will go, I will play on easy campaign or something like that. I'll just go ahead and unlock the achievement. Oh, we should turn off the overdrive. Should have done that sooner. I'm not paying attention to that overdrive, and it's going to get me killed. All right, where do we want to go next? The empty snow hut or the lying rock? Or the uproot tree. Let's go to the uprooted tree. That should be fine. Okay, so we'll do that. We got some sort of an event over here. Another Hulk spotted. Don't really care. Need to get more housing, you say. Okay. Well, it's a bit of a problem. Given that, you know, we don't have a lot of range for our steam hubs anymore. I can try placing a couple. I'm just trying to think. I probably will place a steam hub somewhere over here. Let's try for that. Well, that's actually overkill. Let's cancel some of this. We do need the 2. We don't need more than that. Honestly, I'm not even sure that we need to build these right now anyway, but we'll do it. Don't forget that I can increase the range. I mean, we could actually just not have to worry about some steam hubs and just increase the range of our generator, and that would work too. A steam hub would cost me, what, 3 coal per hour? This would cost me 28. So, I mean, 14 more versus 3. Definitely cheaper to get a steam hub for now. Though at some point, maybe not. Okay, there's the temperature drop I was afraid of. I want to get the steam hub, but we're not going to, because I need the steel so I can get... Hang on. We'll finish up the prosthetic I've got, but I'm spending all my steel on prosthetics and not upgrading the steelworks, and that's unacceptable to me. Okay, advanced prototyping is done. Good. That means I need more steel. Okay, you know what? Because I'm getting tired of having this problem, let's spend some coal and some rations and do a trade. You guys have arrived. You find some more survivors? Okay, we can escort them. The ice boat. Ugh. Do we escort them? I think we send them. And then we go to the ice boat. Some of them will die. But that is a sacrifice I am willing to make. Hey-o, Shrek reference. Alright, there's the 40 steel. Thank you, finally. So, instead of 52 steel per day, this will get me 97, which translates into a lot more than this. This is a very big upgrade for me. And if the automaton would be kind with its little spidery legs to build this out, which it is, we can build this pretty darn quickly, too. Let's go ahead and get some more of those prosthetics going. We need 5. So we'll do that. Okay, and the automaton is already working. That means 8.3 per hour. That is a lot more steel. Yes. Why are we not producing anything at the cookhouse? Ah, right, because it's cold. That makes sense. What's this event? It's almost gone. Long hours of toil. People don't want to do it, huh? No. Force them to work. Get back to work. Who do you think you are? Okay. If we got another stockpile, we would probably be able to generate enough coal that I can survive the storm without even having to get the other mine. I would love to keep you guys warm. I can't do that. It's just not possible with the temperature and the being what it is right now. Okay, let's stop with these and get the steel back because I can't do research so long as we don't have steel, but we did just get a big shipment, so that helps. Now what do we want? Well, with level 5, another power upgrade. Generator stress going slower is huge for us. We really could do stuff with this because this generator stress is one of the ways we survive these storms. So I do think that that is a very worthwhile tech, and we should go ahead and get it. And we're even going to turn on the emergency shift in order to make sure we are making some free progress on that. Okay, temperature is not high enough here. We're not going to be able to make any more food in this area. So our ration production just dropped a bit, but that's okay. You guys have got some wood. I also just got 3 more achievements. Marathon Medium, Marathon Hard, and something else. That's great. We just reached day 50? I think we might have. Rocky, Promontory, and Ice Needles. Get a little bit of lumber. That was practically nothing. Sheltered Passages. Well, this sounds like something versus nothing, so we'll always take the something. Yeah, I did hit day 50. Oh, what other achievements did I get? Hang on, I want to check Steam. Give me 1 second. Yes, Marathon Extreme. I did get that achievement. Beautiful. Okay, if we get ourselves a Steam hub over here, this will be fine. It lets me survive for a couple of days. I might end up tearing it down eventually. That said, if we just increased the range and got the efficiency upgrade, this wouldn't be a problem, but I can't really afford to have people getting sick all the time. I think we have to place that Steam hub there, though I'm not thrilled about it. Can we build some more houses? The answer should be yes. And every house we build, of course, is going to result in people being a little bit warmer. Just need a lot more steel, and we might as well do it throughout the night. I think this becomes the next big priority, is just building all the houses up. We're going to go ahead and do that. Lots of people with nothing to do at the moment. Lots of people getting sick as well. Let's turn that overdrive on temporarily until we can get that fixed. A note of thanks. It was the right thing to do, amputating your leg. Yes, I agree it was. I'm glad you agree with me now. I think we pull the engineers off. I can afford to have 3 amputees, but I can't afford to have houses staying cold. Let's see. We're going to build you guys out. We're going to build you and you, I guess. I don't know. I'm just trying to build as much as I can as quickly as I can. This gathering post doesn't have anybody working. You know what? Hold on. We can temporarily afford to pull the automaton off of the coal mine. I'm going to send you over here. I don't want to deal with people being cold and dying out there. But I do want to gather up those steam cores. I think that is a well worth it thing. All right, temperature drops. It's now minus 112. That's pretty darn cold, I'm not going to lie. Care house is freezing cold and is not going to work for me anymore because the temperature range is just too low. Going to turn you off. We still have one house being built over there. So it looks like I need one more. And I can't build it anywhere in range of what I've already got. Gosh dang it. Alright. It's time to move on to the second tier, and we'll have to probably turn on the generator's range a little bit more in order to accommodate for some of that. Storm on the horizon. Yes, yes. It's always on the horizon. The storms are coming fast and hard, you know? Fast and hard. Treating people as quickly as we can in these infirmaries, but it's still never enough. Let's go ahead and get some more people working in these medical posts. We have arrived at the ice boat. Steel and wood, okay. Get those. How long will it take for you to get home? A day. Storm arrives in a day and 20 hours, so you need to head home. That's the most that I can get out of you, which doesn't feel like a lot, but it's gonna have to be good enough. The extra stress is gonna be great as soon as this tech is done. It is as of now. Good. Next, we go for the power upgrade, I think. We lost a steam core. Mediate a dispute between the two settlements. Give it to the hot springs. Actually, it belongs to us. I mean, honestly, am I willing to lose favor with all of them in order to gain a steam core? The answer is 100% yes, I am. So that's what we're going to do. Does that seem scummy? Maybe. Do I care? Who do you think I am? All right. I want to get another automaton built, but first let's go ahead and work on the tech. I need this power upgrade. It's going to cost me a lot of coal, but it's worth it. Raw food and some wood. We can find an empty shelter, which has nothing in it. You would arrive back in 16 hours. Where else could you go? There's really nowhere I need you to go. Everything, if I go here, I'm not going to have enough time to explore anything else. And I can't get down here. So you really might as well just go home and we'll disband you. There's not much else that I think I can justify getting. Let's go ahead and get some heat on in the hot houses so I can keep making food because I want these rations. We have about 2 days of rations going right now. That's pretty solid. We got plenty of coal coming in right now, too. That's pretty solid. Let's go ahead and start building up a little bit over there. I mean, pretty soon, this generator is going to be able to get me a lot of heat. And then we can start increasing the range. At some point, we'll even want to start turning off the steam hubs and just getting rid of them altogether if possible. But that may not be possible. So is no one allowed to live in a freezing home? Because that's what it sounds like. It sounds like no one will live in a freezing home. Which means it's kind of difficult for me to actually give you guys the heat, the housing you want. Oh, wait, no, we were just upgrading this. Never mind, they are living here. I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Let's upgrade you, and you, and you, and you. Everything out of range of the generator itself to start, and then we'll start building closer. Closer and closer and closer. We are getting on top of people being sick. Some people are freezing. Noted, duly noted. No one should be living here, though. I'm going to temporarily pause you, just turn you off to make sure no one's living here. In about a day or so, I think... Yeah, sorry, 2 days. Oh, this isn't going to resolve before... Oh. I thought these usually resolved before the storms hit, but apparently I'm wrong on that. Okay. Note, by the way, we dropped 3 temperature levels, then we'll have the storm, and the storm. It's going to drop 2 levels instead of 1 this time, so technically we're going to get 1 level colder than we were before, but then when this goes back up to 3 and this goes away, we're going to rise back up to like 70. So, I don't know. I keep thinking that this whole storm thing is only going to get easier for me to deal with from here on out. So, do we want 2 automatons? The answer is probably yes. Right now, in terms of health, we're okay. We're going to pull you guys back, turn this off. We're going to pull back 1, 2, 3. We're going to send 5 engineers here. And we're doing an emergency shift to start making some more automatons. And this will be set to 24 hours on. Could not resume. Requires steel. 80 steel. We'll have that soon. Citizen had to be amputated. Yeah. Yeah, these things do happen, I'm afraid. We can go ahead and burn down some discontent. A fair bit of discontent, actually. And we'll just go ahead and bring that back up with another workshop. 1 person is sick, but you should have better efficiency than that. I think they just need to get to their work post. Coal, we are losing a lot. How can we be losing that much coal? Is what I want to know. But we are losing a lot of coal. We can't get enough steel together either. Ugh. Okay, just go ahead and keep building out more houses. More insulation for me. We're gonna get these upgrades, dang it. New automaton built. Good. And we arrive with some extra lumber and rations. Great. Okay, we're going to go ahead and pull you back and disband. The extra lumber is nice, though ultimately not that important. I'm kind of debating whether or not we really need to be getting another ironworks, but I still think that the biggest priority would be coal, if I could get to it, which I can't. Let's make sure we are sending some people working over here. We could have an automaton work at the gathering post, and I think that's worth it. Just to get me the extra coal going. Still working over here. Oh, I know why we aren't making any coal. I pulled an automaton back off of the coal mine. Right. Well, the next automaton we built can go and do that. Actually, no. You know what? Forget this. Forget the automaton here. We will get far better coal value just by going here and just doing this. It's an infinite source. We might as well. Okay. That should solve coal needs. Now we're in the positive. Just got to build that stockpile a little higher. A little higher. The children's mine is doing fine. Okay, good. No, really, I'm glad to hear that. That's the last of the houses. Now we use the coal on the infirmaries. Get those up and a-running. Need the House of Healing up and running. We can't get more out of the cookhouse anymore. Unless we're willing to do some overdriving. Which, the fact that it's ticking down as fast as it is a huge boon. Like, we're going to get a lot more out of this generator. Especially if we can indeed get up to power level 4, which we just did. Okay, good. Boosted sleds, coal thumper injections. We produce piles faster. This requires another steam core, which I don't have available at the moment. Health care insulation and housing insulation are both probably the top priorities. But I need steel for a lot of things. Long hours of toil? No, you gotta keep working. Sorry, not an option. So there goes my last automaton being built right here, right now. Need steel. Let's go ahead and do a little overdrive action just because we feel like we might as well. Scouts have returned with a lot more resources. Thank you. Disband. Now we can do some research. Housing, insulation, or healthcare? I'm kind of thinking healthcare. Because if we can't treat people, then we're just going to have a lot of deaths. I can survive a little bit without the houses. I would love to heat workplaces. Can't do this. Temperature's going to drop again in just a little bit. New automaton built. All right. That means we can turn off this steam hub. Pull back the engineers. And, I don't know, send them over here. We got a lot of spare workers is the good news. If people start dying, like, I'm not really worried too much about it. We finished with that steam core. You can honestly be disbanded. You don't need to be there anymore. What we can do now is have the automaton work. Are we producing rations? We are. We're okay where we are right now. We can have the automaton go work on... 2 automatons can produce coal and then gather it. So we could actually pull people off of gathering posts. And that's not really that bad, as far as options are concerned. How are we doing in terms of coal now that I've gone up a level? We're still producing enough, but only if people are working here. But the fact that we can get up to coal level 4 is great. If we increase the range, I can heat up a house here at least. Now it costs me 38 per hour, and that does put me at a deficit. But with the 2 automatons, if I then said, turn you off, send automaton to gather, and you off, send an automaton to gather. We can gather from the piles, and once the piles start running out, we can have the automatons coal thump a bit. That actually puts me in the even. Okay, so with the range upgrade and power level 4 and better overdrive than ever, we definitely can survive this storm. Undoubtedly, we can survive this storm. Whoa, I was about to say, why are we having housing issues? But we're okay there. The coal is still indeed building up. Yeah. Getting one more coal mine, like, we'd have nothing to worry about for the rest of the game. Tell you what, right there. Nothing to worry about. Is there anything we can get from you guys? I should have spent my favor, and I kind of forgot these guys existed, I'm not going to lie. Oops. Oh well, that's fine. Still surviving just fine in our coal. Guys, I think we did it. I think we have officially done it. We are going to be just fine in this game. Getting some more healthcare insulation and stuff would obviously be quite good. Let's go ahead and turn on the emergency shift and get them going. That insulation will be huge. But look at this. We don't have a ton of people freezing to death. We do have some issues here, but I can get heat on. Nope. All right, forget that. Pull the kids back. Heat's on here already. So it's still a little bit cold in a couple of areas. We could pull back there, but I'm not going to. I'm going to pull you back here. You're sort of okay. I really don't think we need to have anybody here, to be honest. Discontent's bad, but if we ever are desperate, we can pull them back. And then we have some people who are cold in the workshop, but I can turn this up. We are going to have issues as far as heat here. But guys, this is the overdrive off. And we're alive. We are alive. Holy crud, guys. And as far as coal production, pretty good. Healthcare insulation just went up, which means I no longer need... No, I do need it there. But these guys are mostly feeling very comfortable. I can turn the heat down temporarily to save myself a little coal, but, like, we're doing great there. And then if we go to house insulation, we're about to drop 2 more temperature levels, but this is pretty good. Yes, yes, more amputees. But we're not having a lot of people die, and we have about a day's worth of rations still. Holy crap, we've done it. I'm not even kidding, we've done it. Wowzers. Alright. I'm going to let this video go a teensy bit longer, and we're just going to survive this storm if that's alright. Because what's going to end up... Well, no, you know what? No. I'm not. We're going to end it here. Next video will be our final storm, and then I'm going to go ahead and start rushing forward, and we're going to get to day 100 and see if we can survive all the way up to day 100, because I want that achievement. 100 days on extreme difficulty would make me feel real good. Thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed. If so, then I would ask you to hit that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe, and I will see you guys next time. Hello everybody, my name is Pravus, and welcome back to Frostpunk in our extreme, endless rifts playthrough. Going through one heck of a storm here, but guess what? We're gonna be just stinking fine. I'm not even slightly worried. Not even slightly worried. Only 12 people sick right now. most people pretty well taken care of, even with the overdrive off. Turn that overdrive on, and look at all the livable conditions we've got, and it's about to get a lot better. It's about to get a heck of a lot better once we finish with the house insulation technology. So, yeah, we somehow have pulled off what I thought was going to end up being a lost run that we were going to have to restart, and it ended up being pretty darn good. I'm kind of pleased. I'm pretty pleased with myself. Now, as far as where we go from here, well, some more steam cores over here would certainly be quite nice. I think there is actually another coal mine off in this direction, so I don't know why I was thinking I have to go this direction to get some more coal. If I keep going over here, coal mine and steam core solves my problems as far as coal generation, so we're probably going to go over here for our next round of bridges, which I'm not going to be building right now because that seems like a very bad idea. Everyone is feeling very livable and comfortable right now with this insulation and the overdrive going on, though of course the temperature is about to drop, but our overdrive lasts a lot longer than it used to, so we can use it quite a lot more often, which is massive. Hothouse insulation, don't think we necessarily need that right now. Mechanization could be okay. Cookhouse insulation sometimes could be relevant. We have been struggling with that on a few occasions. I don't care about any of that. Boosted scouts, that could be nice. Heater efficiency, I do think that maybe going for things like the steam hub efficiency upgrade could be nice, because that would save me a fair bit of coal. But what else do we want? Better, you know, I do think that the better automatons is generally going to be the right call for us. So let's go ahead and do that. Better automatons results in more steel, more wood, and more coal. It's better. It's just the right thing to do. So that's what we're going to do. Let's go ahead and get some heat on over in these areas. Work time hasn't started yet, but I want to make sure that when people go to the coal thumpers, they are okay. We still have at least a few hundred more coal in these piles, so our automatons have plenty to do. That's a good sign. Okay. Looking good, looking good. Work harder to prove your faith. Yes. Never stop working. Always harder. Always harder. Oh, good. The temperature drops to minus 184. But now the steam hub range has increased, so that's good. Turn the temperature up over here. Turn the temperature. I can't do any more in the cookhouse, so let's pull the kids back and turn this off. And it's a little on the cold side in at least one of these workshops, but the rest are feeling pretty fine. So yeah, the steam hubs are back up to their full range. That's good. Not that it really matters at this point, but it's a thing. Kids will end up working over here. We'll end up having heat or something. I don't know. Minus 184, but the generator is still only at 32% stress, and it's been running all night. We might be able to leave this thing running all day. Might. I don't know, but maybe? 72 people sick is admittedly quite a few. However, the infirmary is working really fast, only like 6 or 7 hours per person, and then they're out. And if I were to actually get the medical automatons, they could be running these infirmaries at all time. Now that I think about it, we could use steam core on another infirmary instead of on another automaton, and that would work pretty well too. Not sure that that's really what I want, but it is a thing I could do. Gosh dang, the efficiency's looking solid over here. We're doing fine in terms of heat. No problems, dude. Let's go ahead and use the extra coal, make sure everyone is fine. Yep, we're down to 41 already. Do you see? Holy crap. And we're getting capped out on wood once again. And plenty more steel to go around. Long hours of toil. Nah. We're not going to worry about that. I'm not going to address your concerns right now. It seems like petty problems. Automation, integration. I would love to get the scout sleds going next, I think. Because that will let me actually go ahead and find things on the map a lot faster. Now entered into free time territory. How are we doing in terms of the overdrive? Just fine. We've survived for most of the day, and we're still only at 66%. Guys, I think we can have this thing run almost the entire night. Wow. And in terms of coal production, we are still in the positive because these automatons working the gathering posts solve the problem. Wow. We are unfortunately out of rations, so we didn't quite make that last long enough, but that's okay, all in all. I think we did pretty well. People are starting to get sick tonight as they are on their way home, but frankly, it should be pretty toasty. Well, I say it's pretty toasty. Now that the temperature has dropped those last 2 rounds and such, it's no longer livable. But this is not that bad. Nobody is freezing in the entire map. Nobody freezing. That's a big deal. Generator stress levels are critical. Can we last a couple hours? It's gotta last until about 7. That's it. Turn it off. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! 98%. There we go. Idleness is the enemy of the soul. And the temperature rises all the way back up to 76. Whoa, dude. Dude! I'm so happy. I cannot believe we pulled this off. Look at all these super comfortable temperatures. Ah! I'm very, very pleased with all of this. Okay, well, I do think we go ahead and get ourselves some prosthetics going, because we got a few people who could use it. But we did the thing, ladies and gentlemen. We did the thing. Let's get myself a couple of scouting teams. Where do we want to go? Let's see. Ice Jaws, Rock Spire, Small Cairn. Yeah, that might be more people. Let's go there. We'll go for that first, and then another team, and send you out to, I don't know, the Ice Jaws. We haven't done this in a bit. And while we're at it, let's go ahead and create a new construction team who is going to go to the Children's Mine and establish a trade route down over there. And let's go to trade over here. Boiler repair. Oh, I guess that is the other thing we could do with this steam core, couldn't we? Do you really want these guys to get up to level 3? Is it that big of a deal? We have some problems. Can you help us? Some engineers? Wouldn't mind a few extra. We've been actually a little bit slow on engineers. Let's do that. And then for you guys, we have some problems. Can you send us a lot of food? 60 more raw food. That'll help. Holy crap. And I don't even feel like I need to reallocate all my work because we're so on top of it. All right, let's go ahead and assign some more people to the... There we go. Workshop, so we can be researching as quickly as possible. Faster scouts is always quite nice, right? Let's assign a few people over here. We'll go ahead and do some captain's words and burn that discontent down. Everyone's feeling real trustful of me right about now. Hot Springs. Spend 100 wood. Let's see. Working together. They need some homes, lodged workers, etc. I'll talk to my people. You'll be pleased. Discontent rises. This seems better. What? All right, I'll talk to my people, I suppose. Why would you be displeased if I offered to build the houses for you? That's my question. I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense. All right, let's see. Any laws we want to pass right about now? You know something? In honor of my magnanimous victory, I think it is time to go ahead and sign the Temple Law. And I think it is a good time for us to build another bridge off in that direction. Let's go ahead and spend up some of that steel and wood. Go ahead and get the road going out here as well, and that'll be some steam cores I'd love to get my hands on. Now that it's pretty warm, I'm okay with pulling off an automaton here and an automaton here. We'll just go ahead and assign some kids. I mean, they're all healthy and fine, right? So let's just go ahead and do that. Get them out and working. So coal-wise, doing just fine. No problems. The automatons can go and build things for me. We could even build another bridge. I think we have to wait until this... No, we can go ahead and queue it. No, we can't. Never mind. All right, fine. Fine. Let's see. I've got enough automatons to be getting all the infinite resources I want. So... I don't know if we really have a lot of use for the remaining steam cores, to be honest. I think we're okay with what we got. Medical automatons, engineering automatons, range. I think it's time to go ahead and grab some efficiency upgrades. Just guaranteeing that coal, once again, will not be an issue anytime soon, if ever again. Some people have apparently arrived, and they are getting sick. Let's see. Nothing in range. But we can build here and here. I'm going to go ahead and build a couple of houses. Because this stuff will easily be in range of the generator itself, which is just fine. Actually... we don't need this at all. Because, with the range figured out, this house is still taken care of by this hub, and the rest of these are within the second tier of the generator, which means we can save some coal. So that's pretty good. Or so I am told. You guys have arrived at the Children's Mine. Go ahead and build things up, and we have average favor with them right now. What could you send us? Some coal, some wood, some steel. So it's good to know that these guys can send you wood and steel. We actually can wait until we get a little bit more favor with them, but I don't feel particularly rushed. These guys are about to arrive somewhere. That'll be fine. A third scout team would be good. We really need food. Oh, right. It would be helpful, you know, if we actually got people working at the cookhouse. Automaton! Get to it! All right, Children's Mine. Yeah, so letting us know that we do indeed have our thing. Okay. And we've arrived at the Ice Jaws. Find nothing. We go to the Windswept Snowfield. Cool. So, at this point, I think I can demonstrate to you guys pretty definitively that we are fine on coal, right? And with our overdrive being what it is, we are super duper fine for the next couple of storms. Wood generation per day is huge. Steel production is actually almost rivaling the wood, which amazes me. Food, we are fine. Housing, we are fine, and everyone's nice and comfortable. Healthcare, we're taken care of. Like, all is well. So I'm just going to go ahead and jump forward a lot, because my goal now is to play all the way until day 100, so I can unlock the Ultra Marathon Extreme achievement, which is a truly rare accolade in the game. And I can claim that I am one of the few people in the world who has been able to beat the rifts on Extreme Endless. Real quick, let's just go ahead and talk a little bit about the Dreadnoughts, since I am starting to gather up some relics. We can go into the Dreadnought, and you'll see here we can either explore it safely, which takes a load of resources, holy crap, or we can risk ourselves, which is very dangerous, or we can just leave it be for now, which I probably should do since I think I'm going to have to take the risk. But what I wanted to show you on top of that is we can build up these archives, and once the archives are done, we can place all of our relics. There we go. The archive is now done. Gotta say, that looks really cool, and I get an achievement, a Tomb for Memories. The archives are ready. They stand tall, clearly visible from every part of the city. People talk about them excitedly, eager to see the first relics of our heritage and recall their past lives. Whenever we recover something worth preserving, we can bring into the city and add it to the collection. It will connect us with the world we left behind and let those who come after us know that we were here. It is a start. Now, I've already been collecting a lot of relics. There was a specific one over here that I had to gather that's been here for, like, you know, ever. Once we grabbed that, that actually allowed me to build the archive. So now that that's done, we can take a look here. Rejected automaton designs, the practical prostheses, St. Edward's crown, first folio, etc. And I got 3 more relics on the way. So apparently there are 15 to collect out in the world. I'm not even sure if that's possible by day 100 at this point, but we'll see what happens. Well, we're almost reaching day 100. There it is! 3 more achievements for me. Ultramarathon, Hard, Medium, and Extreme. Oh, I need to check something real quick. I'm kind of curious. How many people on Steam even have that achievement in the first place that have played this game? I'm going to go with probably not very many. 0.6%. I'll be honest, that's higher than I kind of expected, but alright. 0.6% of players have this achievement. Lovely. Well, we did it, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, it really ooh, that is awesome to look at right there. We have not had any issues whatsoever since I left you. It has been nothing but autopilot since then, exploring as much as we can. No storm has ever gotten below negative 180 at this point. Though, I don't know, it sure looks like it wants to give me a run for my money as I say that, but no, it doesn't seem that way. So yeah, it's not been any more difficult than before. We are just stockpiling oodles and oodles of resources, and yeah, absolutely 0 challenge remaining in the rifts. You can see that I have expanded a fair bit in a few different directions here, getting as much storage space as I can, since that seems to be mostly what we're lacking, and even building a few nice little hamlet neighborhoods here and there, you know? I mean, as long as I got a steam hub and a Power 4 generator, absolutely nothing to worry about. So, this was a very, very fun challenge. I'm not going to lie, I was really convinced in the first few days, first few episodes, that we were going to lose. But I am so glad that we were able to turn that one around. There are definitely a lot of things I would do differently if I could. I would probably have focused a bit more on the steel and not waited for it to become an issue, not relied heavily on exploration. Or rather, once I realized that the exploration was working against me, it probably would have been wise to change my tactics up a little bit to account. So I didn't really react to the situation as well as I should have at that point. Also, I think that I made a lot of mistakes as far as the placement of my steam hubs. I was not nearly as efficient as I needed to be. The result being that I was kind of always struggling for coal when I think that was mostly avoidable with just a little bit better city planning. At the end of the day, though, we're walking away with a good 20 automatons, plenty of resources across the board. Like, clearly we turned it around. Clearly we pulled victory out of the jaws of defeat. But it definitely came with its heartache. Ugh, man. Fun stuff. Absolutely enjoyed this playthrough of Frostpunk. Let's just keep going a little second. This should bring us back up to like negative 79 or something, at which point I can just turn the generator down to level 2. It's that easy at this point. I've got the rhythm down pat, I think, as far as these storms. And I did manage to get up to 10 relics. I'm sure if I keep playing, I probably could get the 5 that I would need to get the achievement, and I may end up doing exactly that. But anyway, guys, thank you all very much for watching this series. I do hope that you enjoyed. If so, then I would ask that you hit that like button, leave a comment, subscribe to that notify bell, and I will see you guys next time.